That is a cheap thing, yeah. There you go.
Definitely have that.
Yeah.
That's the one.
But the other guy is also a member of cabinet, but I don't remember what he's done.
I think it's someone we photographed every time because it's cheap with.
Yeah.
If he's ever appointed to you, never appointed.
I'm just trying to think. I was gonna
You have the numbers to pass your deal today, Prime Minister. Are we still leaving on the 31st, even if the Letwin Amendment passes?
da sehr viele Abgeordnete, mehr Abgeordnete, als wir jetzt denken, und die Staatsversorgung praktisch wirklich auch denken, weil das ist eher in Deutschland. Denn in beispielsweise Labour führt ja auch Gründe an, warum sie gegen diese Vertragsentwurf stimmen, beispielsweise sagen sie, Arbeitnehmerrechte werden aufgeweicht, das gleiche gilt für Umweltstandards, also gibt es eine ganze Reihe von Gründen, die Boris Johnson ausgehandelt hat, sondern die stimmen. Ja klar, die Stimmenverhältnisse sind schwierig, Boris Johnson hat keine eigene Mehrheit, er muss über die anderen Parteien noch Stimmen bekommen, und zwar insgesamt 33. Das gibt es steht man wirklich in den Sternen, was wir aussehen müssen.
Sorry, I think it can be described as electric. Here outside Parliament there are long queues of people. They've been queuing for hours to get into the House of Commons. They want to be there on the day of this vote, which could really shape the future of the country for decades to come. There are MPs here, they are out, there are lots of journalists where I am, and MPs are giving interviews, and I think I sense that they are quite nervous because the vote itself is very, very close. We don't know at this point how this day is going to pan out.
Das letzte Kapitel in dem Brexit-Drama wird heute geschrieben.
Well, I brought along some of the papers this morning, and the Daily Express urges MPs to respect the vote of the people, the will of the people, and to move on. I think they're expressing this Brexit fatigue that many of the readers will feel. They are a very Brexit supporting paper. Then again, there is the Sun, the biggest tabloid, and they picked Boris Johnson in a controversial vote, and they are hoping he's going to be a Saturday night leaver, so another Brexit supporting paper with a slightly lighter tone. The papers, of course, are divided as the country. There are other more Remain supporting papers, and they would have a different message on their front page.
Best way to put it, and like all politics, it's down to basic arithmetic. Boris Johnson needs 320 votes to get himself started. Now they're already 291. There's Will back, and they're all Tories, of course. Democratic Unionist Party, which has been popping up.
There is a certain momentum, I think, that we're sensing here in London that maybe we haven't seen so far, and this momentum could swing into Boris Johnson's direction because a lot of MPs, particularly on the Labour side, even though Labour is officially opposing this deal, but there might just be enough Labour parliamentarians who will back Boris Johnson's deal because they sense that enough is enough, and they do want to vote with their constituents. Really, a lot of them are definitely fed up and they want to move on. But really, will it be enough MPs to back Boris Johnson when it doesn't have a majority, and when officially all the other opposition parties are against the deal? We shall see a little bit later on in the day. Well, it can't be explained too quickly, but then the extension will most likely be sought from the European Union. Parliamentarians don't want to exit without any deal, so they are urging Boris Johnson, and they effectively are forcing him to then look for an extension. Most likely another election will then follow. Out, you can see it.
yeah, just speak a little bit more softly if you can. Who am I speaking with on news channel? Great, thank you so much. Yes. Right, yeah. I'm on a page almost around this yarn in Svalbard. Almost. So I just looked at the light at the time that well, yeah, there's no sun. So I asked Dan this morning and he said, oh, an 870. What do you think?
Wow.
That's Sunday price, isn't it? It's dark. If you want to see, like, you want to walk up to this structure and point out that it's sagging and the price. Yeah, mate, I'm happy to go whenever you want. Yeah, what's your schedule, mate? Come on, mate. Take you in a minute 20, that's fine, mate. But you've got a lot of skill, though, Tim. What? The studio saying can they come? Yeah, that's right. Tim says bring it back in. That's the question, isn't it? All politics comes down to arithmetic, Marion. Boris Johnson needs 320 votes to get this up. Now, he's got 291, of course. They're all Tories. They're willing to back the deal. The Democratic Unionist Party, which has been propping up the Conservatives in power, has already declared it won't support it. So what does that mean? It means that Boris Johnson needs to persuade the most hardcore Brexiteers, those who prefer no deal or whatever, to come on board, as well as a significant number of Labour MPs. To defend what's the thought behind hardcore Sure, unless he wants to break the law, Marion, he's got to go back to Brussels, cap in hand, and formally seek further extension of Brexit. That is something that he has vowed never to do. So watch this space for ways that might frustrate the process. And in the meantime, on the other side of the ditch, there are real questions about whether the EU will give them any more time anyway. The French president yesterday, Emmanuel Macron, said that, like the rest of us, he's sick of Brexit and is disinclined to grant a further extension.
Right.
Hi, Andy.
Like,
And it's Emil. Is that right? Am I saying that correctly? Emily. Sad. I've got to have to bring in clothes. What's happening? Is that a tip? It makes the moisture in the air or something like that. And the ground as well. I've been warmed by the sun, but sun faster. It's the problem is denied me and that, but what if we could make the darkness a feature of the story? Yeah, at the moment it's, I was looking, it's -6 there, the average, and then it'll be probably -8.
This is like right. It's the wrong. Yeah, it is the wrong shot. هذه اللقطة تذبحه ما يشتغل يفتكر إهانة.
الواحد عنده هذا المرض. I'm not a driver. I'm not. يا أخي هرب لما أنا وأنا أشيل تراي فوت. أنت جاي لي إيدك منفضين وأنا شايلك تراي فوت وأنا حمل تبعك. أو ليش أنا ما تخبروني يعني.
Boris Johnson has to persuade the most hardcore of Brexiteers, those who no deal or whatever, to back this deal, as well as a
إن
significant number of Labour MPs to persuade them across the board compliance with the
ب 320 صوتا قد يدخل.
Well, unless he wants to break the law, Boris Johnson has to go cap in hand back to Brussels and formally seek yet another extension to Brexit in 2020. And that is something he has vowed he would never do.
ب 320 صوتا.
Might try to frustrate the process. And in the meantime, there are questions on the other side of the ditch about whether he can grant an extension anyway. The French president has already said that he might be Brexit is second Brexit.
بأصوات 320 نائبا في البرلمان. بوريس جونسون سيدخل التاريخ
وبأقل من ذلك ستتواصل مسلسل بريكسيت الطويل. إن حصل على أصوات 320 نائبا في البرلمان، إن حصل على أصوات 320 نائبا في مجلس العموم، بوريس جونسون قد يدخل التاريخ، وبأقل من ذلك العدد سيتواصل مسلسل بريكسيت الطويل. بأصوات 320 نائبا في مجلس العموم، بوريس جونسون قد يدخل التاريخ، وبأقل من ذلك العدد مسلسل بريكسيت سيتواصل. إن حصل على أصوات بوريس جونسون سيدخل التاريخ الأوروبي من أوسع أبوابه. خلينا نشوف تست. إن حصل على أصوات 320 نائبا في مجلس العموم، بوريس جونسون سيدخل التاريخ الأوروبي والبريطاني من أوسع أبوابه، وبأقل من ذلك العدد سيتواصل مسلسل بريكسيت الطويل. لأنه أنت عارف يكون هذا It doesn't matter anyway. أنا يعني Tell them to record. 5 minutes to go. خليك في نفس الوقت ريكوردينج. Okay, record. إذا حصل بوريس جونسون على أصوات 320 من أعضاء مجلس العموم، سيدخل التاريخ البريطاني من أوسع أبوابه، وإن كان العدد أقل من ذلك فإن مسلسل بريكسيت الطويل سيتواصل.
So here I am.
باينتونك. يا صباح الانوار، مرحبا بك بشار. بشار ممكن تخفضوا شويه الصوت؟ و... يا ريت لو تخفضوا شوي، خفضوا شوي. لا نبيلو. صافا وانت لاباس عليك؟ امورك تمام؟ صافا الحمد لله. داير واحد انيس لاباس عليه؟ تبدا من هنا 5 دقائق تقريبا. يا والله لا. قول لي صافا با.
There was another try.
لا اله الا الله، لا اله الا الله. فاهم.
But they have it under control. That means that if you go that close and you say, okay, bang.
فدوى ولا فاطمه؟ عندي الديري وي. فاطمه اوكي. اوكي فهمت الان. عندنا الان زوج جهات يحكموهم النساء، جهه قلبي وجهه طنجه الحسيمه تطوان. اهلا بك، يا مرحبا بك.
Yes.
خرخشه في الصوت كيف يعني؟ ما فهمت عليك. الصوت عندي ما نظيف. اوكي خلينا شوي. الكاميرا مان is working on it.
Just another 30 seconds to go.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. عندي النك مايك. في خرخشه في الصوت. عندك اطلب نك مايك. ما في؟ للاسف ما في، ما جبنا معنا. اها une forteresse.
Introductory remarks. First, I want to thank, and I'm sure colleagues across the House want to join me in thanking, all of the staff of the House who have worked so hard to facilitate the sitting today. I know that many of them have had to make special arrangements to be here, as have many honourable and right honourable members. Secondly, I would remind honourable members of what I said in my statement at the start of the session less than a week ago about the need to be mindful of the impact of what they say, not only upon other honourable and right honourable members, but upon others who follow our proceedings. Thirdly, I can inform the House that I have selected Amendment A in the name of Sir Oliver Letwin and others to Motion 1. And the manuscript amendment in the name of Peter Kyle and others to Motion 2. Fourth, this may be for the convenience of the House to know, although the second motion is debatable, I think it will be convenient for the two motions to be debated together so that reference to the second motion may be made in the debate, and if the second motion is moved, I will put the question or questions on that motion without separate debate. Order. Statement. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by echoing what you've just said. My gratitude to all members of the House for assembling on a Saturday for the first time in 37 years, and indeed to all members of our House Common staff who have worked to make this sitting possible. And I know it's meant people giving up their Saturdays, breaking into their weekends at a time when families want to be together, and of course it means missing at least the end of England's World Cup quarter-final. I apologise to the House for that, and I wish I could watch it myself. I know the honourable member for Cardiff West has postponed his 60th birthday party, if not his 60th birthday, to be here. So, Mr. Speaker, the House has gone to a great deal of trouble to assemble here on a Saturday for the first time in a generation. And I do hope that in assembling for the purposes of a meaningful vote, that we will indeed be allowed to have a meaningful vote this evening. And with permission, Mr. Speaker, I shall make a statement on the new agreement with our European friends. And the House will need no reminding that this is the second deal and the fourth vote 3.5 years after the nation voted for Brexit. And during those years, friendships have been strained, families divided, and the attention of this House consumed by a single issue that has at times felt incapable of resolution. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, that this is the moment when we can finally achieve that resolution and reconcile the instincts that compete within us. Many times in the last 30 years, I've heard our European friends remark that this country is half-hearted in its EU membership. And it is true that we in the UK have often been a back marker, opting out of the single currency, not taking part in Schengen, very often trying to block some collective ambition. And in the last 3.5 years, it has been striking that members on all sides of this House have debated Brexit in almost entirely practical terms, in an argument that has focused on the balance of economic risk and advantage. And I don't think I can recall a time when I've heard a single member stand up and call for Britain to play her full part in the political construction of a federal Europe. And I don't think I've heard a single member call for ever closer union or ever deeper integration or a federal destiny. Mon pays Europe. Well, perhaps I've missed it, but I don't think I've heard much of it, Mr. Speaker. And there is a whole side of that debate that you hear regularly in other European capitals that is simply absent from our national conversation. And I don't think that has changed much in the last 30 years. But if we have been sceptical, and if we have been anxious about the remoteness of the bureaucracy, if we have been dubious about the rhetoric of union and integration, if we have been half-hearted Europeans, then it follows logically that with part of our hearts, with half our hearts, we feel something else, a sense of love and respect for European culture and civilization of which we are a part. A desire to cooperate with our friends and partners in everything, creatively, artistically, intellectually, a sense of our shared destiny, and a deep understanding of the eternal need, especially after the horrors of the last century, for Britain to stand as one of the guarantors of peace and democracy in our continent. And it is our continent. And it's precisely because we are capable of feeling both things at once, sceptical about the modes of EU integration, as we are, but passionate and enthusiastic about Europe, that the whole experience of the last 3.5 years has been so difficult for this country and so divisive. And that is why it is now so urgent for us to move on and to build a new relationship with our friends in the EU on the basis of a new deal, a deal that can heal the rift in British politics, unite the warring instincts in us all. And now is the time for this great House of Commons to come together and bring the country together today. As I believe people at home are hoping and expecting, with a new way forward and a new and better deal, both for Britain and for our friends in the EU. And that is the advantage of the agreement that we have struck with our friends in the last 2 days. Because this deal allows the UK, whole and entire, to leave the EU on October the 31st, in accordance with the referendum, while simultaneously looking forward to a new partnership based on the closest ties of friendship and cooperation. And I pay tribute to our European friends for escaping the prison of existing positions and showing the vision to be flexible by reopening the withdrawal agreement, and thereby addressing the deeply felt concerns of many in this House. And one of my most important jobs is to express those concerns to our European friends. And I shall continue to listen to all honourable members throughout the debate today, to meet with anyone on any side, and to welcome the scrutiny the House will bring to bear if, as I hope, we proceed to consider the withdrawal bill next week. Today, this House has a historic opportunity to show the same breadth of vision as our European neighbours, the same ability, resolve to reach beyond past disagreements by getting Brexit done and moving this country forwards as we all yearn to do. This agreement provides for a real Brexit, taking back control of our borders, laws, money, farming, fisheries and trade, amounting to the greatest single restoration of national sovereignty in parliamentary history. It removes the backstop which would have held us against our will in the customs union and much of the single market. For the first time in almost 5 decades, the UK will be able to strike free trade deals with our friends across the world to benefit the whole country, including Northern Ireland. Article 4 of the protocol states Northern Ireland is part of the customs territory of the United Kingdom. It adds, nothing in this protocol shall prevent Northern Ireland from realising the preferential market access in any free trade deals on the same terms as goods produced in other parts of the United Kingdom. Our negotiations have focused on the uniquely sensitive nature of the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic, and we have respected those sensitivities. Above all, we and our European friends have preserved the letter and the spirit of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, and upheld the long-standing areas of cooperation between the UK and Ireland, including the Common Travel Area. And as I told the House on the 3rd of October, in order to prevent a regulatory border on the island of Ireland, we propose a regulatory zone covering all goods, including agri-food, eliminating any need for associated checks at the border. But, Mr. Speaker, in this agreement we have gone further by also finding a solution to the vexed question of customs, which many in this House have raised. Our agreement ensures, and I quote, unfettered access, market access for goods moving from Northern Ireland to the rest of the United Kingdom's internal market. It ensures that there should be no tariff on goods circulating within the UK customs territory, that is between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, unless they are at risk of entering the EU. It ensures an open border on the island of Ireland, a common objective of everyone in this House. And it ensures for those living and working alongside the border, there will be no visible or practical changes to their lives. They can carry on as before. I believe that this is a good arrangement, reconciling the special circumstances in Northern Ireland with the minimum possible bureaucratic consequences at a few points of arrival in Northern Ireland. And it is precisely to ensure that those arrangements are acceptable to the people of Northern Ireland that we have made consent a fundamental element of this new deal. So no arrangements can be imposed on Northern Ireland if they do not work for Northern Ireland. The people of Northern Ireland will have the right, under this agreement, to express or withhold their consent to these provisions by means of a majority vote in their Assembly 4 years after the end of the transition. And if the Assembly chooses to withhold consent, these provisions shall cease to apply after 2 years, during which the Joint Committee of the UK and EU would propose a new way forward in concert with Northern Ireland's institutions. And as soon as this House allows the process of extracting ourselves from the EU to be completed, the exciting enterprise of building a new relationship with our friends can begin, which has been too long delayed, and which they would delay any further. Mr. Speaker, I do not wish this project to be the project of any one government or any one party, but rather the endeavour of the United Kingdom as a whole. Only this Parliament can make this new relationship the work of the nation. And so Parliament should be at the heart of decision-making as we develop our approach, and I acknowledge that in the past we have not always acted perhaps in that spirit. So as we take forward our friendship with our closest neighbours and construct that new relationship, I will ensure that a broad and open process draws upon the wealth of expertise in every part of this House, including select committees and their chairs. Every party and every member who wishes to contribute will be invited to do so, and we shall start by debating the mandate for our negotiators in the next phase. Mr. Speaker, the ambition for our future friendship is contained in the revised political declaration, which also provides for this House to be free to decide our own laws and regulations. I have complete faith in this House to choose regulations that are in our best tradition of the highest standard, of the highest standards of environmental protections and workers' rights. No one anywhere in this chamber believes in lowering standards. Instead,
a lot of gesticulation. The statement by the Prime Minister must be heard, and it will be. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. No one believes in lowering standards. Instead, we believe in improving them, as indeed we will be able to do, and seizing the opportunities of our new freedoms. For example, free from the common agricultural policy. We will have a far simpler system where we will reward farmers for improving our environment and animal welfare, many of whose provisions are impossible under the current arrangements, instead of just paying them for their acreage. And free from the common fisheries policy, we can ensure sustainable yields based on the latest science, not outdated methods of setting quotas. And these restored powers will be available not simply to this government, but to every future British government of any party to use as they see fit. That is what restoring sovereignty means. That is what is meant in practice by taking back control of our destiny. And our first decision, on which I believe there will be unanimity, is that in any future trade negotiations with any country, our National Health Service will not be on the table. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that an overwhelming majority in this House, regardless of our personal views, wishes to see Brexit delivered in accordance with the referendum. A majority. And in this crucial mission, there can no longer be any argument for further delay. And as someone who passionately believed that we had to go back to our European friends to seek a better agreement, I must tell the House that with this new deal, the scope for future negotiation, for fruitful negotiation, has run its course. He said, that we couldn't reopen the withdrawal agreement, Mr. Speaker. They said we couldn't reopen the withdrawal agreement. They said we couldn't change a comma of the withdrawal agreement. They said we couldn't abolish the backstop, Mr. Speaker. We've done both. But it is now my judgment that we have reached the best possible solution. So those who agree, like me, that Brexit must be delivered, and who, like me, prefer to avoid a no-deal outcome, must abandon the delusion that this House can delay again. And I must tell the House in all candour that there is very little appetite among our friends in the EU for this business to be protracted by one extra day. They have had 3.5 years of this debate. It has distracted them from their own projects and their own ambitions. And if there is one feeling that unites the British public with a growing number of officials in the EU, it is a burning desire to get Brexit done. And I must tell the House again, in all candour, that whatever letters they may seek to force the government to write, it cannot change my judgment that further delay is pointless, expensive, and deeply corrosive of public trust. And people simply will not understand how politicians can say with one breath that they want delay to avoid no deal, and then with the next breath that they still want delay when a great deal is there to be done. Now is the time, Mr. Speaker, to get this thing done. And I say to all members, let us come together as Democrats to end this debilitating feud. Let us come together as Democrats to get behind this deal, the one proposition that fulfills the verdict of the majority, but which also allows us to bring together the two halves of our hearts, to bring together the two halves of our nation. Let's speak now, both for the 52 and for the 48. Let's go for a deal that can heal this country. Let's go for a deal that can heal this country and can allow us all to express our legitimate desires for the deepest possible friendship and partnership with our neighbours, a deal that allows us to create a shared destiny with them, and a deal that also allows us to express our confidence in our own democratic institutions, to make our own laws, to determine our own future, to believe in ourselves once again as an open, generous, global, outward-looking, free-trading, united kingdom. That is the prospect. That is the prospect that this deal offers our country. It is a great prospect and a great deal, and I commend it to the House.
I call the Leader of the Opposition, Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join you in thanking all the staff that have come into the House this morning to help us. Cleaning staff, catering staff, security staff, officials and our own staff. They've given up a weekend in order to help our deliberations. I also want to thank the Prime Minister for an advance copy of his statement. He has renegotiated the withdrawal agreement and made it even worse. He's renegotiated the political declaration and made that even worse. We're having a debate today on a text for which there is no economic impact assessment and no accompanying legal advice. This government has sought to avoid scrutiny throughout the process and yesterday evening made empty promises on workers' rights and the environment. The same government that spent the last few weeks negotiating in secret to remove from the withdrawal agreement legally binding commitments on workers' rights and the environment. This government cannot be trusted, and these benches will not be duped. Neither will the government's neither, Mr. Speaker, will the government's own workers. The head of the Civil Service Union Prospect yesterday met the Right Honourable Member for Surrey Heath, and at the conclusion of that meeting he said, and I quote, "I asked for reassurances that the government would not diverge on workers' rights after Brexit. He could not give me those assurances." And as for the much-hyped world-leading environment bill, the legally binding targets will not be enforceable until 2037. For this government, the climate emergency can always wait. Mr. Speaker, this deal risks people's jobs, rights at work, our environment and our National Health Service. We must be honest about what this deal means for our manufacturing industry and people's jobs. Not only does it reduce access to the market of our biggest trading partner, it leaves us without a customs union which will damage industries all across this country in every one of our constituencies. From Nissan in Sunderland, Heinz in Wigan, Airbus in Broughton and Jaguar Land Rover in Birmingham, thousands of British jobs depend on a strong manufacturing sector. And a strong manufacturing sector needs markets through fluid supply chains all across the European Union. A vote for this deal would be a vote to cut manufacturing jobs all across this country. This deal, Mr. Speaker, would inevitably and absolutely inevitably lead to a Trump trade deal, forcing the UK to diverge from the highest standards and expose our families once again to chlorine-washed chicken and hormone-treated beef. This deal...
Order. I did say that the statement by the Prime Minister must be heard. The response of the Leader of the Opposition in the best traditions of parliamentary democracy must also be heard, and it will. Jeremy Corbyn.
This deal fails to enshrine the principle that we keep pace with the European Union on environmental standards and protections, putting at risk our current rules from air pollution standards to chemical safety. We all know the public concern about these issues, all at the same time that we're facing a climate emergency. And as for workers' rights, we simply cannot give the government a blank cheque. Mr. Speaker, you don't have to take my word for all of this. Listen, for example, to the TUC General Secretary Frances O'Grady, who says this. She does represent an organisation. She does represent an organisation that has 6 million members affiliated to it. This deal, Mr. Speaker, would be a disaster for working people. It would hammer the economy, cost jobs and sell workers' rights down the river. Listen to Make UK, representing British manufacturers, who say, and I quote, "This is Make UK's comments on this deal. Members opposite might care to listen to them. Commitments to the closest possible trading relationships in goods have gone. Under this deal, differences in regulation between the UK and the EU will add cost and bureaucracy. Our companies will face a lack of clarity, inhibiting investment and planning." Listen also to the Green Alliance, who said the deal amounted to a very sad Brexit read from a climate perspective. The message, Mr. Speaker, is clear. This deal is not good for jobs, damaging for our industry and a threat to our environment and our natural world. It's not a good deal for our country, and future generations will feel the impact. It should be voted down today by this House. Mr. Speaker, I also totally understand the frustration and the fatigue across the country and in this House. But we simply cannot vote for a deal that is even worse than the one the House rejected 3 times. The government's own economic analysis shows this deal would make the poorest regions even poorer and cost each person in this country over £2,000 per year. If we vote for a deal that makes our constituents poorer, we are not likely to be forgiven for doing that. Mr. Speaker, the government is claiming that if we support their deal, it will get Brexit done, and that backing them today is the only way to stop a no deal. I simply say nonsense. Supporting the government this afternoon would merely fire the starting pistol in a race to the bottom in regulations and standards. And if anyone had any doubts about this, we only have to listen to what their own honourable members have been saying. Like the one yesterday, who rather let the cat out of the bag, saying members should back this deal as it means we can leave with no deal by 2020. The cat has truly got out of the bag. So, can the Prime Minister confirm whether this is the case, and that if a free trade agreement has not been done, it would mean Britain falling on to World Trade Organization terms by December next year, with only Northern Ireland having preferential access to the EU market? No wonder the Foreign Secretary has said that this represents, and I quote, a cracking deal for Northern Ireland. They would retain frictionless access to the single market. It does beg the question, Mr. Speaker, why can't the rest of the UK get a cracking deal by maintaining access to the single market? The Taoiseach said, and I quote, "It allows the all-Ireland economy to continue to develop, and one which protects the European single market." Some members of this House do welcome an all-Ireland economy, but I didn't think that included the government and the Conservative and Unionist Party. The Prime Minister declared in the summer, "Under no circumstances will I allow the EU or anyone else to create any kind of division down the Irish Sea." You cannot trust a word that he says. Mr. Speaker, voting for a deal today won't end Brexit. It won't deliver certainty, and the people should have the final say. Labour is not prepared to sell out the communities that we represent. We are not prepared. We are not prepared to sell out their future, and we will not back this sell-out deal. This is about our communities now and about our future generations.
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I must confess that I am disappointed by the tone that the right honourable gentleman has taken today, because I had thought that he might rise to the occasion and see that the electorate broadly, and indeed the electorate, I believe his his own electorate would want to do, and that is to get Brexit done. And I must say, I thought that he would wish to reflect the will of the people who voted for Brexit in such numbers in 2016 and have waited for a very long time. He's wrong about environmental and social protection. This government, this country will maintain the very highest standards, and we will lead in environmental protection and social protection across Europe and the world. We lead, for instance, in our commitment to be carbon neutral by 2050, and as I've told him many times before, this freedom, Brexit, gives us the opportunity to do things that we have not been able to do and that are deeply desired by the British people, such as banning the live export of animals. And I do think, to say nothing of shark fencing, many other things that we can do differently and better. He's wrong, Mr. Speaker, about business. The overwhelming view of business is that there are great opportunities from Brexit, but also, as both Stuart Rose, who I think was a former chairman of the Remain campaign, and the Governor of the Bank of England have said today, this is a good deal for the British economy. And indeed, as I look ahead, Mr. Speaker, the only risk I see to the British economy are the catastrophic plans of the right honourable gentleman and his semi-Marxist party. What British business wants is the certainty and the stability of getting Brexit done on October the 31st, and then the opportunity to build a new future with our European partners and to do free trade deals around the world. Mr. Speaker, he is wrong about Northern Ireland, which will exit the EU customs union along with the rest of the UK, I may say in defiance of what the Commission and indeed the Irish government had intended. And he talks about trust, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't think of anything. This is a right honourable gentleman. I don't wish to be unnecessarily adversarial today. This is a right honourable gentleman. This is a right honourable gentleman who patently does not trust his own party. He doesn't trust the shadow. He doesn't trust the shadow chancellor. Above all, he has not been willing to trust the people of this country by granting them the right to adjudicate on him and his policies in a general election. He won't trust the people, and he doesn't trust the people by delivering on the result of their referendum in 2016. Mr. Speaker, I suggest in all humility and candour to the House that they should ignore the pleadings of the honourable gentleman and vote for an excellent deal that will take this country and take the whole of Europe forward.
Mr. Kenneth Clark.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister began his statement, for which I am grateful, by saying that how rare it had been in this House ever for people to support federalism and a United States of Europe. And I entirely agree with that. Federalism and the belief in a superstate are as rare in this country as they are nowadays in every one of the other 27 member states. But would he accept that for the last 50 years, the Conservative Party, the vast majority of the Conservative Party, and all four Conservative Prime Ministers in whose governments I served, believed that membership of the European Union gave us a stronger voice politically in the world as one of the three leading members of the European Union, and gave us access to a free trade market that enabled us to build a strong and competitive economy. So would he reassure me, as I assure him I will vote for his deal once we have given legislative effect to it, that when he goes on to negotiate the eventual long-term arrangements, he will seek a solution where we have the same completely open access across the Channel, across the Irish border, to trade and investment in both directions with the European Union that we have now, even if we have to sacrifice the political benefits we've hitherto enjoyed from membership of the Union.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to agree with my right honourable friend in at least part of his analysis, because he says that there's a scepticism across the EU and across the continent at the moment about federalism and the desire to build a European Union super-state. And I think he's right in that, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, that scepticism has not percolated up, as it were, to the elites who run the EU and those who set the agenda in Brussels.
With order. Every member who has the floor must be heard. The Prime Minister.
I think I'm making a valid point, Mr. Speaker, which is that in Brussels, the message that my right honourable friend sends has not really been perfectly understood, and they continue with a large number of federalist projects. And I was at the European Council only the last couple of days, hearing the distinguished President of France calling for a union bancaire. Mr. Speaker, a banking union. There is a strong desire. They wish to intensify by creating a defence pact. There is a strong desire, a banking union, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. There is a strong desire. There is a strong desire to continue the process. That's B-A-N-C-A-I-R-E, Mr. Speaker. There is a strong desire to continue the process of integration in a way that I think would meet the scepticism not just of my right honourable friend, but also millions of people around the EU. And I can give him, Mr. Speaker, the absolute reassurance that in the course of the negotiations, in which, as I say, we would want the entire House, or as many as possible wanted to be involved, to take part, we will ensure that we have exactly what I think he desires: a zero tariff, zero quota, a free trade partnership, so that there is the maximum trade between and increasing trade between our economies.
In Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I join you in thanking all the staff that have made today's sitting possible, and my thanks to the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement. Mr. Speaker, Northern Ireland 13, Scotland 0. That's the number of references to Northern Ireland in the statement. Not one reference to Scotland. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has returned from Brussels to present a deal that he knows, that we all know, is actually worse than Theresa May's deal. A deal that would see Scotland shafted by this United Kingdom government, left at an economic disadvantage, with Scotland's views and interests totally disregarded by this Prime Minister and his government. Mr. Speaker, the Scottish National Party could not have been clearer. We would support any mandate to approach the European Union, to remain in the single market and the customs union, or simply remain in the European Union altogether. Yet the Prime Minister has made it clear he was not and is not interested in meaningful discussions with the SNP or with our Scottish Government. He and his cronies in Number 10 don't care about Scotland. This Tory government has sold Scotland out, and once again they have let Scotland down. While rightfully Northern Ireland has been allowed special arrangements to remain in the EU single market and customs union, the Prime Minister will not afford Scotland the same arrangements. He didn't even consider giving Scotland a fair deal. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that the Scottish people, like the people of Northern Ireland, voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union, this Prime Minister has never entertained the notion of giving Scotland the same arrangements that Northern Ireland gets in this deal. The truth is that this Prime Minister doesn't care about Scotland. He and his government have treated the Scottish Government, our Scottish Parliament and the Scottish people, but nothing with contempt. Mr. Speaker, not a single MP who cares about Scotland's future should consider supporting the Prime Minister today. They should stand with the Scottish National Party and vote this deal down. Any and all assessments of any Brexit outcome show that the United Kingdom and that Scotland will be poorer no matter how we leave the European Union. People up and down Scotland know that the Prime Minister and his Brexit fanboys and the Vote Leave campaign have ignored and shafted Scotland. Mr. Speaker, England is getting what it voted for. Wales is getting what it voted for. And Northern Ireland is getting a special deal. Yet Scotland, that democratically voted to remain, is being ignored and treated as a second-class nation by this government. Can the Prime Minister tell us now, how will he justify himself to the people of Scotland at the general election? When he cannot, and when he fails, and when the Brexit backing fan club from all quarters fails, will he finally respect the mandate of the Scottish people and let them have their say on our future?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the right honourable gentleman. I'm sure he will want to join me, and I'm sure his colleagues will want to join me in congratulating the England rugby team on a 40-16 victory over Australia. I admired there was a lot of enthusiasm, I thought, in his response. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that I think he's being a little bit churlish in his response, because after all I didn't mention England and I didn't mention Wales, and the reason, of course, that Northern Ireland is a particular subject of discussion, it's a legitimate point, is that there are particular circumstances in Northern Ireland at the border which deserve particular respect and sensitivity, and that is what they have received in this deal. This is a great deal for England, it's a great deal for Wales, it's a great deal for Scotland, and it's a great deal for Northern Ireland. And for the people of Scotland, they now have the chance, championed by wonderful Scottish Conservative MPs, to take back control, Mr. Speaker, to take back control of their fisheries from the end of next year and allow the people of Scotland at last to enjoy the benefits of their spectacular marine wealth in a way that they would be denied under the Scottish Nationalist Party, who, as I never tire of telling you, Mr. Speaker, would hand back control of Scottish fishing to Brussels.
Mr. Ian Duncan Smith. Mr. Speaker, may I take issue with my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, gently, that for 27 years some of us have been warning about the federal nature of the European Union. I said gently. May I also say to my honourable friend that I am in real agreement as I stand here today with my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House, the Father of the House, I beg your pardon, who has said that he will back this deal today. So will I. And I want to ask him, therefore, in that spirit, would he please come to the dispatch box and ask the member for West Dorset to please now, recognising we need to have a meaningful vote, to withdraw his amendment and give the British people what they are dying for is a decision on Brexit.
Well, I'm full of respect for the contributions that my right honourable friend has made over many, many years on this subject, and I didn't mean in any way to exclude him from to say that he hadn't made important contributions on the subject of a federal Europe. What I said was that I hadn't heard people often speaking up in favour of integration of this country into a federal Europe, federal EU, Mr. Speaker. On his point about the amendment that I believe is being proposed, and I think you have accepted, from the honourable member, my right honourable friend from West Dorset. I do think that this is a momentous occasion for our country and for our Parliament. And it would be a great shame if the opportunity to have a meaningful vote, which is what I believe this House has been convoked to do were to be taken away from us. And I just say that with the greatest respect to my right honourable friend, who I think is actuated by the best possible intentions.
We believe you. Joe Swinson.
Speaker. The Prime Minister's deal removes protections on workers' rights. It puts a border down...
Order. We've all agreed recently on the importance of mutual respect. The leader of the Liberal Democrats is entitled to be heard, and believe me, she will not, under any circumstances, be shouted down. Joe Swinson.
The Prime Minister's deal removes protections on workers' rights. It puts a border down the Irish Sea, and according to the government's own analysis, will damage our economy on a scale greater than the financial crash. Today, hundreds of thousands of people will be outside demanding a final say in a people's vote. Isn't the truth that the reason the Prime Minister refuses their calls is because he knows that if given the option, the people will reject his bad deal and choose to remain in the European Union?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that the right honourable lady is not correct in what she says. The New Deal does absolutely nothing to remove protections from workers or from the environment. On the contrary, it gives us the opportunity to strengthen such protections. And she asks for the people to have a final say, Mr. Speaker, at the ballot box, and yet she's been preventing a general election, Mr. Speaker. In addition to her, instead of campaigning in a general election, she's been in Brussels asking the EU not to give this country a new and better deal. And I think the mere fact that we have a great deal before us today is a tribute to the signal lack of influence of the Liberal Democrats in Brussels.
Order. I certainly don't anticipate that it will be possible to call everybody on the statement, and we will want to proceed with the debate on the motions, but in the name of maximising participation, there is a premium upon brevity from back and front benches alike. Mr. David Davis.
Despite the fact that those who oppose Brexit have tried to undermine his negotiating position at every turn, despite the fact that the Benn Act sought to remove his strongest negotiating lever, the Prime Minister has done what they said was impossible 2 weeks ago and got the European Union to reopen and change their negotiating position. Does he agree with me that during the referendum this Parliament effectively made a promise to the British people to deliver on their decision? And today is the day to deliver on that promise.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for what he has said, and he is indeed correct that I do believe this excellent deal dispels the doubts of many people about what this country could achieve and indeed will achieve in the future. And I thank him, my fellow campaigner on this issue, for the way he has stood up for the vision that we both share for our country as an open, global, free-trading, generous, outward-looking, but European economy. That is what this deal allows us to be. I believe it is a great step forward, and I hope the House endorses it.
Nigel Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, weariness in this House over Brexit should not be an excuse for weakness on Brexit or weakness on the Union. This party has supported respecting the right of the people of the United Kingdom's referendum decision to leave the European Union. We have supported that. We continue to support that, but it must be Brexit for the whole of the United Kingdom, leaving the single market and the customs union, if that is what the rest of the UK does, along with the rest of the UK. This deal puts Northern Ireland, yes, in the UK customs union, but applies de facto all the European customs union code. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Read the detail. It also puts us in the VAT regime.
Yes.
It also puts us in the single market regime for a large part of goods and agri-food without any consent up front, contrary to the agreement made in December 2017, which said that only regulatory difference could happen with the consent of the Executive and the Assembly. It drives a coach and horses through the Belfast Agreement by altering the cross-community consent mechanism. It was once said that no British Prime Minister could ever agree to such terms.
You said it. You said that.
And indeed, those who sought the leadership of the Tory party said that at our conference.
Yes.
Will he now abide by that and please reconsider the fact that we must leave as one nation together? There may be special circumstances for Northern Ireland, but that can only be with the consent of the people of Northern Ireland, Unionists and Nationalists together. That is the basis on which the peace process, the political process, has advanced. He must respect that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I must say that, well, first of all, I'd say I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman in this sense, that together he and I and the rest of his group did make a case powerfully to the EU that it was necessary for Northern Ireland to come out of the customs union, which was not, by the way, a point that was accepted by them. And we were successful in that. Insofar as he is critical of the arrangements, and by the way, the significant point about a customs union is it is a union that sets its own tariffs, its own duties at the perimeter around that customs union. That is what the whole of the UK will do, including Northern Ireland, and it was not, let's be frank, Mr. Speaker, what the European Commission or our European friends thought would be the result of these negotiations. I believe it's a great success for Northern Ireland and for the whole of the country. And the arrangements that have made that possible, of course, are temporary, and they are determined by consent. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, in all frankness, I do think it a pity that it is thought necessary for one side or the other in the debate in Northern Ireland to have a veto on those arrangements. Because after all, I must be very frank about this, Mr. Speaker, because after all, the people of this country have taken a great decision embracing the entire four nations of this country, by a simple majority vote that went 52-48, which we are honouring now. And I think that principle should be applied elsewhere. And I see no reason why it should not be applied in Northern Ireland as well. And it is in full compatibility, Mr. Speaker, with the Good Friday Agreement.
Philip Hammond.
Mr. Speaker, before I decide whether to jump on the Prime Minister's bus, I'd like to be just a little clearer about the destination. I'd like to be reassured that it remains the deep and special partnership with the European Union that we promised the British people in our 2017 election manifesto. And in the absence of the UK-wide backstop, which is now gone from the package, the best way to give us that reassurance is to ensure a proper role for Parliament in the process of the future negotiations. So could the Prime Minister today make a commitment to accept what are known as the Nandy-Snell amendments, which the previous government agreed would prevail? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I can certainly give that commitment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This agreement will maintain friction-free access to this European market for Northern Ireland. Can the Prime Minister therefore explain why he is so determined to deny that exact same benefit to the rest of the United Kingdom? Because I say to him that if he presses on with that path, he will not heal the rift to which he referred a moment ago. He will only serve to widen it further.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman, whom I have a high regard, is, I think, one of those who believes that we should delay further in the EU. I don't believe that. I think we should come out as one UK, and I think there's a very important difference between Northern Ireland and the other constituent parts of the UK, and that was evident. It's evident in the Good Friday Agreement. It's evident in the need to treat that particular land border with a great deal of sensitivity and respect, and that is, I think, something that is agreed on all sides of this House, and I think is appreciated by the right honourable gentleman himself.
Sir William Cash. Speaker, will my right honourable friend personally guarantee that in the bill, the withdrawal bill, there will be a guarantee to protect in practice our parliamentary sovereignty, and furthermore that in relation to the withdrawal agreement, that there will be provision to protect the United Kingdom from any harmful matters relating to our vital national interests under a parliamentary system which will guarantee that this House will decide if there are any situations where we need to prevent EU laws from being harmful to those vital national interests during the course of the future arrangements that have been put in place.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman who has campaigned on this matter for many, many years, and indeed there is a sense in which this occasion today is a colossal vindication of his parliamentary career, in the sense that he has long campaigned for us to come out of the EU. He raises a particular and important point about our ability to protect this country from injurious or vexatious legislation coming from the EU during the period of the IP, and I can certainly give him the assurance that we will have such protection.
Angela Eagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's predecessor said in this place that no British Prime Minister could ever accept a deal that put a border down the Irish Sea. The Prime Minister himself went to the DUP conference not long ago and said the same thing to them. He has now agreed a deal which puts a border down the Irish Sea. So can the Prime Minister tell this House why on earth anyone in the country, let alone anyone in this place, will ever believe a reassurance that he ever gives ever again?
I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that the right honourable lady is simply wrong. There will be no border down the Irish Sea. There are already checks for epidemiological purposes. There will be some customs checks, yes, but of course, what we are trying to do is to avoid. But there will be no, Mr. Speaker, there will be no tariffs. There will be a single united customs union between all four nations of the UK, as she would expect. And that is what we have delivered. And we have delivered it, by the way, in defiance of the scepticism and the negativity of the party opposite, who continually said that it couldn't be done and said that it was absolutely essential for Northern Ireland to remain in the customs union of the EU. We have solved the problem and we have taken Northern Ireland out.
Damien Green.
Mr. Speaker, there are many of us who don't often feature at the noisy ends of the debate, who campaigned hard for Remain, but who accept the result of the referendum because we are above all Democrats. Many of us have said things like, we will do anything to avoid no deal. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that today is the day actually to make those words mean something and vote for a deal?
Well, can I thank my right honourable friend who has done much to bring our party and indeed the House together on this matter, and I couldn't agree with him more fervently. I really do think this is the day for everybody to put aside their differences and get this thing done. Our voters, the country, are looking at us. They expect us to deliver it. Let's do it today.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The democratic consent process doesn't remove the border down the Irish Sea. It simply moves the risk from determining the future of the border from Westminster to Stormont. So why does he believe that the deal will accord with the consensus built in the Good Friday Agreement?
Mr. Speaker, the deal is in perfect conformity with the Good Friday Agreement, and it is open to the people of Northern Ireland to vary the arrangements that I've described if they so choose.
Sir Patrick McLaughlin.
Was not the right honourable gentleman, the Leader of the Opposition, right on the 22nd of February 2016 when he said that we welcome the fact that the hands of the people will now decide whether we remain in the European Union or not. Did they not come to a conclusion on that? He was right then. Shouldn't we now carry out that instruction?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do think that the better angels of the right honourable gentleman's nature may still agree with that position. But my impression is that he has been in some way captured by those who wish now to, and is held hostage by those who now wish to convert the Labour Party into the party of revoke, of dither, a delay, a second referendum, more turmoil, more uncertainty, by the way, for business for years to come.
Is Savile Roberts?
The Prime Minister asks us with passionate words to vote for his deal with our hearts. But my head can't get around the fact that we're being asked to accept his words in trusting ignorance of their full implications. And my heart tells me that the people of Wales will never be well served by his government. We're only ever an afterthought for this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, he has refused to share the impact assessments, and he only revealed this 535-page legal text today for us to comprehend. How could Plaid Cymru ever support his billionaire's Brexit?
Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that the Right Honourable Lady may conceivably have made up her mind about the 535 pages that she has in her hand before she'd perhaps scrutinised every word of the text. But I would gently remind her of what she and I both know, and I'm a fan of the Right Honourable Lady. What she and I both know is that Wales voted to leave, and I think she should respect that.
Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 12 minutes into his statement, the Prime Minister spoke of the importance of this place in the future negotiations. Can he please reassure me, therefore, that today sees the end of the campaign to portray it as Parliament against the people, and today we accept that it is Parliament working on behalf of people?
I thank my right honourable friend for her point, and I think she is absolutely right. This is the moment for Parliament and people to yoke hands, yoke arms, come together and get this thing done. That's what I...
Kate Hoey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has said very clearly that he wants to see a free trade deal by the end of 2020 for the whole of the United Kingdom. Will the Prime Minister then tell us very clearly that when that day comes, the protocol on Northern Ireland will be automatically changed, and Northern Ireland will then be part of a fully free trade deal with everything the same as the rest of the United Kingdom?
Mr. Speaker, as the Right Honourable Lady knows, what happens is that the protocol, the current arrangements that we have for Northern Ireland, the arrangements envisaged in this deal, lapse automatically, and the default position is full alignment with the UK in every respect, save unless the people of Northern Ireland decide by a majority vote to remain in alignment. That is always open to them. That must be fair. It is for a very small range of policy, and from the beginning, as I've explained to the House, Northern Ireland will not only be able to take part in free trade deals, but Northern Ireland will have many of the advantages and attractions of Brexit, in the sense that we can regulate differently and better, for instance, for financial services. We can have a free port, for instance, in Belfast. There are things that I see, as is their customary way, my distinguished friends in the Democratic Unionist Party accepting this good news. There are many advantages to be had. And yes, on her point, there is the prospect of a free trade agreement between us and the EU, under which these arrangements would eventually be superseded, because we would enter into free trade, as the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Father of the House, first indicated, a zero tariff, zero quota arrangement, under which the current arrangements would be obviated.
Dr. Greg Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my right honourable friends give a commitment, in law if necessary, that workers' rights in this country will never be inferior to those of the European Union?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I certainly can.
Chris Leslie!
Mr. Speaker, honourable members are going to be promised. Mr. Speaker, honourable members are obviously going to be promised everything today by the Prime Minister. They should take it with a pinch of salt. But I have to tell the Prime Minister, it speaks volumes that he and the Chancellor have refused to publish a fresh economic impact assessment of his proposal today. But I think the Chancellor has said, well, one was produced last year, in November 2018, by his predecessor, where, on the basis of an average free trade agreement, it would see the British economy lag by 5% of GDP. So can he at least give us the courtesy at the dispatch box now of saying that that model, that average free trade agreement, down 5%, is the expectation we could have of his plan?
No, Mr. Speaker, it certainly is not.
Chris Grayling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend will remember from the referendum the strength of feeling that he and I experienced in some of our most deprived communities about Brexit. Could he gently explain to the Leader of the Opposition the sense of betrayal that we felt in those communities if we do not now deliver Brexit?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is completely correct in what he says, and I think that it is a feeling that is well known to members on the other side of the House and well known on our benches as well. The people of this country, wherever they come from, are coming together now in a desire to get Brexit done, and I hope that this House will today reflect that well.
Anna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At present, the United Kingdom consists of England, Wales, Northern Ireland and Scotland. In both Northern Ireland and Scotland, there's no mandate for Brexit. The deal we're being asked to vote for today gives Northern Ireland a deal which keeps it close to the single market and the customs union, subject to its consent. Can he explain to me and my constituents in what way it strengthens the union of the United Kingdom for Scotland alone to have foisted upon it a Brexit it didn't vote for?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid there's a complete conceptual confusion here. Scotland and the whole of the UK is coming out of the customs union. There are particular arrangements that are being put in place to avoid a hard border in Northern Ireland, which I think is an objective that the whole House supports. And as for the people of Scotland, they had a referendum, as she knows full well, in 2014. They voted very substantially to remain in the United Kingdom. That was the correct decision. They were told it was a once-in-a-generation decision, Mr. Speaker, and I see no reason whatever to betray that promise that was made to them then.
Justine Greening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, I think, has said he now wants to speak for the 52% and the 48%. But does he recognise that the rhetoric and the actions and the way that this government has approached Brexit achieves the exact opposite of that, actually? And does he also recognise that dismissing concerns of communities like my own is no way to bring even England back together, and dismissing concerns of other nations within the United Kingdom is also no way to bring the UK and Britain back together either?
Mr. Speaker, I certainly didn't mean to dismiss anybody's concerns, and let alone her own. And I recognise that, as I think I said in my opening statement, that this is an issue that has aroused deep feeling across the country on both sides. But it is my strong belief that the way forward for this country now is to deliver Brexit, get it done, and move our country forward, because that is the way, I believe, that people can honestly and passionately express their pro-European views in a new, deep and special partnership of the kind that that both of us campaigned for.
Barry Shearman.
Mr. Speaker, 40 years ago I heard a Conservative leader who had, although I disagreed with much that she believed in, but I believed in her loyalty and I trusted her, and she brought the nation together with a great speech. I didn't hear that this morning. What I heard was a man who leads this country who people don't trust. And he keeps saying, trust. Who will trust the British people? If we want the British people to trust, will you agree with me, we should have a referendum so people can judge this deal for what it is, and then we can have a general election after that.
Mr. Speaker, I think the best way to show our trust in the people is to repay their trust in us by honouring their mandate and delivering on the verdict of the people, and that is what we should do today, and I hope very much that the honourable gentleman will join us in the lobby tonight.
Mrs Cheryl Murray.
Mr. Speaker, will my right honourable friend reassure the fishermen in my constituency that he will put right the wrong heaped on them over 40 years ago, and they will get a better share of the fish from UK waters?
Mr. Speaker, they certainly shall, and I congratulate and I thank my honourable friend for everything she does to stick up for UK fishing. Fishing has a glorious future in this country, in the West Country and in Scotland too, if only this House will do the right thing and allow us to come out on October the 31st.
The honourable gentleman for Slough thinks that nodding at me vigorously to the extent that it virtually constitutes a bow is the most efficacious means of being called. The honourable gentleman may have his opportunity in due course, but he may well have his opportunity. But first of all, I want to hear Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How can this House have any confidence in the Prime Minister's claims that he doesn't want to lower standards when his own deal precisely moves the so-called level playing field from the binding withdrawal agreement into the non-binding political declaration? Isn't the truth that this deal takes a wrecking ball to our social and environmental standards, and the reason that he won't put it back to the British people is because he knows full well that they see through his bluster and they can see that this is a profoundly bad deal?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid the right honourable lady has totally misread or misunderstood the provisions of the agreement. There it is stated plainly in the political declaration that we will maintain the highest possible standards, and it is up to this House to do so. And I think it's the will of this House, and indeed it's the will of this government, to have even higher standards. This is the party, this is the government that has banned microbeads, that is cracking down on plastics, that is leading the world in going for zero carbon by 2050. We are world leaders in environment and animal welfare protection, and we will continue to be so outside the EU.
Hear, hear. The time has come to uncork the Gawk. Mr. David Gawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has said that he wanted to leave with a deal, and he has shown determination and flexibility to reach a deal for which he deserves credit. He will be aware, however, that unless we reach a free trade agreement in the next stage of negotiations, that there is a risk that Great Britain will leave the implementation period without a deal with the European Union. Can the Prime Minister commit today to show the same determination and flexibility to ensure that we do reach a deep and special partnership through a free trade agreement with the European Union before we allow the implementation period to come to an end?
My right honourable friend makes an excellent point, and indeed it was a point that was really the substantive one that I was discussing with our European Union friends in the last couple of days, because that's where they want to go now. They're interested in our timetable. They're interested in whether 14 months is enough. He's absolutely right to focus on this. I think, Mr. Speaker, it is enough. I think we can do it in 14 months. And I'll tell you why. The right honourable lady asked from a sedentary position. She may not know that we are already in perfect regulatory alignment with the European Union. It may have escaped her that we already have zero tariff and zero quota arrangements with the EU. We have a fantastic opportunity to do a free trade deal. Yes, 14 months is a blistering pace, Mr. Speaker, but we can get it done. And I just remind doubters doubters and sceptics that they said it was impossible to reopen the withdrawal agreement. There they all are. They said we'd never get rid of the backstop, Mr. Speaker. They said we'd never get a deal. Mr. Speaker, there's a very good deal on the table here today, and I hope they vote for it.
Patience rewarded. Tanmanjeet Singh Desi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, while addressing the DUP conference in Northern Ireland, the Prime Minister promised that there would be no border down the Irish Sea, neither the customs one, neither a regulatory one, nor any other sort. He promised the same thing to his Conservative colleagues during his pursuit for power to become the Jungle King. So would the Prime Minister like to take this opportunity to formally apologise to the DUP, his Conservative colleagues and the good people of Northern Ireland for having sold them down the river and for having broken yet another promise?
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, but I must say, in all candour and humility, he misrepresents what I think is an excellent deal that takes Northern Ireland out of the EU customs union, preserves it in the UK's customs territory, does not create a border in the Irish Sea, and allows us together as a single United Kingdom to do free trade deals around the world. And I think his constituents would want him to support this deal and get Brexit done tonight, and get Brexit done on October the 31st.
John Barron.
Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly commend my right honourable friend for abolishing the anti-democratic backstop, and on that basis I will be supporting this deal today, having opposed the previous deal. But can I suggest this to him? Given that I and most of us in this place want a fair and good trade deal and prefer that to no deal, does he accept that by abolishing the anti-democratic backstop, we actually not only make a good and fair trade deal more likely, but we almost guarantee it, given the common position we start from and our common interests with the EU?
My right honourable friend is spot on, Mr. Speaker, and he is right that both sides have a strong incentive to do a very, very good, best-in-class free trade deal by the end of next year. That's our ambition, and that's what we're going to achieve.
Prime Minister's Brexit Secretary was on television this morning, and he confirmed that no economic analysis of the deal has been done. I asked the House to let that sink in. No economic analysis of the deal has been done, which we are all expected to vote on today. How does the Prime Minister anticipate that members on all sides of this House, in good faith, for a deal that's going to impact on our country for decades to come, can be expected to vote on such a thing today?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully point out to the honourable lady that the deal has been welcomed by a broad range of opinion, including the Governor of the Bank of England and indeed the CBI. And the choice for her today is between this deal, which I believe is very good for this country, both economically and politically, and no deal. That's what she has to decide between.
Mr. Peter Bowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Article 126 of the withdrawal agreement says that the transition period ends on the 31st December 2020. But a few articles later, 132, it says it can be extended for a further 2 years. If it was extended, we would still be effectively in the European Union 6.5 years after the referendum. Could the Prime Minister say that while he is Prime Minister, he would not consider extending past the 31st December 2020?
My honourable friend chose his customary sagacity and grip on detail. He's absolutely right about Article 126, but of course that article provides for the UK and the EU to decide that matter by a joint committee. And the UK would therefore have a discretionary veto in that matter. And I can tell him now, I certainly would not want to extend beyond the end of next year, nor do I see any reason for delay, as indeed nor do I see any reason or excuse for delay beyond October the 31st.
McFadden.
There is a philosophical problem at the core of the Prime Minister's argument today. He is promising his colleagues, particularly his most ardent Brexit-supporting colleagues, that the proposals before us offer a pathway to the deregulated future of which they have always dreamed. And at the same time, he is saying to Labour colleagues that he now has a newfound love for all the European workers' rights, that he built a journalistic career slagging off in the strongest terms. Both of these things cannot be true. So which one is?
Prime Minister!
Mr. Speaker, well, he's right in what he says, because, of course, the first few things he said were wholly incorrect. There will be a high standard maintained, the very highest standards maintained for workers' rights and environmental protection, and if he isn't content with that, then of course it is open to him as a member of this House, as I have said, to take part in the setting of the mandate for the future partnership and to engage, as all parliamentarians are invited to engage, in drawing up the terms of our future partnership. And I hope he takes up that offer.
Mr. Richard Drax.
Mr. Speaker, as I understand it, the £39 billion for an FTA is based on EU alignment. Can my right honourable friend confirm and reassure me that that will not affect or restrict UK tax, foreign or defence policies?
I can certainly give my honourable friend that assurance.
Lady Herman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be well aware of the considerable anxiety and indeed anger caused to the Unionist community in Northern Ireland since the publication of his Brexit deal. I would like the Prime Minister to take this opportunity, since he has not bothered until now to reach out and reassure the Unionist community. I would like him to take this opportunity publicly to reassure the people in Northern Ireland that there is nothing in his deal which undermines the constitutional status of Northern Ireland as guaranteed by the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and the consent principle. I pay tribute to the Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar, who has made a very, very solemn explanation and commitment about his commitment to the constitutional status of Northern Ireland. But as a Unionist, I need to hear a British Prime Minister making that commitment to the Unionist community.
Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady, and I wish to reassure her that I make an absolute commitment to the constitutional status of Northern Ireland, which is inviolable and intact. And it may be that she hasn't seen the statement from Lord Trimble, who said of the change in the agreement that we have secured. Whilst previously the people of Northern Ireland were to have an agreement imposed on them, now we have a mechanism for the consent of the people of Northern Ireland, and that is fully in accordance with the Good Friday Agreement.
Alistair Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend is right to characterise the political participation of the UK in the EU too often as uncertain. And it's one of the great regrets of my time here that what he says is true, and we'll never know, in a way, what the EU might have looked like if the United Kingdom had been a full partner. But if a new relationship with us outside the EU, for which I will be voting today, is to be a success, not only for the trade negotiations but for the diplomatic links, does he agree with me, as they read our newspapers and they know what we say, that the relentless, persistent and too often 1940s anti-EU rhetoric must come to an end, no ifs and no buts?
Prime Minister.
I think, Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely right, and that it's time this country moved on. But I may say that the best way that he can show his support tonight for this deal would be to gently to suggest that his right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, that we remove the amendment currently standing in his name, because that is, I'm afraid, an impediment to such a verdict tonight.
Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 71% in my constituency voted to remain. The world-class researchers doing world-class and life-saving research in universities in Glasgow are not half-hearted Europeans. The children at Pollockshield's primary and Erasmus Plus programmes are not half-hearted Europeans. And those citizens completing European Social Fund-funded projects in Glasgow are not half-hearted Europeans either. Would he not agree with me now that the only way for the people in my constituency to be full members of the European Union and retain that citizenship is for Scotland to be an independent country?
I think she's making a very important point, because people feel very strongly about this matter and they also feel very differently about it. And I think what we have today is an opportunity to take the country forward with a new relationship that allows people who feel wholeheartedly passionate about Europe to express those feelings. And yes, students, professors, academics, artists, creators of all kinds will be able to share their enthusiasms with their friends across the EU under this deal. That is absolutely vital, and it is part of our ambition for the UK and for Europe.
James Brokenshire.
Mr. Speaker, I support my right honourable friend in securing this deal, but he will acknowledge the concerns that have been expressed in relation to Northern Ireland, in addition to his commitments that he has given, especially over the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Please would he reaffirm his commitment to a new deal for Northern Ireland, investing in its infrastructure, investing in its prosperity, investing in its future as a proud part of our precious United Kingdom.
I thank my right honourable friend. I pay tribute to him and everything he has done for Northern Ireland. And I think he would agree with me that the one thing that would really make a difference now to all those policy fields in Northern Ireland and would take Northern Ireland furthest forward the fastest would be if we could get the Stormont Assembly up and running again, and if the parties came together for government in Northern Ireland once more.
Helen Hayes.
The government could have agreed to internationally binding legal commitments to maintain existing workers' rights and environmental protections, and to ensure that rights keep pace in the future. At every stage, it has refused to do so. Can the Prime Minister explain why people across this country should believe his empty promises now? And if the Prime Minister is so confident that the British public will not see through his hollow rhetoric, why is he so afraid of giving them a final say?
Well, the honourable lady will know that the plan is, if you look at the provisions that we have on workers' rights and environmental protections in the political declaration, they're very ambitious. We want to maintain the highest possible standards. And of course, whenever the EU, she should understand, whenever the EU introduces a new provision on workers' rights, even if it is in some way inferior to our own by then, Parliament will have an opportunity to consider that provision, that new provision from the EU, and to put it into UK law.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said at the outset of his statement that the debate about our membership of the European Union has not just paralysed our politics, but it's profoundly divided our society. And the longer we have this debate, the more difficult it will be to reunite our country. So isn't it incumbent on all of us in this place today to act in a way that seeks to settle that debate, not seeks to perpetuate it, and that we do not reject what is a good deal in the fruitless and impractical pursuit of a perfect deal?
Prime Minister.
My right honourable friend is perfectly right. I think that this deal is about as perfect as you could get under the circumstances, if I say so myself. But yes, of course, there are difficulties. There are difficulties with it, and I accept that that people do have objections to the current arrangements. And all I can say is that those arrangements are there expressly by consent. They are time limited, and we will go forward with a new, deep and special partnership with our European Union friends that will supersede those arrangements. So I think we should be very proud of the deal that we've got today. Let's knock it through, if we possibly can, tonight.
On break.
Would the Prime Minister agree to pass an act which would make it unlawful for us to leave at the end of the transition phase without a deal?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if I may say so respectfully, I do not believe that such acts have been necessarily conducive to a stable negotiating position. I think and by the way, I haven't done enough in this statement, Mr. Speaker, to thank my team and the teams in the Foreign Office and DEXU in all the departments of state, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and many, many others who've worked to make David Frost and many others who've worked to make this deal happen. I want to thank them very much for what they have done. And I don't think their position has been made easier, if I may respectfully say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, by measures that have been passed in the name of the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite. Not a good idea.
David Topcat Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Wales, Mr. Speaker, voted to leave, but many had concerns about a no-deal Brexit. Can I thank the Prime Minister for coming forward with a deal that respects the result in Wales, delivers on the concerns of those who didn't want a hard Brexit, as Welsh would say, Mahin Bryd Jochendal.
Prime Minister.
Diolch yn fawr, Mr. Speaker, I think is all. I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman, and he speaks for Wales as ever. I think it's a great deal for England, it's a great deal for Scotland, it's a great deal for Wales and Northern Ireland, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Gentleman, the member for Perth and North Perthshire, can now cheer up, because he's going to be heard. Mr. Pete Wishart!
Listen, a cheery disposition, Mr. Speaker. The Scotland says we reject this
order, but I want to hear the order. I want to hear the Honourable Gentleman, and I couldn't do so. I want to hear his dulcet tones. Blurt it out, Matt.
And I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker. And what Scotland says today is that we reject this rotten deal. We will be taken out of a European Union against our national collective will. We will be deprived of the customs union, the single market. We will be left at a competitive disadvantage to our friends in Northern Ireland. Isn't it the case, Prime Minister? The only way Scotland can retain the EU membership it requires is to become an independent
I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, that he's sadly in error if he thinks that Northern Ireland is part of the EU customs union. It is simply not. It is part of the UK customs union, as indeed is Scotland, which is greatly to the benefit of the people of Scotland.
Nigel Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ribble Valley voted 57% to leave. Every constituency in Lancashire, whether they're held by Labour MPs or Conservative MPs, voted to leave the European Union in 2016. What message would you have to the MPs representing Leave constituencies? How should they vote tonight?
Well,
Minister.
I remember vividly campaigning with my Right Honourable friend at cattle markets and elsewhere, where he attracted strong support for his views, and he's right. And I hope that very much that people in this House tonight will respect the views of their constituents, not just the sense that Brexit needs to be done, but also their passionate desire to move on to our dynamic domestic agenda, expanding our health service, improving our health care, investing in education, putting more police officers on the street and taking this country forward. The party opposite offers nothing but dither, division, doubt and delay, and I think they're completely mistaken.
Tulip Siddiq.
The Prime Minister used the phrase European friends over and over again in his statement this morning, and we in this House know that the Prime Minister likes to treat his friends with great generosity. Bearing that in mind, will the Prime Minister distance himself from the comments of his Security Minister last week, who said that our European friends in this country could face deportation if they do not get settled status by next year?
Prime Minister.
Well, the honourable lady raises a very important point, and perhaps I should have said more about it in my opening remarks, because I do think one of the things that this government has done well over the last few years, and perhaps we should have been faster, but we are finally giving the 3.4 million the assurances that they need, and the EU settled status scheme is now really working extremely well. It is vital that everybody, all the EU citizens living in our country, have the reassurances that they need. I may say it is also vital, and it's a point that I made to our colleagues in Brussels, it is also vital that there should be symmetry, because at the moment there is not perfect symmetry, and it's very important that as we come out and we give our EU nationals the treatment they deserve, that is reciprocated on the other side of the channel. By and large it is, but there is some progress to be made.
Mr. Stephen Crabb.
Mr. Speaker, would the Prime Minister confirm what business has been telling us for many months now, that there is enormous pent-up investment waiting to be released into the UK economy when the fog and lack of clarity of this stage of Brexit is lifted? And would he also confirm that the very last thing that business wants to see from the proceedings of today in this House of Commons is for further delay, further fogginess and further confusion?
Well, my honourable friend is completely right, and I do think the whole business world has been, as it were, holding its breath, waiting for us to get this thing done. There is massive confidence and excitement about this country and its future, and they want to invest. Let's give them an opportunity to do it in the course of the next few weeks and months.
Redfield.
Might I agree with the right honourable gentleman's sentiments, the right honourable gentleman from Ashford? And would he not agree that one of the confusions that we face in the House, but more so in the country, is that some, not all, of those who wish to remain often appear in Brexit clothing, and that today there is a motion on the order paper for those of us who want to deliver on the promise in the referendum, and there is only one vote necessary.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the right honourable gentleman has spoken with his customary honesty and insight in this matter, and I think that it would be a good thing if this House had an ability to have what I think was promised to the House and to the country, and that is to have a meaningful vote tonight. My fear is that the vote that we have will not prove to be meaningful, and I think, given the solemnity of this occasion, that would be a great pity.
In the name of breadth and equality, having called Mr. Stephen Crabb, I now call Mr. Marcus Fish.
The union is of massive importance to many in this House. Will my right honourable friend commit to mitigate, to subsidise and defray the costs of any new arrangements for customs within Northern Ireland?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Not only that, but if he studies the agreement, he will see that it is open to the UK authorities to give support of any kind where necessary to alleviate any impacts that there may be from the arrangements that we will put in place, whatever the implications may be for state aids.
Mr. Stephen Timms.
Understand the worries of manufacturers about new rules of origin checks and other red tape that his deal would impose upon them, and the fears of Make UK that reassurances in the deal negotiated by his predecessor have been dropped from his deal.
The reason I'm not worried about that, Mr. Speaker, is there are no new rules of origins checks, and this is a deal that I hope he will get behind and support, because it represents stability and certainty for business.
Kirsten Hare.
There are other voices from Scotland that are asking Scottish MPs such as the National Farmers Union for Scotland, the Scottish Fishermen's Federation, the Federation of Small Businesses, the Scottish Chambers of Commerce, the Scotch Whisky Association, who all believe this is best for industry, the economy and jobs. This deal
Socialists will once again vote for a no-deal Brexit.
Mr. Speaker, there speaks the true voice of Scotland. And she is perfectly correct in what she says. And I venture to say, Mr. Speaker, that the constituents of the party opposite, the SNP, overwhelmingly tonight want that party, even that party, to get Brexit done and move this country on. I bet they do, Mr. Speaker.
I simply ask.
Sammy Wilson.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has said there'll be no border down the REC, yet every good imported from GB into Northern Ireland will be subject to a customs declaration, a physical movement subject to checks, and tariffs have to be paid until it can be proved where the goods are going to. Will he accept that he may have avoided a regulatory border between Northern Ireland and the Republic, but he has put a legal, customs and economic border between the country to which we belong and the economy to which we depend? Rather than a great deal, this will do a great deal of damage to the Union.
It will.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, Mr. Speaker, what this does is protects Northern Ireland by extracting Northern Ireland whole and entire from the EU customs union, allows Northern Ireland to join the whole of the UK in setting our own tariffs, and insofar as there may be checks at a few places in Northern Ireland, physical checks would only involve 1% of the goods coming in, and if that is too much of a burden, then it is open to the people of Northern Ireland by a majority to decide that they no longer wish to participate in those arrangements. It is being done by consent. It is a very ingenious scheme that gets Northern Ireland out of the customs union and allows the whole of the UK to do free trade together with minimum bureaucracy.
Mr. Henry Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the British people are watching this place very carefully, and history is recording what we say. The clear majority message from my constituents is that they want the Brexit they voted for delivered, and this deal does that. Can I have an assurance from the Prime Minister that we will not only maintain but enhance our environmental and animal welfare standards?
Mr. Speaker, I can indeed give that assurance, and I can tell my honourable friend who campaigned to leave the EU for these reasons, amongst others, we will indeed have higher standards of protection for animal welfare, the environment and other matters.
David Hanson.
North Wales is a major artery to Northern Ireland by road and by boat, to the Irish Republic by road and by boat, but also to the Irish Republic through Northern Ireland by road and by boat. Given what he said today, that goods will be, unless they are at risk of entering the EU, in his statement, when are going to be the border checks, and where and when are going to be the tariffs? Because they will face them under his proposals.
Mr. Speaker, there aren't any tariffs on goods. There aren't any tariffs, as he knows full well, there aren't any tariffs on goods going GB, NI or NI, GB.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that the people of our country are desperate to end this uncertainty, but we often forget that the people of the other 27 countries are also desperate to end this uncertainty, and our Prime Minister has needed to get the consent from all 27 countries. Does he agree with me that if this House fails to back this deal today, or seeks to kick the can down the road again, we create more uncertainty and not less?
Minister.
My honourable friend is exactly right, and the choice is very clear today for this House and for the country. It is really this deal or a no-deal Brexit, because I do not think by any stretch of the imagination it can be right for the UK to delay beyond October the 31st, when that is expensive, pointless, a waste of spirit and an expensive shame that will achieve absolutely nothing whatever.
Dr. Sarah Wollaston.
Speaker, evidence matters, Prime Minister. How can you possibly assure our constituents that this is a good deal if the Prime Minister hasn't carried out an economic impact assessment of what it will cost them? And if he has carried that out, why on earth are we not able to see it as we debate this today?
Well said.
Mr. Speaker, well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, but I direct her really to the answers I've already given on this point. Many business groups have already come out in support of this deal because it gives certainty and stability and allows the country to move on. And as my right honourable friend said just now, I think it will unleash a great deal of investment in the UK.
Brian.
Sir, can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and the tone with which he's delivered it today? He and I have had some robust conversations in the last 6 weeks, and he has done what he promised me he would do, which is seek a Brexit deal and bring it back to this House. I was very pleased to hear him mention the 48% today. There are a lot of people for whom we need to have the losers' consent to deliver Brexit safely. So would he agree that the way to do that is with the deal that he has proposed, which is well worthy of all of our support?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the support of my honourable friend means a great deal to me because he and I did have long conversations about this, and I did my best to convince him that I was in earnest in seeking a deal. I truly was, and I'm very pleased with the result that we have secured, and I'm delighted that he will feel able to support it tonight. I do, but I'm get back to the key point. It does give people who love Europe in the broadest possible way a real chance to move forward and work with us to develop a new partnership with our European friends. That is the opportunity. Everything else is stasis and division. This is the way forward.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Basildon and Billericay said yesterday, I am doing my best to persuade colleagues who, like me, voted 3 times against the last Prime Minister's deal to look at this in a favourable light, provided that we can get the assurance, and I have been given it so far, by people like the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and the Foreign Secretary, that if our trade talks fail in December 2020, we will leave on no-deal terms. Mr. Speaker, have members of the Prime Minister's Cabinet given those assurances? And if, indeed, no deal is therefore not being ruled out by supporting the Prime Minister today, why won't he tell the country the truth?
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend, the member for Billericay, has made it very clear in the House just now, if she was listening, that he wants and will work for a great new free trade agreement, and that is indeed what we will do. And may I respectfully say to her, as I say to all honourable friends and members, that if they wish to avoid a no-deal outcome, the single best thing we can all do is vote for this deal tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly support this deal, but is it not the case that in the issue of workers' rights, that whatever government, we will be able to, in this Parliament, strengthen workers' rights without recourse to an external authority? And is it also not the case that the billions of pounds that we save from leaving the European Union, we will be able to spend on public services and cutting the cost of living for ordinary folk across our country?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that voice of Harlow is completely right, and we will be able to get on, by the way, with investing in hospitals in his area. Yes, of course, it is open to this House and to this country to strengthen workers' rights beyond the standards in the EU. But as I said to the honourable lady who spoke a moment ago, every new regulation or directive that comes from Brussels in this matter will of course be capable of being scrutinised by this House, and this House will be able to decide whether or not it is right to implement it in UK law. And it seems to me you can't say fairer than that. We can go further than them, but we can also track them if we choose.
Sir Vincent Gable.
Following the earlier question for the member for the South House, the Prime Minister will know there's a great deal of anxiety in the business community that it faces a cliff edge at the end of next year. Can he reiterate what seemed to be his assurance that the transition will be extended until his free trade agreement has been concluded.
Mr. Speaker, I think if he's worried about a cliff edge, and I'm not, frankly, as worried as he is, but I think we'll do a great free trade deal by then, the best thing he can do, and I hope I'm looking at him carefully to see whether he might have this in his heart, is to vote for this deal tonight. He says he's opposed to a no-deal Brexit, Mr. Speaker. This is the way to avoid it.
Order. I'm sorry to disappoint remaining honourable and right honourable members, but having now called no fewer than 55 backbenchers, I judge that it is time to proceed to the debate on the motions. We come now, colleagues, to motion number 1, with which we will debate, as I indicated earlier, motion number 2. I remind the House that I have selected Amendment A in the name of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for West Dorset. To move the motion, I call the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union, Secretary of State Steve Barclay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the motion in the name of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. Today is the time for this House to come together and move forward. Someone who previously did that, and who many members of the House will still remember, was the former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Mo Mowlam. Her biography was called Momentum. In the days before it was a faction forcing out its own colleagues. And after 1,213 days and frequent debates in this chamber.
Order. I understand that passions are inflamed, but I do appeal to colleagues to weigh their words and to try to preserve the principle of political difference, personal amiability. The Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, that spirit of bringing people together was what I was seeking to pay tribute to. And after 1,213 days and frequent debates in this chamber, now is the time for this House to move forward. Another pivotal figure in bringing different views together was Lord Trimble, who won the Nobel Peace Prize for his contribution to the Good Friday Agreement. He has made clear his support for this deal, confirming it is fully in accordance with the spirit of that agreement. The people of Northern Ireland will be granted consent over their future as a result of the deal the Prime Minister has negotiated. Mr. Speaker, this deal also delivers on the referendum in a way that protects all parts of our union against those who would seek to use division and delay to break it up, in particular on the benches of the SNP. And as such, it is a vote that honours not one but two referendums in protecting both our democratic vote but also our United Kingdom. This House called for a meaningful vote. Yet today, some who champion that now suggest it should delay longer still. Now, I respect the intention of my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, who indeed is someone who has supported the vote 3 times and has indicated his support today. But his amendment would render today's vote meaningless. It would cause further delay when our constituents and our businesses want an end to uncertainty and are calling for us to get this done. Mr. Speaker, the public will be appalled by pointless further delay. We need to get Brexit done by the 31st of October so the country can move forward, and I ask my right honourable friend in that spirit to withdraw his amendment. I give way to the honourable.
Very grateful to the Secretary of State, and he pointed out that honourable members opposite have voted previously against a Brexit deal after the referendum. including the Prime Minister, who voted twice against a Brexit deal after the referendum. Why doesn't the government have the courage, therefore, to allow the same privilege to the people of this country to make their judgment on this deal?
If the Honourable Gentleman really thought that, he would support an election and indeed let the people have their say on this issue, but he has declined to do so. And it's important that politicians don't pick and choose which votes they adhere to, and that we respect the biggest vote in our country's history. I'll give one.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State in giving way. He's just said, public do not want delay. Yesterday, I was in my constituency in Rainham, where 100% of the people I met, they said they want Brexit delivered, and this Prime Minister's deal delivers on Brexit. So I applaud him as the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister for getting this done.
Well, I very much agree with my honourable friend who speaks not just for his country, constituents, but for those up and down the country, and indeed businesses up and down the country, who indeed want to see Brexit done. I feel waiting for the former leader of the House.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend giving way. Can I just say to him, I wonder if he agrees with me, for those who call now for a second referendum, having denied the result of the first referendum, how can the British people ever trust us to then follow through on a second referendum?
Well, I very much agree with my right honourable friend, and indeed some of those voices do not trust just one referendum, they distrust two, and now want a third referendum on which to campaign. I give way to the honourable lady.
It was you, Sylvia.
The gentleman for giving way. He will know that many of us have long campaigned to leave the European Union. Will he tell me now why there is not in this agreement the opportunity for the people of Northern Ireland to opt in and consent to what has been decided? That would have made a crucial difference to how people in Northern Ireland on the pro-union side who feel genuinely, like myself, that somehow the United Kingdom government is letting down and giving in to others than the British government.
Well, as the honourable lady should know, the unilateral declaration published with the documentations on both the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration does indeed allow for a consent mechanism in Northern Ireland for the Assembly. And as the Prime Minister set out in his statement, it is right when the decision on which we meet today is based on a majority across the United Kingdom, that indeed the Assembly reaches a decision on that basis without one community having power of veto over the other. I give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for taking my intervention. The Secretary of State has followed the example of the Prime Minister in quoting David Trimble. I pay tribute to David Trimble as a great leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, a great leader of the Ulster Unionist Party. He now sits as a Tory member of the other place. I asked the Prime Minister, and I'm asking the Secretary of State, for a clear guarantee that there is nothing in this deal, this new Brexit deal, which undermines or weakens the constitutional status of Northern Ireland as guaranteed in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and the consent principle. Do not quote Lord Trimble to me. Give me a clear commitment.
Well, I refer the honourable lady to the letter that the Prime Minister set out to President Juncker on the 2nd of October, where the first commitment within that letter was the Prime Minister and this government's absolute commitment to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And that is a commitment we share not just within the United Kingdom, but also with our friends in the Irish government as well. And that is why we have shown flexibility in the arrangements, some of those arrangements which indeed have caused difficulty to some colleagues in the House, in order for us to address the concerns there were, particularly in the nationalist community, around what impact there may be on the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Of course, I can wait to the honourable.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. On the opt-in point that the honourable lady from Vauxhall referred to, that was in the letter that the Prime Minister sent to Jean-Claude Juncker, which was abandoned. It was actually in only just 2 weeks ago, so that's where it came from. The Prime Minister and others seemed a bit bemused, but that was an opt-in. And secondly, he now says about it has to be by majority vote. So can we now take it that the policy of the government is to do away with vetoes, for instance, about getting the Assembly up and running. 4 out of the 5 parties in Northern Ireland want it up and running. The Assembly is going to meet on Monday, which is good news. So that veto no longer applies. I see the Prime Minister nodding, and I'm grateful for that. That's a very big breakthrough in Northern Ireland.
Well, it's also worth clarifying, and this speaks very much to the unilateral declarations and the concerns in terms of how that operates, that this is about a reserved matter that applies to our international agreements as a United Kingdom and not the powers that sit with the Assembly within the Good Friday Agreement. And that is why there wasn't a willingness to give one community a power of veto over the other. Of course I give way.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State, but it is simply not true to say that agriculture and manufactured goods and so on are reserved matters. These are matters devolved to the Northern Ireland Assembly. This is just not correct. Please do not use that argument. And this was recognised by the Prime Minister in the letter that he sent to Jean-Claude Juncker himself only a few weeks ago.
The difficulty with that argument, with great respect, and I very much do respect the concerns of the Right Honourable Gentleman, is that Stormont isn't sitting at present. And that is why we have the mechanism that's set out further within the Unilateral Declaration as to if Stormont isn't sitting, as to how that will be addressed. I promise to give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. When a few weeks ago I voted for the Withdrawal Act, distressingly often referred to as the Ben Act instead of its full title, the Ben Burt Act. It was with the clear intention of ensuring that maximum effort was committed to the negotiations in order to secure a deal to prevent the risk of no deal. And I'm grateful to the Prime Minister and to my right honourable friend for having succeeded in an objective which did not at the time seem to gather favour. But having succeeded in that, I want to vote on that tonight. Having referred to the good intentions of my right honourable friend for North Dorset in moving his amendment today, which I will not vote for and vote against, could he give some reassurance to the House as to why he believes that is not necessary if we are to fulfil the terms of the deal and the efforts that have been made in the last few weeks?
So, well, I will very shortly come on to that precise point, although perhaps the legislation should now be called the Burt-Ben Act as opposed to the Ben-Burt Act. But I am grateful to my right honourable friend for that support. I'll make a little progress and then take some further interventions. This is a deal, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister was told was impossible. We were told the withdrawal agreement could not be changed. Indeed, the Shadow Brexit Secretary used to hold up the text to say that not a word of the withdrawal agreement had been changed. We were told the backstop could not be removed. It was the all-weather, all-life insurance on which the European Union relied. And we were told there was insufficient time for a new deal. And indeed, the negotiation was a sham. And, Mr. Speaker, sometimes that was just from voices on our own side. The real significance of the Prime Minister's achievement is that the people of Northern Ireland will have a vote which will give them the consent over their future arrangements, and there will no longer be any European veto on what those future arrangements will be. Just as important, this deal changes the dynamic of the future negotiation. Before, many members of this House were concerned that the backstop would be used as leverage, with the EU holding the prospect of us being permanently stuck in its orbit against our will. Indeed, many members of this House spoke about it being easier to leave the EU than to leave the backstop itself. With this new deal, because of the need of Northern Ireland's consent over its future, the dynamic of the future relationship will change, because it will be the EU's interest which will be aligned with ours in reaching a future relationship that benefits both sides. I'll give way to Honourable General.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State giving way. In my constituency, 52% voted to leave, 48% voted to remain. When we come on to the sheer weight of legislation to put into force the referendum result, Might we not only keep faith with the 52 on that we are leaving, but also remember, as we've experienced today in the House, that 48% in my constituency did not wish to leave.
And I very much respect that point from the Right Honourable Gentleman, who has always been someone who has reached out to build consensus around their House. And it is important, as we take forward and the commitments the Prime Minister gave in his statement in terms of how the House will be consulted on the next phase of the negotiations, is in part to address those concerns that he and other members across this House have raised in terms of the balanced approach to the future relationship that we will take. Of course, I give way.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. I listened to the Prime Minister's statement and the debate intently, and it seemed that assurances were given to Europhiles that there would be the intention in Phase 2 to follow close regulatory alignment with the EU. Yet also a card was offered to Eurosceptics that there would be an alignment, and even no deal was not put off the table in Phase 2. It can't be both, so which is it?
So what paragraph 77 sets out is our commitment to high international standards and to those being reciprocal as befits the relationship we reach with the European Union. And he really should have more confidence in this House that we will set regulation that is world-leading, that is best in class, that reflects the Queen's speech with its world-leading regulation on the environment, and that reflects the commitments that many in the House have sought on workers' rights, whilst also being mindful, of course, that it is this House that went ahead of the EU in terms of paternity rights, that went ahead of the EU in terms of parental leave. And so we can go further than the EU in protecting people's rights rather than simply match them. I give way to the Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say to my right honourable friend that it's my assessment that the deal struck by our right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, accords with the Good Friday Agreement. I think it presages a new golden age for relationships north-south of the border, which is to be welcomed. And can I congratulate the government on adopting the stance of consent rather than veto? That reflects modern island of Ireland politics today.
Well, my honourable friend, as chair of the Select Committee, speaks with great authority on this issue, and I know he will in particular have recognised the importance that the whole of the United Kingdom will benefit from our future trade deals around the world, with every part of the United Kingdom, including Northern Ireland, leaving, as the Prime Minister said in his statement, whole and entire. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Thanks, Secretary of State, for giving way. It is right we examine the detail in this place, and the Secretary of State is doing a great job in answering the questions. But can I suggest to him that we as a collective body need a slightly more optimistic note? It is my firm belief that now we've got rid of the backstop, we will achieve a fair and good trade deal by December 2020, and we should be focused on that rather than all the minor detail. It is a bright future if we decide to take it today.
Well, my honourable friend is right to talk of the opportunity that Brexit unlocks, that opportunity for trade deals. We start from a position of great understanding of the respective economies. A big part of a trade deal is usually negotiating that understanding at the start. And we can seize the opportunities of those trade deals around the world. And that is exactly why we need to move forward. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Could I thank the Secretary of State for giving way? Should the House divide this evening on the amendment in the name of the member for Dorset West, it will have my support this evening. But can I suggest to the Secretary of State, there is a way through this that brings the consensus he talks about, which is where we support the amendment, the government tables the legislation next week so we can have scrutiny of the detail, we can make meaningful decisions at second and third reading, but and crucially, the commitments that I welcome that the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister have made from the dispatch box, those of us who have some reservations about the trustworthiness of the government can see those written into the face of the bill before we make that final crucial decision on how we continue this process.
Well, I respect the care with which the honourable gentleman has looked at this issue. But his constituents, like many around the country, now want the country to move forward and for us to get this deal done. And of course, there is a distinction between the meaningful vote today and the further opportunities there will be at second reading of the withdrawal agreement bill and indeed at third reading in order for assurance to be provided in line with the statements that the Prime Minister has made from the dispatch box today. Well, I give way once more and then I'm going to make some progress.
I'm extremely grateful to him because this, Secretary of State, this is the crucial point. Surely the point of this new deal is that it offers Great Britain a fairly hard Brexit in order to facilitate trade agreements with countries for whom European standards are incompatible, because you cannot be a European-style economy and a US-style economy at the same time. And what you are not giving us is an economic assessment to tell us what jobs and industries will grow on the back of this, what goods and services will be cheaper to compensate for the loss of aerospace, the loss of automotive, the loss of financial services, and so much more. You can't tell us that today.
The honourable gentleman should really listen to business leaders like Sir Stuart Rose, who says let's get this deal done, to the Bank of England governor, who says that this will be a boost to our economy, to the many business leaders who want an end to this uncertainty, and we can't simply keep debating the same issues in a House that has said no to everything and refused to say yes to anything.
This debate should be about restoring the independence of our country in accordance with the votes of the referendum. Given that in the implementation period the EU will have massive powers over us, is there something that the government can build into the draft legislation to give us reassurance that they will not abuse those very excessive powers?
So, yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to give that reassurance to my right honourable friend, and that is something that we can commit to do as we move forward. Of course, I give way to him.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. He spoke earlier about there not being pointless delay, and I actually agree with him about that. This matter has got to be brought to a conclusion. But he must be aware that quite apart from approving in its generality, we also have a duty as a House to look at the detail of, of this deal in primary legislation. And the House is entitled in the course of that to pass amendments which, provided they don't undermine the treaty itself, are wholly legitimate. And the difficulty is that the impression the government is giving is that by insisting that the Benn Act be effectively subverted and removed, that it has other intentions of taking us out at such a gallop that proper scrutiny cannot take place. And I wish the government would just listen a little bit, because I think it would find there's much more common ground on this than it has ever been prepared to acknowledge, instead of which it continues to give the impression that it just wants to drive a coach and horses through the rights of this House to do proper scrutiny.
I've always had great respect for the legal acumen and the seriousness of my rightable and learned friend. But there is an inconsistency in his case when he talks of wanting to look at legislation in more detail, having supported the Ben Burt legislation that was passed in haste, when he supported the Cooper legislation that needed to be corrected by Lord Pannick and others in the House of Lords, because it would have had the effect of doing the opposite of what it intended and forcing a Prime Minister to come back to this House after the EU Council had finished, and therefore making a no deal more likely rather than less. That Cooper legislation is a very good example of where my right honourable and learned friend did not look at legislation in detail, and indeed where it would have had a perverse consequence at odds with the arguments he put for supporting it at the time. And indeed there is a further inconsistency, Mr. Speaker, in being a champion for Section 13, and then when the Prime Minister secures a new deal which he says he could not achieve, to then deny the right for his own Section 13 to be put to the House in a meaningful way, because he no longer wants it to apply on the same rules as it was when he passed it. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend giving way. This deal has hardly lacked scrutiny, given the number of times it's been voted on and debated in this House, albeit we now have an altered deal. But can I just point out that Implementing legislation is simply that. It doesn't alter the substance of the agreement. It merely implements the agreement into domestic law. And we can do that very quickly and amend that bill after ratification of the agreement, if necessary, because it is only a piece of domestic implementing legislation. There is no case for delaying that legislation, and I'm going to vote for the deal today, if I get the chance.
Well, firstly, I welcome the support of my right honourable friend. And I think one issue that the Shadow Secretary and I would agree is that on these issues there has not been a lack of scrutiny, given the frequency with which we seem to debate these issues in the House. And of course, it's also worth reminding ourselves as to what the motion is addressing today. The motion is addressing the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration secured by my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. The mechanism to implement that, the withdrawal agreement bill, is still to be negotiated, is still to be debated. And indeed, even that only pertains to the winding down arrangements and not, as is often referenced in this House, the future trade deal which we want to get on to debate. And so it's a rather odd argument that the main issue, our relationship with Europe, is being thwarted because a circular, endless debate on the same issue, when we need to support the debate today in order to unlock the withdrawal agreement bill on which we need to debate.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Isn't the simple fact of the matter that unless all those people who cry out for a deal have got to today support the deal which has been brought forward by the Prime Minister, it is a first step on many other opportunities that this House will have the opportunity to discuss this particular issue. But we really have got to move forward now to respect the referendum, which was endorsed 3.5 years ago.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. This is the first step. It's not the final step. The House will have further opportunities on which to debate these issues. And it is right. I give way to the honourable lady.
Secretary of State giving way to the right honourable lady. Yeah. Caroline Flint.
Does the right honourable gentleman agree with me that this is a panic measure by the right honourable member for Dorset West to secure his amendment today? It's because they had no idea or confidence that a deal would be before us today, which would allow those in this House who want to secure a deal so we could move on and leave the European Union by the 31st of October would happen. As a result, by today's measures, in voting for the amendment by the right honourable member for Dorset West, we will be forced, even if a deal is approved, to seek an extension to the 31st of January, underlying that the sponsors of the Benn Act had only one motivation, and that was to delay Brexit and stop it.
I very much agree with the right honourable lady in the points that she makes, and also the principle that she has shown and the consistency she has shown throughout this debate. And it is indeed an interesting snippet within the point that she raises, that some of those voices on the media complaining this morning were complaining that there had been insufficient time between the deal on the 17th and the debate in the House today on the 19th. And yet this is the timescale the Benn legislation itself required of my right honourable friend in terms of bringing issues before the House. I give way to the honourable lady.
I thank the Secretary of State for very, very kindly giving way. He's used the word scrutiny on a number of occasions in his contribution so far, and yet he was on BBC News this morning confirming that there has been no economic analysis done on the deal on which has been presented to the House today. Now, members opposite might shake their heads, but how can we as a House be expected to vote on something so fundamental to the future of our country without it? How should we be expected to do so?
Well, I suspect an issue that the honourable lady and I could agree is there's no level of analysis that is probably going to change her vote and her mind. But indeed, as a former Treasury Minister, one of the things I'm always aware, and as I'm sure the Chancellor himself would recognise, is that it is indeed difficult to model a deal that was only done on Thursday, that can't anticipate what changes the new EU Commission under new leadership will make, which doesn't set out what changes the UK will make in response to that, and can't second guess what changes happen in the wider world economy, which will clearly impact on such an economic model. I give way to the member. And then, well.
Can I thank the Minister for giving way? Minister, you represent North East Cambridgeshire, and you're a member of the Conservative and Unionist Party. I'm a member of the Democratic Unionist Party. Unionist in Strangford at this moment in time is a second-class citizen in comparison to a Unionist in North East Cambridgeshire. Can the Minister tell me how the Unionist people in Northern Ireland, those my children, my grandchildren, who and their birthright will be secondary to a Unionist across anywhere else in the United Kingdom? And does he not understand the angst and the fear and the annoyance that we have in Northern Ireland as Unionists, because we, in this a deal that's been brought forward, have been treated as second-class citizens, and our opinion, I see, means nothing?
Yeah, he's right.
I think, Mr. Speaker, an issue on which members across this House who have always seen the assiduous nature of the honourable gentleman, particularly at the German debates, will know that his constituents never get a second-class service from him. And in terms of the deal that the Prime Minister has negotiated, he has also tried to operate in the same spirit which I know he does, by ensuring that Northern Ireland remains part of the United Kingdom customs union, that it leaves whole and entire, and as a consequence his constituents, like mine in North East Cambridgeshire, will benefit from the great trade deals that I know the Secretary of State for Trade intends to negotiate.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, to the Brexit Secretary for giving way. The aim of Amendment A is clear. The Emperor has no clothes. It is to stop us leaving the European Union at any cost. The ERG met this morning, and normally our meetings are private. But under the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, there were three things I thought I should share with the House. One, the officers overwhelmingly recommended backing the Prime Minister's deal. The ERG overwhelmingly recommended the same, and no member of the ERG spoke against it. Thirdly, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we agreed that if you vote for the deal, you vote for the bill. And if the deal is passed today, we will faithfully vote the bill through to the end so we can leave the European Union. You have our word.
Well, I am grateful to my honourable friend for his support, and this is, as someone who previously opposed the deals, a reflection on the fact that this is a deal for everyone, a deal for the 52 and a deal for the 48, a deal for Northern Ireland and a deal for Cambridgeshire. This is a deal that benefits the United Kingdom, in particular by enabling us to move forward and above all to take back control of our fishery, on which point I'm sure the honourable member is about to intervene.
They gave it away. I thank him for giving way. Obviously, Northern Ireland's getting preferential treatment, although it's not brought the DUP on board. Northern Ireland's getting special access to the single market. The government's promised more money to Northern Ireland, yet Scotland's get left high and dry. Can they confirm the Scottish Tory members did not ask for any concessions for Scotland, and they've got no concessions, and they're just lobby fodder for us government?
Well, I can very clearly tell the honourable gentleman what the Scottish Conservative MP secured, which is control of our fishing policy, something he and other members would give back to Brussels. But, Mr. Speaker, let me make some progress, and then we'll take some further interventions. In contrast with the efforts of the Prime Minister, who was told a deal was impossible, told the backstop couldn't be changed, told a word of the withdrawal agreement could not be amended, the Leader of the Opposition appears to have rejected the deal before he's even read it. This is opposition who cannot see further than opposition for opposition's sake. The Shadow Brexit Secretary, the Right Honourable and Learned Member for Holborn and St Pancras, to be honest, will always, unlike the leader, have read the detail. He has been in post throughout the 3 years, but during that time has used a wide range of arguments to support his case. He said in July 2018, "We respect the result of the referendum and recognise we are leaving the European Union." But he now says any outcome must be subject to a referendum and we will campaign for leave. He said Labour's concerns were never about the withdrawal agreement or the backstop. They were about the political declaration. That's what he put on Twitter on the 17th of October this year. And yet he used to stand in this debate and object to the withdrawal agreement because it had not changed. And indeed, in a third meaningful vote, which was purely on the withdrawal agreement and not the political declaration, he still objected to it. In 2018, he said Labour could not support a withdrawal agreement without, and I quote, "a mechanism for universal exit." Exactly what my right honourable friend has secured with the vote of consent for the Northern Ireland Assembly. And yet now he says it no longer is about the withdrawal agreement, it is about the political declaration. And indeed, the Labour position throughout much of this debate has been to be a participant in the EU customs union. And yet, what we heard from a senior member of the Labour Party is that their real position is 100% Remain. Indeed, as one media report observed this week, during the cross-party talks, they even rejected a copy and paste, it was alleged, of their own proposal, which they described as unacceptable. There are some in government who have cautioned against listening to experts during this debate. But it is clear from the experts in business, the Bank of England Governor, of course, Agaway.
The Secretary of State and I were in the same room. He knows very well that that is not true. The idea that I wouldn't know our own proposals, he knows it, he was there, withdraw it.
So you can give me a minute. Throughout our debates in this House, the Honourable Gentleman and I think, have always conducted our debates with great courtesy, and so in that spirit, of course, I will withdraw in that spirit. Because actually today it is a good illustration of what today's debate is really about. We could get into the detail of whether we were presenting something aligned to what he had previously said or whether the text was saying. We could get into the detail of it. But actually, what today is about this House moving on. About this House coming together, about the country coming together and moving on from these debates and those talks, albeit the real issue in those talks was a desire from some for a second referendum and not to actually get into the detail of how we resolved those issues. Of course, I'll give way to...
Thank you. This is at least the 7th opportunity that this House has had to avoid a harmful no deal. There was the former Prime Minister's deal on 3 occasions. There was EFTA, there was Norway, there was the Customs Union. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that for those of us across this House who want to avoid a damaging crash out, it would be folly to let this final opportunity slip through our fingers?
Well, my honourable friend from Cheltenham, I know, speaks for his constituents and businesses across the country who recognise now is the time to support this deal and for the House to move on. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
We're going to find out if he made the right decision. I've got a genuine question. Asking for a friend. Can you just answer me yes or no on this? If the Letwin Amendment passes and the bill comes in next week and it passes by October the 31st, we leave on October the 31st. Yes or no? If the Letwin Amendment doesn't pass and the bill comes through next week and it doesn't pass by October the 31st, we leave with no deal. Yes or no?
Yeah, exactly. What is yes is to proceed. We need to pass Section 13. That is the argument he and many others have repeatedly raised. That is why it is important we defeat this amendment to deliver that and avoid any further delay. But what we see, of course I do that.
I'm most grateful to the Secretary of State in giving way. He said that this deal is about moving on. One of the real obstacles that prevented us from moving on was the backstop. And having, as somebody who resigned from the government and party positions in November over the backstop, can you now confirm that what we have now completely gets rid of the backstop and is about moving on?
I can, Mr. Speaker, very much confirm that. And indeed, the Prime Minister was told that the backstop could indeed not be removed. That is exactly what he has achieved. He was told it was impossible. He has delivered. I give away.
Grateful to my right honourable friend. I'm listening to the debate very carefully about the timing. Isn't it clear that if the Letwin Amendment is defeated and we make a decision today which actually is complying, not subverting, complying with the Ben Burt Act by bringing forward a deal and winning that vote, yes, we will have to get the legislation through this House quickly. It will probably mean sitting for long days and probably long nights, but we can get it done. If that passes, my guess is, and there's an extension, that legislation will go on and on and on, and we will never leave. And the right honourable lady is absolutely right. If we want to get this done, vote against the Letwin Amendment, for the motion today, and get the legislation through by the end of October and get Brexit done.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as a former government chief whip, he is absolutely right on the process that applies. And the other issue that is sometimes forgotten is that our friends and colleagues in Europe themselves do not want any further delay, themselves do not want to see any extensions and want to see us get on. I give one further way and then I'll move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. He does not want to answer the questions from the right honourable member for Wantage, so I will. If the Letwin Amendment passes and the government brings forward the bill at the start of next week, and that bill passes before the 31st of October, we will leave on the 31st of October without a delay. If the Letwin Amendment fails and the government brings forward the bill and some people in the ERG, like the Honourable Member for Billericay, suddenly discover that they prefer the idea of a no-deal Brexit and the bill fails, we will leave on the 31st of October with no deal.
No, the problem with the honourable gentleman's argument is it is at odds with the argument put forward by the member for Beaconsfield, who says that we need to pass this amendment in order to have more scrutiny and delay and to take much longer. And yet, the honourable gentleman there says we need to have this amendment in order to be able to leave on...
Yes, points of order. I will come to the right honourable lady gentleman. Point of order, Mr. John Barron.
Mr. Speaker, I don't usually do this, but given there was a very factual error in the comment just previously made by an opposition member, I have never, just for the record, been a member of the ERG, and I'm no longer a member of the...
That is a matter of extraordinary interest in the House, and possibly across the nation, I say to the honourable gentleman in the friendliest spirit, but it is not a matter for adjudication by the chair. But the honourable gentleman has advertised his non-membership of the ERG, and I hope he feels better for it. Order. Point of order, Mr. Dominic Grieve.
My right honourable friend is entirely mistaken and can't have been listening to what I said when I intervened upon him, because I'm in entire agreement with my right honourable friend who just asked him the question for Stamford, because that must be the position. And the intention behind the Letwin Amendment is to secure that insurance policy. Nothing more, nothing less.
I say mainly for the benefit of those observing our proceedings who are not members of the House, in common with the overwhelming majority of purported points of order, That was not a point of order, but the right honourable and learned gentleman has put his point on the record, and he too will doubtless go about his business with an additional glint in his eye and spring in his step as a consequence. The Secretary of State.
The problem with the right honourable and learned gentleman's argument is it is odds with what he says about Section 13. Each time it's a different argument, but the purpose is always the same, and that is to delay any resolution, to stop this House moving forward, and to stop us getting Brexit done. Mr. Speaker, there are many in this House who have said repeatedly in debates that their principal concern is avoiding a no-deal exit. The member for Ashford, in the Prime Minister's statement, made that point. Today is the opportunity for all members of this House to demonstrate that they want to avoid a no deal, to support this deal, and to get Brexit done. This is a deal that takes back control of our money, borders and laws. It gives the people of Northern Ireland the freedom to choose their future. It allows the whole of the United Kingdom to benefit from our trade deals, and it ensures that we move forward as one complete union of the United Kingdom. In securing a new deal, the Prime Minister observed with his EU colleagues that a failure from them to listen to this Parliament, and in particular this Parliament's decision on the backstop, would indeed be a failure of statecraft. They have listened, they have acted, they have reached a new deal with the Prime Minister. It would now, Mr. Speaker, be a failure of this Parliament not to approve this deal and to fail to respond to that flexibility from EU leaders as required.
Has the Secretary of State concluded his oration? He has. I'm grateful to him. Yes, I'll come to the Honourable Lady. The question is motion number 1 as on the order paper. Just before I call the Shadow Secretary of State for Brexit, I will of course hear the point of order from the Honourable Lady. Point of order, Anna Turley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd be very grateful for your advice. I was frankly shocked to hear the Secretary of State mention the name of Mo Mowlam in the beginning of his introductory statements. She said herself the EU contributed to the Northern Ireland peace process and it was crucial in underpinning dialogue, cross-community contacts, and she emphasised the precariousness of the process and the need for continued substantial support from the Union. Could I seek your advice as to how we can seek to defend her legacy when it's abused in this way?
Well, as the Honourable Lady knows, and I recognise the sincerity with which she speaks and the constituency basis of which I hope colleagues are conscious, which motivates the Honourable Lady to defend the legacy of Mo Mowlam. I think the Honourable Lady also knows that she has successfully found her own salvation through that bogus but sincere point of order. Her point is on the record and it can be studied by colleagues in the House and people outside. I call the Shadow Secretary of State for Brexit, Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we meet on a Saturday for the first time in 37 years, with huge decisions before us this afternoon. Not just about whether this deal gets over the line, getting Brexit done, but what it means for our country. There's been a lot of attention on how the deal operates in Northern Ireland, and rightly so. But that shouldn't be allowed to mask the political project that is driving this deal. And that's why Labour has always been focused on the political declaration. Any examination of the detail of that political declaration reveals its true purpose and the intent of the deal. No customs union. That strikes at the heart of our manufacturing sector. Once in the doldrums, decimated by Prime Minister Thatcher, Mr. Speaker, my dad was a tool maker. He worked in a factory all his life in manufacturing, and we lived through those doldrums. We lived through those doldrums. And that's why when I go to a factory or plant now, I am proud for myself and my father when I see manufacturing on the just-in-time process, the revival that's gone on in parts of manufacturing. And go to any of those plants, those manufacturing plants, and management and unions speak with one voice. Don't take us out of the customs union. This deal does just that. I will in just a minute. And it will do huge damage to manufacturing. I will in just a minute. And what of services? Nothing in this deal is different from the deal of the previous Prime Minister. The weakest of weak deals for services. That's 80% of our economy. So it's clear what this deal does. It rips up our close trading relationship with the EU, and the price will be paid in damage to our economy and in job losses. And anyone doubting this should look at the words stripped out from the deal put forward by the previous Prime Minister. Put the text side by side and ask some difficult questions. Paragraph 19 used to read this: the parties envisage having a trading relationship on goods that is as close as possible with a view to facilitating the ease of legitimate trade. Those words, as close as possible, have been stripped out. Why? Now it's said we want as close as possible. Now it's said there are all sorts of assurances. But between the text as it was under the previous Prime Minister and the text before us today, the words that we want a trading relationship on goods that's as close as possible, those words have been taken out, and that's not an accident. I will give way.
Thank you for giving way. At the heart of this is a question of destination, not an abstract of moving on today, but the impact of a deal on everyday life in towns like mine. So stop selling the sellout deal to us as if this is the decision today. For all the talk of a deal of Norway plus, of Canada plus, the government presents us with Britain minus protections, minus opportunities, minus prospects. If you're confident in the deal, the government should put it to a final say. Now the deal is through the gate, and people that know more than we did have a say as to whether or not this is what they want. Does my honourable friend agree that a final say is the only way through this mess?
I do agree, but I really want to press this point because, as I say, this isn't just about getting a deal over the line. That's not the end of it. It's what we're getting over the line and what it means for our country. And I invite the Secretary of State to intervene on me. Why were the words "as close as possible" taken out of the text? If the aspiration of the government is to be as close as possible, why take the words out? Nothing. Let's try. I'll give way in just a moment. Again, going through that exercise of laying the two texts aside alongside each other, the words about alignment are all but gone. A deliberate decision has been taken to take out the aspiration of as close as possible trading relationship, and a deliberate decision has been taken to take out all the words about alignment. That is not an accident. That is not a typo. That is a deeply political decision that tells you everything about the direction of travel under this deal. I give way.
My right honourable and learned friend for giving way, and doesn't that go precisely to the heart of why those of us on this side will not be able to vote for this deal? Because we are hearing from our colleagues in the trade union movement who represent millions of workers, including those who work in manufacturing, and they are saying that this deal will be damaging for the future of jobs and livelihoods. And how can we trust the Tories on workers' rights when through the whole time that I was a trade union officer and the time that I have been a member of Parliament, this government have reduced working people's rights?
I'm grateful for that intervention. I'll make one more point and then I will give way. I'll just make one more point and then I'll give way, if you don't mind, because I just want to reinforce this and then I'll pause. Because not only is the aspiration for as close as possible taken out, references to alignment taken out, The new text, of course, removes the backstop as the basis of the future relationship. So not the backstop in its own right, but as the basis for the future relationship. And that's very important, because it means that the starting point for the next stage is a baseline FTA with no safety net for workplace rights, consumer rights and environmental standards. They've gone from the binding legal withdrawal agreement altogether. They're found, and I'll come back to them, in the political declaration. So they're out of the binding and into the political direction. I said I'd give way. No, I'll give way.
Very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. Whilst we listen to his confession entitled "Why I Wish I Voted for the Previous Deal," could he just share with the House what his actual fact, his honest assessment is, that unless a deal said we will remain within the European Union and there will be no changes, he will find false tests and artificially high hurdles in order to preclude him voting for anything, which does not mean we ignore the referendum result?
That's just nonsense. Let me just answer it directly. I have stood at this dispatch box and pressed amendments on the customs union time and time and time again. And members on that side have voted against it. We have put forward a basis of a deal, and we voted for it on this side of the House. So that intervention is just nonsense. So, I will, in just a minute, I will make some progress, and then I will give way on both sides. It's obvious where this ends. It either ends with an FTA which significantly weakens rights, standards and protections, or it ends in no deal and WTO terms at the end of the transition. I said I'll give way here, and I will give way across.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for focusing attention on manufacturing. Does he believe, is his assessment, that this deal would lead to new rules of origin checks and other red tape on UK manufacturers exporting to the EU?
Yes, and anybody who's read the text knows it, because it's absolutely clear there will have to be those checks. And let me make one broader point that was made to be by manufacturers themselves. So this is not me speaking, it's what they have said to me. I won't name the company, one of our major motor manufacturers said to me, we don't think we would ever be able to take advantage of any new trade agreement because we could never prove that 50% of our components come from the UK. And that's one of the rules. And that was their concern to me. They didn't... I'll make this point because it's a really powerful point, and if people have not grasped this, then they don't know what they're voting for. They said to me, our components come from across the EU, and at the moment, we can show that 50% of them satisfy the rule to take advantage of the trade agreements that the EU has struck. Their position is they could never satisfy that requirement if the area is shrunk to the UK, and therefore their point to me was not that they're against new trade agreements. Businesses aren't. But they said they will not be able to take advantage of them. That's what they said to me. I said I'd give way, and I will.
Very grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way. The thing that puzzles me is I hear him setting out strong objections to the strategy this government has pursued. And yet, had the Labour Party agreed to hold a general election when it was first mooted, that election would be over by now, and if they'd persuaded the country, there would currently be a Labour Prime Minister at the dispatch box. So what is it about the Labour Party's position that they're not willing to put it to the country?
I think I said this in the debate last week, but I'll say it again. I'm not going to vote for a general election until I know no deal is off the table and we've got an extension. It's as simple as that. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. I have really agonised this week over whether to support this deal, and it's been profoundly difficult.
Steady on.
But does he share my concern with regard to Northern Ireland, that by disturbing the careful balance within the Good Friday Agreement between the two communities, we run the risk of inflaming unionist opinion in potentially a very dangerous way, just in a sense as the Honourable Member for Strangford made clear in his intervention?
I am concerned about the position in Northern Ireland, and the Secretary of State quoted me on this earlier. It's true that I and the Labour Party had reservations about the backstop. I'm not sure there are many people who didn't have reservations about the backstop. But on analysis, we thought it was right for Northern Ireland, and therefore we focused our attention on the political declaration. I criticised it. I said what I thought was wrong with it. I was critical, for example, of the fact that it didn't hardwire dynamic alignment of workplace rights. But ultimately, we thought that upholding the Good Friday Agreement was more important and more significant. And I will also say this, because, again, it's very important to read the small print. Whilst it is true that the current deal says that Northern Ireland remains, as it were, in the UK's customs territory, it goes on to explain that for goods going into Northern Ireland, the only ones that escape going effectively into the EU's customs unions are those that are going, there are no risk of going beyond Northern Ireland and are not going into manufacturing. And so the volume of goods that cross the border that truly are treated as if Northern Ireland is in the customs union is only that small category, and the burden is on the person who's exporting to prove that. And you explain to me, I'm sorry, the Secretary of State or anybody explain to me how that operates without very careful and extensive checks. Now, I'm going to make some progress and then I will give way again. I will give way because I said I promised before.
I thank the Right Honourable Learned Gentleman for giving way. He's making a very powerful speech, and he's making a very good point about the backstop, because it was indeed a backstop. It was there in the last event, as it were. Would he agree with me that this is a new agreement, and especially in relation to Northern Ireland? This isn't a backstop. This is their future. It's essentially in perpetuity. And the careful analysis which he's now providing to the House, and you can see honourable and right honourable members understanding and listening, is the danger of us, frankly, being bounced into a decision today with terrible consequences for our union and our country.
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I agree, and it's a point I'll develop in one moment. I will take one further intervention first.
Thanks. I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. The former Prime Minister used to say that no deal is better than a bad deal. Does he share my concern that the current Prime Minister just let slip that this deal heroically manages to be both? In other words, it's both a bad deal, but with a backdoor to a no deal if there's no transition agreed, if there's no extension to that transition agreed at the end of next year.
I do agree with that, and it's a point I will develop. And in recognition to the previous Prime Minister, although she said that, I always felt that she had a profound sense of public duty and properly recognised the real risks of no deal and ultimately would not have taken us there. I do not have that level of trust in the current Prime Minister. I will give way. I'll give way twice.
I'm grateful to my right honourable learned friend for giving way. Could you just explore further this issue of customs checks? If a lorry leaves Dumfries for Northern Ireland or leaves North Wales for Northern Ireland and its ultimate destination is the Republic of Ireland, where and when will those customs checks take place?
See, there have to be checks. There have to be checks, and they have to be done at the border between England, Scotland and Wales or Northern Ireland. And there's no getting away from that. This argument the Prime Minister earlier tried to deploy, that he's not putting a border in the Irish Sea, is just wrong. It is absolutely wrong. Any goods that don't fall within that restricted category of being proven that they're not going any further than Northern Ireland and that they're not going into manufacturing are going to be subject to checks, because that is the test written into the deal. I'll give way once more, and then I'm going to make some progress.
I thank my right honourable and learned friend for giving way. Ultimately, the bottom line is, what is the future of people's livelihoods? Never mind what your emotional passions are about being in the European Union or not. What are the implications for workers and their jobs? Ford left Bridgend. 1,700 jobs, 12,000 jobs across the South Wales economy, because they were worried about a no-deal Brexit. I have looked at this bill, and there is a real risk that this is the end of just-in-time manufacturing in the whole of the UK. Does my right honourable friend agree?
I do agree, and I am deeply concerned because, as I say, I am proud of the manufacturing base that we have got and the revival it's gone through. I'm going to make some progress. I've taken a lot of it. I will take some more later on. I'm going to make some progress. Mr. Speaker, because it's very important that we work through not just the technicalities, but also where this leads us politically, because this is about the direction of travel for our country. If we go to a bare FTA, and that's what it would mean, the government's own estimates show that that's a loss of about 6.7% growth in GDP over 15 years. And every region and nation will be poorer for it. The Prime Minister's letter to President Tusk of the 19th of August made it clear that from the government's point of view, from his point of view, the point of our exit is to allow the UK to diverge from the rights and standards of the EU. And let's nail this one. You don't need that if you want to go up and have better standards. You don't have to break the rule to bring in better standards. You can do that under the existing rule. So anybody who wants to change the rule is not doing it to have the freedom to bring in better standards, because you don't need to change the rule for that. The only reason you need to diverge is if you want to go down. I will take some interventions. I will finish this point, and then I will take intervention. I will in a moment. I'm just going to finish this point of it, and that's why, on this question of divergence, it's very important to focus on the level playing field protections, because, as I say, they're out of what was legally binding into the political declaration and only apply in full until the end of the transition period, 2020. And it's obvious where the government is going. They want a licence to deregulate and to diverge. And I know they will disavow that. And I know they want the deal through. And they will say never. Of course not. But it's obvious where it leads. Because once you've diverged, once you've moved out of alignment with the EU, trade becomes more difficult. I will just finish the point. Trade becomes more difficult, and the EU is not seen any longer as our priority in trade, and the gaze goes elsewhere to make up. I'll finish this point, if I may. I will finish this point, because once you've moved out of alignment, you don't move back. And the further you move out, the less easy it is to trade with the EU 27. And once you've done that, you've broken the economic model we've been operating for decades. And once you've done that, you look elsewhere. And once you've done that, you look across to the United States. I will finish this point, and then I'll give way. The gaze goes across to the US, and that's a different economic model. It's not just another country, it's a different economic model, a deregulated model. In the US, 10 days is the holiday entitlement. Many, many contracts at work are called contracts at will. Hugely powerful corporate bodies have far more power than the workforce. So this is a political direction of travel, not a technical decision on the EU that takes us to a different economic model, one of deregulation, one of low standards, one where the balance between the workforce and corporate bodies gets far worse than it is now. I'll give way.
My honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree that what this is a project, an ideology for the right and by the hard right? That's what we're looking at. That's right. And this does not get Brexit done. What we should be doing now is looking forward for the future of our children. Absolutely. Isn't it right that only by putting this back to the people and listening to all those people, the hundreds and thousands who are marching out there today, listening to those young people and giving them a say on their future?
I agree with the tenor of what was said. I will give way.
He talks about workers' rights. The EU entitlement for holiday pay is 4 weeks. In the UK, it's 5.6 weeks. If we wanted to reduce that entitlement and to reduce standards, why would we have done that already?
Well, because Parliament... Because that is something that the Labour Party opposition parties would never countenance, and I don't think the government would countenance. The point is a very...
Order! Mr. Hughes, you are a most eccentric denizen of the House. The Shadow Secretary of State for Brexit is not conducting a private conversation with you. Calm yourself. Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend because the Conservative Party has luxuriated in telling us that the Ben Act undermined our negotiations by forcing them into no deal, preventing no deal from being on the table if we left on the 31st of October. But the Prime Minister, in his own words, has said he's negotiated a great deal with that restriction in place. So what possible argument can they have for not agreeing that we cannot leave at the end of the next phase of negotiations with no deal at the end of 2020? Why would they not accept that restriction, given that they negotiated what the Prime Minister calls a great deal?
Well, I'm grateful for that, and I've never accepted the proposition that by ensuring the country against no deal, that undermines the negotiations. And I remind the House that in the negotiating window that ended on the 29th of March, at no point in that 2 years did this House take no deal off the table. Therefore, the entire negotiations were carried out with the risk of no deal. The previous Prime Minister brought back a deal, and half her own side wouldn't vote for it. I will give way.
I'm obviously very grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and he's been very generous with his interventions. But can I just take him back to the very philosophical and logical argument that he is now trying to make? It seems to me that from the dispatch box on that side, the argument is that they have to have the European Union to protect them on workers' rights because there is almost likely to be a permanent Conservative government that will threaten those workers' rights. Where does that exist, that the Labour Party doesn't have the courage to say they would fight an election and they would make the case for stronger workers' rights and win that election, in which case that's democracy in action rather than somebody else protecting it?
Well, of course we would. But the point is this. The point is this, and it is not being answered by any of these interventions. Since the current rule allows you to have higher standards, why do you write into the deal you want to diverge?
My honourable friend for giving way. When we were in government, the Labour government did legislate to go beyond European minima many times, including granting 6 million workers an extra 8 days paid leave. The point is, much of the time we were doing that, it was being vociferously opposed, and particularly by the Prime Minister, who built his journalistic career on attacking these kinds of measures. The point he is making is correct, is that this is not just about the legislation that we pass here. It is about the common rule book that gives us market access across the European Union. And the Prime Minister cannot promise a deregulatory future to the ERG and a regulatory future to the Labour Party.
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention, which very carefully and ably makes the point. I'm going to make some progress. I have given away many, many times, because I'm just going to make some progress, then I will give way again. I have given way a number of times. So Of the two possible outcomes, one is this deregulated free trade agreement, which in the end, whatever people say, will drive us away from the European economic model towards a different economic model. And we will look back on this, as a turning point in our history of much greater significance than whether this deal technically gets over the line tonight. But the other possible outcome is this, and I do want to address it, and it's been put to me in interventions. It's that there's no deal at the end of the transition period. And this has to be significantly addressed, because I know some colleagues are tempted to vote for the deal because they believe it prevents or removes the possibility of crashing out on WTO terms. It does not. Under the previous deal, if the future relationship was not ready by the end of transition, the backstop kicked in. That prevented WTO terms. That's gone. This is a trapdoor to no deal. And I will quote the honourable member for Basildon and Billericay, and I hope I get it accurately, and if I don't, he'll correct me. But as I understood what he said, and I've got it in quotes, the reason I'm inclined to vote for this deal is very simple. If trade talks are not successful, then we could leave on no-deal terms. And that's stark. It's stark. Oh, I will, yes, I said I would.
He is right with the quote, but what he has done has been... He has been very selective and taken it out of context, but because had he continued, I then made the point that it is commercial reality that by leaving no deal on the table in any negotiations, it actually makes more likely a good and fair trade deal. And that is something I and the vast majority of colleagues in this place actually want. We want an FTA agreed with the EU by December 2020, and my firm belief is, and I'm not alone here, is that by actually scrapping the backstop, the previous one, we stand more chance of achieving it.
The honourable gentleman to put his full quote in the library for the delectation of colleagues. Sir Keir Starmer.
Well, I am genuinely grateful, and that's why I wanted to take the intervention. But the fact remains that he's right when he says if the trade deals are not successful, then we could leave on no-deal terms. And let's just explore, Mr. Speaker, before we rush into the lobbies, what that actually means. Because the decision on extending transition under this deal needs to be taken by the end of July next year. That's 8 months away. It's very hard to see how any government could negotiate a completed future relationship within such a short time frame, and particularly one which wants to diverge. The Prime Minister brushed this away earlier by saying, well, we're aligned. Well, that's true. And if you wanted to stay aligned, you could probably do a trade deal a lot more quickly. But this Prime Minister and this government wants to diverge. And so the idea that this does not lead to a no-deal Brexit is wrong, and nobody should vote for this deal on the basis that it is the way to ensure that we don't leave at the end of 2020 on WTO terms. I'm going to make a little bit more progress, then I will give way. Now, today, the Prime Minister dangles prospects of workers' rights and indicates amendments he might be inclined to take down the line. Promises, promises. And I know these are really important issues for I will make this point and then I'll give way. I know how important these issues are to many members on this side, particularly the question of workplace rights, environmental rights and consumer standards. I remind all members of this House that not a single trade union supports this deal. And I urge everyone in the House to reflect on the likelihood of this Prime Minister keeping his promises. This has been made, this is a point that's been made, but I'm going to make it again. Last November, the now Prime Minister told the DUP conference in terms regulatory checks and even customs controls between Great Britain and Northern Ireland would be damaging to the fabric of the Union, and he went on to say no British Conservative government could or should sign up to any such arrangement. His words. What does this deal do? It puts checks and controls between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. It creates a customs border in the Irish Sea. It does precisely what the Prime Minister told the DUP last November he would not do. Typical of this Prime Minister. So those that are considering today putting their trust in this Prime Minister need to reflect on how he's treated his supply and confidence partners. Promise, then burn. And I ask how anybody could trust any promise he is now making. I do give way.
My honourable friend for giving way. This deal not only rules out the customs union, it also rules out a single market relationship, which affects service sector jobs alongside the manufacturing jobs. And as he said, it is a bonfire. It's going to be a bonfire on labour standards and environmental standards. Does he agree with me that this is a Trojan horse for no-deal Brexit? And that is why, on this side of the House, our colleagues must vote it down, and others who believe in the national interest must vote it down.
I agree completely. I said I'd give way here, and I will, and then I'll give way behind me.
Grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He will have heard the Prime Minister make a commitment to me and to this House that he would legislate, if necessary, to ensure that workers' rights in this country could not be inferior from those in the European Union. So to his question of trust and confidence, if such legislation were pursued in parallel with the Withdrawal Agreement Bill, or in the Withdrawal Agreement Bill, so that the two could be decided together, surely that would give the Right Honourable Gentleman the confidence that he requires.
I'm grateful for that intervention. And the point is this. For a Prime Minister who said no British Conservative government could or should sign up to any such arrangement, to now go and sign up to it, is exactly why we shouldn't trust it. It's why we should support Amendment A. It's a very important intervention, and I take it seriously. That is why Amendment A is so important, because that gives this House the opportunity to know what precisely the commitment is and what words are going to go into the legislation. What I'm not prepared to do, I'm afraid, and what I think the vast majority on this side of the House are not prepared to do, is take the Prime Minister's word. There is more than enough evidence that his word doesn't mean anything and cannot be trusted. I said I'd give way here.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I was one of those that worked in industry in Coventry during the period of the Thatcher government, and as my honourable friend will know, like his father, we've seen thousands of jobs every week lost in the motor car industry. Now, big companies like Jaguar Land Rover and company are very, very worried about the future of the industry, bearing in mind they've got certain things to prove, and if they don't prove it, they'll have to pay tariffs on that, and that can affect jobs and so forth. But the last point I'd want to make is, if anybody knows why we're suspicious about any government in relation to trade union rights, you've only got to look at this government under the previous Prime Minister's trade union bill, and you'll see what exactly they've got in mind.
Well, I am grateful for that intervention. It just reinforces the point that manufacturing, having been on its knees, and now having revived, at least in part in the way it has, why anybody, whichever way they voted, would want to take an axe to it, I will never understand. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make some progress, then I'll give way again. I've mentioned, I'm just going to make some, I've given way so much, I will give way again. I do just need to make some progress so that others can get in. I want to turn briefly to Amendment A, in the name of the Right Honourable Member for West Dorset. And I want to thank him and his colleagues across the House for the cross-party work they've done in recent months, and this amendment is in that spirit. It's genuinely cross-party. It makes clear that this House will not be bounced into supporting what is a very bad deal without a proper chance to scrutinise it. It would allow the House to make sure the legal text is acceptable, and to provide time to seek changes through the passage of the implementing legislation. And it would ensure that the Benn Act can be applied. And can I say this? It doesn't cause delay, because that exercise is going to have to be gone through anyway. So it's not to vote to delay, it's a vote to get on with looking at the next stage, a stage which is going to have to look at. What it does provide is an insurance policy against signing up to a deal that isn't what it seems, with the risk of a no-deal Brexit to boot. Mr. Speaker, the deal before this House is a thoroughly bad deal, a bad deal for jobs, rights and living standards, a bad deal for the future direction of the country. It will put us on a path to an entirely different economy and society, one of deregulation and divergence. It will end either in a bare-bones free trade agreement or no deal in 8 months. It stands against everything the labour and trade movement stands for.
Oh, don't need people in a rather juvenile fashion calling out behind you. The Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman will give way if and when he wants to give way, as was true of the Secretary of State, and notwithstanding the notably generous-spirited instincts of the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Surrey Heath, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, I'm not aware that the Shadow Brexit Secretary has asked the Right Honourable Gentleman to be his mentor. Sir Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, if we pass this deal today, it will be a long way back for the communities we represent, and I urge all members to reject it.
Thank you. To move Amendment A, I call the Right Honourable Gentleman, Member for West Dorset, Sir Oliver Letwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the amendment which is in my name and that of many other honourable and right honourable members. I don't need to detain the House for long. The purpose of the amendment, as has been said in several interventions and speeches, is to keep in place the insurance policy provided by the Benn Act, which prevents us from crashing out automatically if there is no deal in place by the 31st of October. When the Prime Minister brings his implementing legislation to this House next week, I will vote for it. But we all know that the votes on that legislation throughout its passage will be tight. The Prime Minister has a strategy. I fully accept that, and I accept that it is rational in its own terms. It is that he wants to be able to say to any waverers, it's my deal or no deal, vote for the implementing legislation, or we crash out. Now, I understand that strategy, but we can't be sure that such a threat from the Prime Minister would work. And I won't, if you'll forgive me, because I'm going to be so brief that I won't take any interventions. We can't be sure that such a threat from the Prime Minister would work, and I, despite my support for the Prime Minister's deal, do not believe that it's responsible to put the nation at risk by making that threat. So I'm moving this amendment, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that whichever way any future votes may go, today or next week or the week after, we can be secure in the knowledge that the UK will have requested an extension tonight, which, if granted, can be used if and to the extent necessary, and only the extent necessary, to prevent a no-deal exit.
The question is that Amendment A be made, and I'm grateful to the Right Honourable and Right Honourable Gentleman for moving his amendment. We come now to Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a considerable pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for West Dorset. Let me commend him for his amendment and for his contribution this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, an equal partner within the Union, a nation within the European Union. The broken promises of 2014 from this government and the Better Together campaign could not be more stark than they are today. Scotland has been totally and utterly shafted by this Prime Minister and this Tory government. Scotland is the only part of the United Kingdom where our democratic rights are not being respected. England voted leave, Wales voted leave, and Northern Ireland gets to remain in the EU single market and customs union a special arrangement to protect its interest in people. But Scotland has been ignored. Scotland has been dragged out of the European Union against its will. Mr. Speaker, 62% of Scotland voted to remain. Yet this Tory government and this Brexit fanatic Prime Minister has ignored Scotland's wishes and the interest by bringing forward a deal that will weaken our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Scottish National Party categorically reject this appalling Brexit deal, and we will vote it down today. Not only would this deal be devastating for Scotland, dragging us out of the European Union, the single market and the customs union against our will, it is clear that a right-wing Brexiteer have been assured by senior Tory government ministers that backing this deal could lead to a no-deal crash-out if trade talks fail next year. Mr. Speaker, anyone tempted to vote for this deal today needs to be warned that this is a blank cheque to the Vote Leave campaign, who are now running the Tory government to crash all of us out of the European Union on a no-deal basis at the end of transition next year. The Prime Minister's deal isn't a deal at all. It's the gateway to a no-deal Brexit, taking us off the cliff edge not at the end of October, but at the end of 2020. Let me be clear. Any Brexit would have disastrous implications for Scotland's economy.
They don't care.
Mr. I'll be here.
Would he agree with me that whilst agreeing with the member for Dorset's amendment and his idea that we'll stop no deal, what we have in front of us is no guarantee from the Prime Minister that he will avoid crashing out after the transition period, in the knowledge that any deals that we know of take longer than a year to put together. So isn't this really a death row deal? We've got a year and we'll be crashing out, and it's our duty to vote against it.
I'm most grateful, because the Prime Minister was given the opportunity to rule that out. The Secretary of State was given the opportunity to rule that out, and neither did. And I would say to colleagues right across this House, take note of that. Take note, anyone that's tempted to vote for this deal today, because there is a very real risk that a no-deal Brexit takes place by the back door. Mr. Speaker, I will make some progress. I know that many colleagues wish to speak. The viability of our economic future would be brought into question because of the damage it would do to investment, to population growth and our key exports. All Brexit assessments show that the United Kingdom and that Scotland will be poorer no matter how we leave the European Union.
Correct.
And if those on government benches disagree, why have they not done an economic impact assessment on their deal? How are members of Parliament supposed to debate and decide on the details of this deal when the government hasn't provided a detailed analysis? It absolutely beggars belief that something so fundamental to all our citizens' futures, and yet there is no economic impact assessment.
Thank the honourable gentleman, right honourable gentleman, for giving way, and he does appreciate that we come from this from very different perspectives. However, today I do believe we should be united on this issue. This is not a good deal for Northern Ireland. I would plead with him not to try and suggest that what would be a bad deal for Northern Ireland should then be a good deal for the people of Scotland. If what was being applied today to the people of Scotland, I would be voting against it for his sake and for his people's sake, and that's why I'm encouraging him to vote against it for our sake.
Well, we will certainly vote against it because I don't believe this is a good deal, period. But, Mr. Speaker, how did the Prime Minister even signal up to a deal without understanding the impact on the economy? What a dereliction of duty.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is, because the Prime Minister isn't concerned with the economy, the Prime Minister isn't concerned with the facts. The Brexiteers don't care about facts during the referendum campaign, and it looks as if they're doing the same now. The truth must hurt, because, Mr. Speaker, the truth is this. Every version of Brexit is going to leave us worse.
Correct.
It would continue to damage our relationship with the European Union, but it doesn't grant us much scope to develop relations with other countries. It is also clear that the heightened economic uncertainty has been forecast to reduce business investment by £1 billion in 2019, damaging our economy and leaving Scotland poorer.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I'm mindful of words. What a fool I was, only a puppet. And so was Ulster, and so was Ireland in the political game that was to get the Conservative Party into power. Now, while the DUP may be choking in the words of Carson, I am sure that he, as a member and a leader of our political party, will remind the government that Scotland will not be duped a second time.
My honourable friend is correct. And you know what I say to the Conservatives and those that are here for now from Scotland, that if this deal goes through, if this has the impact on Scotland and creates a competitive disadvantage, then it's increasingly clear, and we can see it from the messages that are coming from us, even today, from people that voted no in our referendum in 2014. They are making it very clear that they want Scotland's right to choose. And I make this guarantee to you, Mr. Speaker, that Scotland will become an independent nation, and an independent nation in short order.
Grateful to him for giving way. I think the House is faced with an impossible choice. This is like being asked to buy a house just based on the estate agent details designed to sell it, with no chance to look inside it or see any kind of contract on it. We spend about 2 months scrutinising and debating the finance bill, and that is just for a one-year budget for Britain. Isn't it absolutely ridiculous that we can't even see the bill, let alone the economic impact, before we're allowed to take a decision?
Absolutely, and heaven knows what the term of the mortgage might be. Let me make it clear, I certainly won't be buying any house from this Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Brexit in any form will damage the branding, reputation and standing of Scottish produce. Our civil society, its regulatory alignment to key markets, its commercial and political relationships abroad, and even recognition of skills and qualifications. Scotland relies on the skills and labour that the EU offers for its economic growth. Brexit will only serve to weaken our access to a vital labour market, and considering that Scotland's native population is declining, we need more migration to our country, not less.
To the right honourable gentleman for finally giving way, but what he is not telling the House is that every major business group in Scotland is encouraging this House to support this deal today. Chambers of Commerce, the CBI, the Federation of Small Businesses, the NFUS, the Scottish Fishermen's Federation, all of them pleading with us to bring uncertainty to an end and to vote for this deal. Don't listen to the SNP. They are not Scotland.
We're grateful to the honourable gentleman member for Stirling. I remind the House that interventions must be brief and we need to expedite progress. Subtle hint. Mr Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it is illuminating to hear such voices in this House, because I'm afraid the harsh reality is that many business organisations, many industry organisations in Scotland see the impact, and not just in Scotland, throughout the UK. The British Chamber of Commerce, the National Farmers Union, the Food and Beverage Association, the Timber Trade Federation have all talked about the negative impact of this deal, but you never get the truth from the Scottish Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, no, I'm going to make progress because I'm aware that other colleagues wish to speak.
Well done, Ian.
Mr. Speaker,
It didn't have to be like this. If the Prime Minister had any interest in the people of Scotland, he would have engaged with our Scottish Government.
Yep.
From the very beginning, the Scottish Government sought to compromise. We did this by offering up Scotland's place in Europe, a compromise position for all of the United Kingdom and for Scotland to remain in the single market and the customs union. And, you know, I have to tell you that we had no engagement with the UK Government over these papers. But I can say this to you. When I went to see Michel Barnier, he'd read every page of that document. That's the difference between the attitude of our friends and colleagues in Europe and the disdain that our Scottish Government gets from Westminster. Our plan was dismissed out of hand and then followed by years of the UK Government ignoring Scotland, ignoring our Parliament. Mr. Speaker, with Northern Ireland getting access to the single market and the customs union, it is clear that the Prime Minister is willing to put trust in the people of Northern Ireland to manage its relationship. So it's inexplicable that he won't trust the people of Scotland, who also voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union.
Absolutely.
This offer gives Northern Ireland a competitive advantage over Scotland. And whilst we respect and understand the unique circumstances of Northern Ireland, I want to be clear. Everyone in the SNP wants to see the continuation of peace and stability. But the proposal in this deal is, in effect, being kept in the single market and the customs union as a consequence. That was our compromise position, and the UK Government completely ignored us, ignored Scotland. The Prime Minister has shown the people of Scotland total contempt. A Prime Minister who has no mandate from Scotland, yet he seeks to impose his Brexit against our democratically expressed will, silences the wishes of our people and weakening our economy. This Prime Minister and his Brexit fan club in number 10 don't care about Scotland. They're obsessed with only one thing: winning and delivering their Brexit fantasy at any cost. Mr. Speaker, the dishonesty and lies of the... Well, you know, I hear the ministers shouting from the front bench. Not true. Where was the engagement with the Scottish Government of our place in Europe? It simply didn't happen. It was absolutely, completely true. He can shake his head because he doesn't like the reality. Mr. Speaker, the dishonesty and the lies of Vote Leave brought the country to vote for Brexit in the first place. And this should be something...
Resume your seat. As far as I'm aware, the Right Honourable Gentleman is not currently giving way. And so the order! And so the Chancellor that he shouldn't stand there portentously as though he has an absolute right to intervene. It might be courteous to allow him to do so, but such an allowance has not yet been made. Mr. Ian Blackford.
I'm afraid today, Mr. Speaker, this House will be listening to our voices, and perhaps the Right Honourable Gentleman might catch your eye later on. Mr. Speaker, the dishonesty and lies of Vote Leave brought this country to vote for Brexit in the first place. And this would be something that the Prime Minister and many in his cabinet should be ashamed of. They have torn their country, their Parliament, their own party apart. Mr. Speaker, this is the beginning of the end of their precious union and their distorted Etonian vision for society. Scotland will not be ignored anymore. The deal must be stopped and binned today. Whether this deal passes today or not, the Government needs an extension. This deal is devastating for Scotland. We will not vote for it, and we call for the extension period to be used for an election, so that we can get rid of this rotten Tory government out of Downing Street. The Scottish National Party are here to do our job, to stand stronger for Scotland. Those across this House who ever want to lay claim to representing the voices and the interests of the people of Scotland, you cannot support this deal. You cannot inflict economic and social harm on our society. Myth after myth from the Prime Minister and his cronies, but the facts are clear. The European Union accounts for 56% of the UK's exports and 65% of imports, either through the EU directly or through other countries where the EU has trade arrangements with. The direct value of EU trade is over triple the value of US trade. The Brexit Secretary even said that the EU was the UK's most important partner. 100,000 jobs in Scotland at risk. Our fishermen, farmer and crofters, all disadvantaged by this deal. As the Scottish Seafood Association put it, this could switch the lights out for a small exporter. Correct. 5 separate certificates all have to be done on October 31st. For a small exporter, that is possibly trying to sell 30 kilos of top-quality langoustines to a restaurant in Paris. Switch the lights off. The restaurant owner is going to go and buy his lovely langoustines somewhere else. Not my words, that's from the Scottish Seafood Association. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that people in Scotland can see the government front bench are laughing. People's livelihoods are at risk, and the government front bench thinks it's funny. You should be utterly, utterly ashamed of yourselves. Mr. Speaker, the Scottish National Party will not stand by and let this government rip our economy and our country's future apart. We are Europeans, and Scotland is a European nation. Members across this House should unite with the SNP and bring this government down. A general election is the best way now to stop this Prime Minister and stop this dangerous Brexit. Mr. Speaker, let me say this. Anyone, any single member here this afternoon who backs the Tory Prime Minister and his cheating Vote Leave campaign by shafting Scotland will never, not ever be forgiven by the people of Scotland.
Found in the courts.
Overnight, we've seen the reports, the rumours and the whispers. Mr. Speaker, is the Labour Party really going to allow their members of Parliament to vote for this catastrophic Brexit deal? Let me remind the Labour Party what the TUC said. This deal would be a disaster for working people. It would hammer the economy, cost jobs and sell workers' rights down the river. The Prime Minister has negotiated even a worse deal than Theresa May. All MPs should vote against it. That's the words of the TUC. So let me ask, why has the Leader of the Opposition not yet guaranteed that all Labour MPs will vote with the Scottish National Party this afternoon against this deal? A deal that would be devastating for Scotland, ripping us out of the EU against our will, terminating our freedom of movement rights, threatening jobs, living standards, our public services and the economy. Is the Leader of the Labour Party really willing to allow any members of his party to write a blank cheque for this Tory Prime Minister to deliver Brexit? Not a single member of the Labour Party should be voting for a deal that delivers a race to the bottom on workers' rights, on environmental standards, and paves the way for dismantling our precious NHS. It would be absolutely staggering that with a no-deal threat on the table, any Labour MP could even think about voting for this toxic deal. Mr. Speaker, Labour must not be the handmaidens of a Tory Brexit, which we know will cost thousands of jobs and harm people's livelihoods. So I appeal to every member of
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. I wondered if he got a section of his speech from John Landsman. So could I ask the right honourable gentleman, does he agree with me that when it comes to workers' rights, the EU isn't God? The fact is, local authorities up and down the UK have to outsource contracts to the European Union at the detriment of workers in their local communities. We have seen a rise in zero-hour contracts and poor conditions, partly because of that outsourcing. Does he agree with me?
I thank the right honourable lady. We were colleagues together in committee. I'm fond of her, as she knows.
To the right honourable gentleman to face the House so we can all hear. Mr Ian Blackford.
I simply say to my right honourable friend that I would trust the European Union with workers' rights before I would trust the opposition. Must stop the excuses and finally act by backing the SNP tonight to reject this damaging deal, secure an extension and call an election so we can bring this Tory government down and stop Brexit. But Mr Speaker, meanwhile, Scottish Tory MPs are prepared to vote for a deal that they previously pledged that they would not back. Simple irresponsibility and moral cowardice.
Hear, hear.
I say to the Scottish Tories, you are serving the death knell on the Union by voting for this deal. Independence is coming, and we will take our place as a proud European nation. What a shift in time, Mr Speaker, from what Ruth Davidson said in 2014. No means we stay in. We are members of the European Union. Mr Speaker, the people of Scotland now know, more than ever, you can never, not ever, trust a Tory. We already know that despite the promise after promise...
We wish to expedite the debate, and the right honourable gentleman must be heard as I think he's approaching his peroration. Mr Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and perhaps if they settle down we can get through this and their voices might be heard. We already know that despite promise after promise made by the Scottish Tories to protect our fishermen, that the backstop loophole in the deal threatens to be potentially devastating for the Scottish fishing sector. Under the proposed deal, it might actually help if you listen rather than trying to shout from a position at the bar. Because this is about the livelihood of fishermen that they falsely claim to protect, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, under the proposed deal, Scottish fish exports to the European Union face being hit by damaging tariffs. Any move which could see Scottish vessels register in Northern Ireland to land their catch there and then have it moved to the Republic for processing to escape those duties would pose a huge danger to Scotland's fishing ports and our widening processing industry. That's the reality of what the Tories are threatening to do to our fishing industry. It would directly threaten thousands of jobs and could make the sector among the most hardest hit by Brexit in the whole of Scotland. Scottish fishing sold out by the Conservatives yet again. That is the stark reality, opposed to the bluster of a UK Tory government which once again treats Scotland as an afterthought. Well, Mr Speaker, we in the SNP, we will not stand for it. I warn members who marched through the lobbies with the government this afternoon that selling Scotland out by backing this deal will be the final nail in the coffin for the Union. Mr Speaker, while the UK drags Scotland out of the EU against our will, while this Tory government downgrades our devolution settlement and destroys our rights, in Scotland the SNP are looking proudly at our record. We are ambitious for our nation. And not this Prime Minister, not the Leader of the Opposition, not any Leader of the Liberal Democrats, not anyone will stand in our way. The Scottish people are sovereign, and they should have the choice to determine their own future. Mr Speaker, this year, Scotland is marking the 20th anniversary of devolution, the establishment of our Scottish Parliament. The first speech that was made in the new Scottish Parliament in May 1999 was by my good friend Winifred Ewing. At the time she made that speech, she was also, of course, the mother of the European Parliament having served there since 1979. When he expressed the hope that the Scottish Parliament would try to follow the more consensual style of the European Parliament and other European parliaments rather than the more confrontational approach that we've witnessed again here today in Westminster. And in our actions now, our actions today, we are trying to stay true to that advice. While there remains uncertainty over whether this proposed deal will pass, what is absolutely clear is it would take us out of the European Union, out of the single market, out of the customs union, against the overwhelming democratic will of the people of Scotland. Mr. Speaker, Scotland did not vote for Brexit in any form. And unlike others, the SNP will not vote for Brexit in any form. Scotland has been shafted, sidelined, silenced, ignored by this UB government, and it cannot be ignored today. Members, I urge you, do not stand by and allow this Prime Minister to drag us into an economic abyss. Because I warn the House, it is clearer than ever that the best future for Scotland is one as an equal, independent European nation. That is a choice that the SNP is determined to ensure is given to the people of Scotland. And those who vote against Scotland's interests this afternoon will be aware you are ending the Union. Scotland is not for leaving Europe. We will become an independent nation. My message to Europe is leave a light on for Scotland.
Order! A 5-minute limit on backbench speeches will have to apply with immediate effect, though I don't anticipate that that limit will last very long. Mrs. Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I arrived at the House of Commons this morning, I saw the message, "Good day for May." I thought that perhaps consensus had come across the whole of the House and that it had already been decided that this deal would be supported by the House tonight. Unfortunately, my view on that was premature, and I think only premature. But happily for England, of course, it was a reference to Johnny May having scored the first 2 tries in our victory against Australia. I hope the whole House will forgive me if I say that standing here I have a distinct sense of déjà vu.
I know how you feel.
But today's vote is an important... Well, I intend to rebel against all of those who don't want to vote to deliver Brexit. Mr. Speaker, today's vote is important. The eyes of the country, no, actually the eyes of the wider world are upon us today. And every member in this House has a responsibility in the decision that they will take to determine on whether or not they are going to put the national interest first, and not just an ideological or a single issue or a party political interest, but the full wider interests of our constituents. And as we look at this issue, it is something, the decision we take tonight will determine not just the future of our country and the future lives of our constituents, but I believe the very future of our politics. Because we have today to take a key decision, and it's simple. Do we want to deliver Brexit? Do we want to deliver on the result of the referendum in 2016? Well, we know the views of the Scottish Nationalist Party. They reject results of referendum. They had a referendum to stay. When this House voted overwhelmingly to give the choice of our membership of the EU to the British people, did we really mean it? When we voted to trigger Article 50, did we really mean it? When the 2 main parties represented in this House stood on manifestos in the 2017 general election to deliver Brexit, did we really mean it? I think there can only be one answer to that, and that is yes, we did mean it. Yes, we keep faith with the British people. Yes, we want to deliver Brexit. Absolutely. Because if the Honourable Lady would just wait for a minute, because if this Parliament did not mean it, then it is guilty of the most egregious con trick on the British people. And this, there have been many views across this House. I want to say simply to some of the groups involved. There are those, some of whom believe passionately and have believed for some time, others who've come to this more lately, that there should be a second referendum. I say simply this: you cannot have a second referendum simply because some people don't agree with the result of the first. And I don't like. No, there are many people who want to speak, so I'm going to carry on. I've taken many interventions and questions across this House over time.
None have been worth
I don't like referenda. But I think that if you have one, you should abide by the result that people have given you. Then there is the Labour Party front bench. And I've heard much from the Labour Party front bench over the last 3 years about the importance of protecting jobs, of protecting manufacturing, of protecting people's livelihoods. If they really meant that, they would have voted for the deal earlier in this. Their chance to show whether they really care about people by voting for this deal tonight in this afternoon, I hope, Mr. Speaker, in this House of Commons. And then I say to all of those across this House who say they do not want no deal, I've said it before, I've said it many times, I hope this is the last time I have to say it. If you don't want no deal, you have to vote for a deal. Businesses are crying out for certainty. People want certainty in their lives. Investors want to be able to invest and want the uncertainty to be got rid of. They want to know that this country is moving forward. If you want to deliver a Brexit, if you want to keep faith with the British people, if you want this country to move forward, then vote for the deal today.
Thank you. Mr. Peter Kyle. Speaker, and I say with all respect and humility to the former Prime Minister that there will be a lot of people watching this now and listening to her words that will feel very strongly that the only contrick is a Prime Minister who makes a solemn promise to the public that there would be under no circumstances a border down the Irish Sea, and then seeing the same person traipsing through the lobbies to vote precisely for it. So I would expect a little bit more humility from her. Mr. Speaker, all of us who were very participant in the referendum debate noticed one thing. The prospectus for Brexit was a very poorly defined prospectus. It was very difficult to gauge precisely what it would mean for our country. But when the Prime Minister signed the Article 50 treaty, she had the legal right to define Brexit. She came back with this deal, over 500 pages of definition of Brexit. This deal defined it, and for almost a year, the Prime Minister said, and the government said, that this deal respected the will of the people. And now we have a separate deal that's been brought back by a separate government. And this government is saying that this fundamentally different deal represents the will of the people. It is a different deal with different customs arrangements, different regulatory systems, and a different border for the United Kingdom. And they say this represents the will of the people. I make this simple point. Both deals can't represent the will of the people. And I say with all humility, if you want to know what people voted for, if you want to know what the will of the people is, you can ask them. Not ask them based on promises, ask them based on facts, because we have the facts now. The compromise that the honourable gentleman for Sedgefield and I have been working on is a compromise, because we could be the Remainers who open the door to Brexit. It is about fundamentally breaking the gridlock here in Parliament. I'll crack on. And it's based around a deal. I'll give it a go.
I've been listening to the honourable member with interest. Would he agree with me that whilst the referendum settled the question of leaving, what it didn't settle was where we're going? And that is why this House has been debating over the last 3.5 years different ways of leaving the EU. Some people believe in the May deal, some people want the May deal minus backstop, some people want a Northern Ireland backstop, some people want a customs union, some people want no deal, some people want to manage no deal. Does he agree with me that that is why whatever deal that the government is putting before us should actually be given to the people for a final say?
I'm extremely grateful for a thoughtful intervention, and of course I agree with him because I speak as somebody who has voted for 3 separate versions of Brexit. I haven't opposed. Most members of the ERG have voted for Brexit. So the key question is, how do we break the gridlock? How do we get through this impasse? The idea of a referendum based on a deal is a confirmatory referendum. We put the prospectus back to the people and say, is this good enough for you? Exactly the same way that we did in Northern Ireland with the Good Friday peace agreement. I will give way.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. As he knows, back in February 2016, before the referendum, that suggestion was put to the then Prime Minister, who stood at that dispatch box and said that the proposal, the very idea, was absolutely ridiculous. Nobody in this House disputed that then. Where was he?
I was here in the House, and I was working constructively with the members across the House, and I voted for 3 separate versions of Brexit. Exactly. I have done my bit to try and get across the line in this, but we've got to the point now where so many different people, simply because the prospectus for Brexit wasn't defined at the start of the process, it was only defined at the end of the process, that so many people in this House have a different version of Brexit that we are irreconcilably divided. Therefore, we have proposed a compromise whereby we would allow the deal to pass through Parliament in return for inviting the public in to say, in a definitive final say, whether they will allow this deal to pass. The public can decide, is this deal good enough for them, for their family, for their community, their jobs, and our country? If it is, then we can leave directly on those terms without any need to return to this place. If it's not, we can remain with the deal we have. 2 propositions bound in international treaty and law that are implementable straight away. We gained growing support for this across the House when we pushed it last time. People repeatedly said to us that if the Prime Ministers of the Times deal is defeated, they would want to come and consider this, that they wouldn't want to consider it before any defeat. Well, the problem was that we didn't get the opportunity to press for a vote straight afterwards. But now we do. Because the government is pushing 2 motions tonight, one on their deal, one on no deal, we will have an opportunity to vote after the House has spoken on the main deal. So to all people who want to support the deal, I say this: focus on the deal, support the deal, but accept one thing. If the deal does not succeed in the first vote tonight, we have to make a choice. And there is a choice on the table that keeps the deal alive, that keeps the deal intact. It is the only way in those circumstances that the deal can proceed forward. And in those circumstances, I hope that people from across the House will decide that the country needs resolution, and there is an option that remains standing that will break the gridlock, that will get Brexit out of Westminster, back into our communities for one definitive final say, and we can bring this nightmare to an end. Thank you.
Kenneth Clark. Mr. Speaker, I hoped I would never be driven in these long debates on Brexit to finally deciding what my opinion is on the choice between no deal and a bad deal. And I regret to say that when my right honourable friend, the previous Prime Minister, put forward the proposition before, I had considerable doubts about her belief that no deal was better than a bad deal, and those doubts have increased. Because what we have before us now is undoubtedly a bad deal. I think it's a very bad deal. I think it's wholly inferior to the deal that was negotiated by my right honourable friend, the former Prime Minister, for which I too voted 3 times, like the honourable member from Brighton. We cannot be accused of taking part in this debate seeking to block Brexit and repudiate the wishes of the British public and all the rubbish which the more fanatic Brexiteers and their followers frequently hail at us. But now the choice is very real. It is a very bad deal for reasons which I won't dilate on, others have. I actually have considerably sympathy with the members from Northern Ireland, the independent unionists, whom I almost always agree with, also with the democratic unionists. This is a most truly constitutional position. They're being put in as members of the United Kingdom, and I would very much rather that we didn't have this situation of a border down the Irish Sea, because there's absolutely no doubt there's quite a clear customs and regulatory border being envisaged down the Irish Sea. It has to be said that the effect is to save the all-Irish economy from the near calamity that a total no deal would have resulted in. I have no idea how anybody would have operated a no-deal situation across the border, and I thought these weird propositions of a customs border somewhere in Northern Ireland but not on the border had little or no chance of working. But although the Irish at least have the economic consolation that they will sail on through the transition period as they are now, I'm extremely worried that the purpose of going to negotiate this convoluted arrangement over Ireland was so that the economy of Britain could be taken out of the customs union and the single market straight away. And if that holds after the transition period, I think that will have the most damaging effects on our economic future for all the reasons that other people have given in the earlier and lengthy speeches we've had. Now, therefore, it's all to be played for in this transition period. I actually do not believe that a good free trade agreement, a good agreement on security, fighting international crime, agreements on the licensing of medicines, the possible arrangements with the European Medicines Agency, all the things spelt out, are likely to be achieved by the end of next year. The Canada deal, which a lot of Brexiteers like to hold up as a model, took about 9 years before that was put in place. So I do wish that we prepare to contemplate a more realistic timescale. But meanwhile, I think the votes today and the process of the next week or two have got to get us through the necessary process to put in place a withdrawal agreement so we have a transition period in which we can have the full negotiations about the ultimate destination. And all my votes in this House personally have been to ensure the calamity of leaving with no deal on the 31st of October or whenever was never allowed to happen. For that reason, I think we should support this deal. I cannot understand the government's resistance to saying that, of course, we should legislate before we abandon the protection of the Benn Act and decide we don't need an extension. The government says, oh, you can take that for granted, the detail, getting the votes. We all know that none of us are sure whether there's a majority for this government at all for the present deal today. If they can keep it through the whole of the legislation, I shall be very reassured. I'd like to wait to see that they can.
More grateful than ever before to the right honourable and learned gentleman. The 5-minute limit still applies, but the honourable gentleman is the last member to benefit from it. Sammy Wilson.
As a party, we have been supportive all throughout this process of delivering on the referendum result of the British people. We have defied and opposed the procedural chicanery which has gone on in this place, the political machinations which have gone on in this place to try and undermine that. The irony is that today which should be a day of rejoicing for us when the Prime Minister comes back with a deal, we find that Northern Ireland and Northern Ireland alone will be left within the clutches of the European Union by being de facto members of the Customs Union and being tied to European regulations. Now, the Government has put forward two defences for its position. The first is that there will be no border down the Irish Sea. There is no border down the Irish Sea. But let's look at the facts of this. As a result of the customs arrangements, first of all, every good which is exported from GB to Northern Ireland will be subject to a customs declaration. Movements will be subject to checks. Unless it can be proved that the goods are not going outside Northern Ireland, duty will be paid. Only when you've proved that they aren't going will the duty be paid back. And on top of that, there will be all of the regulations of the European Union imposed in Northern Ireland. Now, if anybody tells me that that does not represent an economic, customs, legal border, hard border between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom, I don't know what a hard border looks like then. And furthermore, when it came during debates in this House, I have heard it said that if there were to be an extra camera placed on the border between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic, or one additional piece of paper had to be signed, that would represent a break in the Good Friday Agreement, because it would represent a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic. So on one hand, you can have all of these checks between Northern Ireland and GB, and it doesn't count as a hard border, but one camera on the border between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic does count as a hard border. And I think that shows how false the argument has been put forward by the Government, that they have not accepted a hard border between Northern Ireland. And what's the implication of that? It means that we are, first of all, cut off from the country to which we belong, and secondly, our economic relationships with the biggest market that we have are damaged. The second argument being put forward by the Minister today is this, that, well, you could get out of it. You can vote against it. And that will. I'll give in a moment to. Let me just finish this argument. You can vote against it, but of course there's a mechanism, in Northern Ireland, and for dealing with sensitive issues. It's enshrined in an internationally binding agreement, and that mechanism, because of the sensitive nature of politics in Northern Ireland, says that any controversial issue has to be decided by a cross-community vote. That part of the Belfast Agreement, which is so sacrosanct in this House and to those who negotiate it, has now been torn out of the Belfast Agreement and will give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman, and he's making his own powerful argument, which we have heard. Could I ask him, in a limited time available, that he turns his attention and addresses the amendment made by my right honourable friend for Dorset West? Because if he's concerned about a hard border, Mr. Speaker, he must recognise that the door may be opening, if that passes today, for a hard border and no-deal Brexit to emerge.
Well, I mean, first of all, the hard border is there, and I've made the argument. And I defy anybody to tell me that if you've got to fill in a customs declaration, you've got to have lorries and vans searched at the ports coming into to Northern Ireland, you've got to pay taxes on goods which come from GB, that's not a hard border already. And we will. And let me come to this issue of consent, because it's important. Because the Minister dismisses unionist fears by saying you can vote your way out of it. Well, of course, the mechanism for voting our way out of it is laid down by an international treaty. Why is that not going to be adhered to? Because the Government and the EU and the Irish Government knows that would be an effective way of Northern Ireland doing the very thing that the Minister has said we'll be able to do. Remove that, and you remove the ability of Northern Ireland to take itself out of this arrangement. And of course, We only get the chance after 4 years. We're put into it without any consent at all.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would my honourable friend agree with me that in Northern Ireland at the moment, and for the last 1,000 days where we have had no government, there has been a majority, not just a simple majority, a significant majority of parties and people who want to get back to work. We are being held and blackmailed by a minority party, Sinn Féin, and yet this government has defended that minority veto for over 1,000 days, meaning there's no government in Northern Ireland.
Well, of course, that's the irony, that we have to avoid having an assembly because the voting mechanism of the Belfast Agreement must be adhered to. But when it comes to getting out of this arrangement, which has severe consequences for Northern Ireland, the mechanism of the Belfast Agreement doesn't have to be adhered to. Now again, either we avoid a hard border or we have a hard border. Either we adhere to the Belfast Agreement or we don't adhere to the Belfast Agreement. And this agreement that the government has signed turns all of those things on their head. And that's the reason why we will oppose it. And I'm sure that honourable members across the House who have defended their constituency interests, whether it's the fishing industry in Scotland or in Cornwall, whether it's the industrial worker, the rights of workers in their own constituencies, they will understand why we will not give in to this agreement, which we believe does damage to our part of the United Kingdom and which will lead to the focus of attention away from London towards Dublin. Because don't forget, we'll be tied into an arrangement. Where the laws for Northern Ireland will be made in Brussels. The British government will have no input, the Stormont government will have no input. So where does the focus of attention come then for industry and lobby groups and politicians in Northern Ireland? Dublin. And so we move towards United Ireland. We were asked what we would do in relation to the amendment. All I can say is this, that we would be failing in our duty if we do not use every strategy which is available to try and get guarantees, changes and alterations which will safeguard the interests of the United Kingdom, the interests of our constituents and the interests that we represent.
Order. A 3-minute limit now applies. Chris Grayling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was planning to be brief anyway. I campaigned to leave, Mr. Speaker, but at every stage of the campaign I argued that we should leave on good terms with our friends and neighbours, that we should leave with a deal. I supported the previous Prime Minister in what she sought to achieve. I pay tribute to this Prime Minister for what he has done in bringing forward a deal that after a year of turbulence in this place, when we have not really come near to finding anything a majority in this House can agree on, what is absolutely clear today is that we are much closer than we have been before to something which this Parliament is willing to give its support to. I pay tribute to the Prime Minister for achieving that, and I strongly urge this House to unite behind this agreement. But I specifically, Mr. Speaker, want to talk about the amendment being brought forward by the Right Honourable Member for West Dorset. And I want everyone on all sides of the House to think about this. I know my Right Honourable friend well. He has his reasons for bringing this amendment forward, but the consequence of it is that this House, at a moment when the nation is watching us to see what decision we will take about the deal that has been brought back from Brussels, this House today may decline to form an opinion. That is the consequence of passing the amendment, that we will today not decide whether we support this deal or not. And I put it to you, Mr. Speaker, indeed.
I'm extremely grateful. Here are practices of long-standing right going back to my boyhood. But the truth is that the public are saying to us, enough is enough. Get on, get out, so we can get ahead. It's as simple as that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend, and that, to my mind, is the crux of the issue around this amendment today. Are we really going to say to the public today, we're not today going to make our minds up, we're going to yet again defer the decision? And every member will have to go back to their constituents and explain why today, in a moment that is the first Saturday sitting since 1982, we were not able to take a decision about whether we support the principle of this deal or not. I think that would be deeply damaging to our democracy. I think it would be deeply damaging to the reputation of this House and of every individual in this Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge everyone here, whatever their views, whether they are for this deal, whether they're against this deal, let us not put ourselves in a position today where we're simply not taking a decision and saying to the public, do you know what, we'll put it off to another day. I do not think, Mr. Speaker, we can afford to do that. I urge everyone in this House not to allow that situation to happen.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman. Liz Kendall.
Mr. Speaker, the decision we make today will shape the future of our country for years to come. And in making that decision, 3 issues weigh most heavily on my mind. The first is the potential risks this deal poses to the future of the Union of the United Kingdom. We have heard many times already that the deal explicitly separates Northern Ireland from the rest of the UK, with a border down the Irish Sea and with Northern Ireland remaining part of the EU's trading system, something the Prime Minister promised he would never do. And these proposals, I fear, have a knock-on implications for Scotland's future relationship in the UK too. I fear that the deal is an open goal to the SNP and their bid for independence. We've already heard the argument that Northern Ireland voted to remain, they're still part of the EU with frictionless trade. Why shouldn't Scotland have that too? Mr. Speaker, I have always believed in the importance of unions, that we are stronger and have more power and control when we work together. I don't expect all honourable members opposite to share that most fundamental of Labour beliefs, but as members of the Conservative and Unionist Party, I find it very hard to believe they'd vote for a deal that could put the future of our union at risk. The deal also has potentially profound consequences for the future shape of our economy and public services, paving the way for the government to take England, Scotland and Wales out of the single market and customs union, the hardest of all hard Brexit, short of no deal, with all the risks that brings for manufacturing and services. And whatever the Prime Minister claims, there are no legal guarantees for workers' and consumers' rights and environmental standards. They can deny it till they're blue in the face, but we remember it was precisely in order to cut those rights and standards that Brexiteers argued for years that we should leave the EU. So they cannot convince us otherwise now. And to be honest, I wish honourable members opposite would just be honest and say we believe the future of the country is a low-tax, small-state, deregulated country. They've got a perfect right to think that, but they should have the guts to put that vision of Britain to the British people. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the implications for our democracy, I know colleagues on both sides of the House understand the risks this deal poses to the Union and to our economy, but they believe the risks to our democracy of not voting for this deal are even worse. But the truth is, this deal is not what people were promised during the referendum. Neither will it get Brexit done. Far from it. We will have years more negotiations with another cliff edge at the end of the transition. I don't doubt that many people will be angry if this deal is voted down tonight, but we cannot put that back. We must put that back to the British people so they can decide, is this the future for the country that they want?
Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the view of my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Rushcliffe, that the deal that's being presented to us has many flaws. One of the principal flaws is that as a unionist, I think it does threaten the Union of the United Kingdom very directly. Although I'm bound to have to also accept that I think Brexit generally threatens the Union of the United Kingdom very directly, and I've never really seen an easy way of trying to resolve that and deliver Brexit at the same time. Secondly, although the deal is a matter on which I should congratulate my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, he negotiated it, he was unhappy with the earlier deal, and he now says he's satisfied with it. I remain of the view that if one looks at its detail in terms of the likely negotiating process that will have to take place next year, I am left in very serious doubt that it will in fact be possible to achieve a free trade agreement, and that therefore this House will be confronted in 12 months' time with very similar challenges to the ones that we face at present, and with deep economic consequences if we can't find a way through them. So I'm afraid I am not enthusiastic about the deal. was listening to my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, who's been very consistent in her view on the issue of Brexit. Namely, that for us as a House, or MPs, to both offer a referendum and then try to thwart it by our own actions or reject it is a con trick. And I don't disagree with her about that, although we have this disagreement, and yet I don't believe that it is in any way a con trick when one finds oneself ending up with something so utterly different from what was being offered. I don't see anything wrong in going back and asking the electorate whether that is what they really want. And I remain of the view that that possibility exists, and if it were to be a majority view of the House that it should be done, I would support it and seek to have that carried out, because I think the consequences are so momentous. But I'd also like to make clear to the Prime Minister that if that were to fail, I would not seek to oppose leaving on these terms. I want to make that quite clear. We've got to resolve this. But that then brings me to the amendment of my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset. It is frankly extraordinary that a government that says it wants to follow a sensible process then seeks to railroad that process in a way that makes it likely that proper debate will not take place. And to that I profoundly object, and for that reason I will support that amendment, and anybody in this House who wants an orderly form of Brexit should do so as well.
Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be voting for the amendment of the Right Honourable Member for West Dorset because it is an insurance policy against no deal by accident or by design. What is very clear from the debate so far is this, that the deal the Prime Minister has brought back will give us less good access to our biggest, nearest and most important market than we enjoy today, and less good access than the deal negotiated by the former Prime Minister would have given. And I cannot understand why anyone should regard that as something to be celebrated, cheered or recommended. It is no wonder the government does not want to do an economic assessment, because it would show what the government's last economic assessment shows. And I thought it was very striking as my right honourable friend, in his typically forensic and eloquent way, told the House what it would mean in practice to watch the euphoria that was evident on the benches opposite earlier give way to cold realisation of what it will mean for the businesses and industries that we represent in our constituencies. And I simply ask the question, Mr. Speaker, why would we want to undermine our future economy, investment, opportunity and potential in this way? The second point I want to make is about consent. Because the Prime Minister was right in asking us how are we going to heal the rift that Brexit has created. If this deal is defeated today, it will be the fourth time in which the House has been unable to agree a way forward. And I am the first to admit that we cannot carry on like this. We need to find a way forward, and that is why a way of doing so has been offered in a very prescient intervention a year ago by my honourable friends, the members for Hove and Sedgefield, with their compromise proposal. And it is a compromise because there is in politics a division between those who advocate if we can't get a deal, we leave with no deal, and on the other hand, those who say, let's just cancel the result of the referendum, pretend it never happened. Now, I do not subscribe to either of those views. The compromise is to say there is a way in which we can get this done and achieve a decision, and that is by asking the British people. And at the heart of that question is this: do the British people have the right to change their minds? Yep. Now, I fear that some people who reject a referendum would cry, no, they don't. We had the one vote and that's it. I disagree with that view, because it is fundamental to our democracy that when the facts change, events change, or time passes, we should have the opportunity to change our minds if we wish. I do not know what the answer to that question is. The only people who know are the British people, and that is why I will vote for my honourable friend's amendment today, because I think we should ask the people what they now want.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for me this has been really quite a long journey.
I want to say very simply, and get it out of the way straight away, having given a great deal of consideration to all the issues that have been discussed over the last few weeks, and having had the opportunity to discuss with ministers and in Number 10 in various other places and in our groups and one thing and another, that I have come to the conclusion that we must support this deal. And I go further and say that one of the reasons why I believe it is so important, and I say this with great concern with respect to the DUP, because I know that there are elements about this deal which do fall short. And I'm going to say something else too, and that is that with regard to Article 4, I still regard that as a serious problem. But I am glad that the Prime Minister has responded, as he did today, with a personal assurance that he will ensure in the bill, when it comes, that parliamentary sovereignty will be recognised, notwithstanding, I use the word notwithstanding, the provisions that otherwise apply under the withdrawal agreement in Article 4, and furthermore, that he will also give us a guarantee that where vital interests of this country are affected, the European Scrutiny Committee will continue to have the opportunity to make sure that the House has the opportunity to consider and vote on questions which so arise. I won't enlarge on that now because that hasn't been entirely finalised. The bill has not been published, but I do say that there are signs of very great progress in that regard, because that is about the principle of sovereignty and the principle of consent. If the Select Committee procedures are followed along the lines that I am proposing, actually I also believe that Northern Ireland will benefit from that, because they themselves will be able to come into the committee proceedings and give evidence with regard to the manner in which this is operating for them, and then the matter could then, if all goes well, in terms of the bill itself, they will have the opportunity to have a vote on that on the floor of the House. Now, I am simply making that point clear now, because I believe in the present circumstances, this is a very, very historic moment, but it is a moment which we have to seize. So let us get out by the 31st of October, no second referendum, no revocation of Article 50, get Brexit done, let's have a general election, and let's sort this out once and for all.
House of McGovern.
Speaker, I want to say some words about the nature of the deal before us. And Mr. Speaker, this is all a question of trust. Whether or not we should support this deal depends on trust. For the people of Northern Ireland, we have heard that they cannot trust this deal from their representatives today. This could take us backwards, not forwards, in Northern Ireland, Mr. Speaker. And we are learning about the Conservative and Unionist Party that before long they will be the party of only England. They are putting our union at risk. For the people of the GB Northern Ireland border, whether that's Birkenhead, Holyhead or Stranraer, they cannot trust this deal. And the Conservative Party is becoming only the party of the south of England. For the people, Mr. Speaker, of our manufacturing towns, we know the damage, as has been said by the member for Holborn and St Pancras and Francis O'Grady of the TUC, we know the damage that this deal will do to our manufacturing towns. And the Conservative Party is becoming only the party of the South East home counties. For Conservatives who want a soft Brexit, the member for Raleigh gave it away. The ERG have decided. So the Conservative Party is becoming only the party of the ERG, and this is their deal, Mr. Speaker. For the next generation, they cannot trust this deal on environmental protections. And the protests we have seen about climate change, those voices are not heard. On freedom of movement and on our rights at work, generations of trade unions cannot trust this deal. Now, we on the Labour Party benches here, We are representatives, not delegates. But I would challenge any Labour MP to disagree with the delegates of any trade union branch in this country. You cannot trust this deal. The Conservative Party is making itself untrustworthy, Mr. Speaker, because instead of rational policies, it's made itself a historical reenactment society seeking to undo 40 years of progress, of which they played a part. But their interpretation of our country's history is untrustworthy. And I want to mention one lesson from our history. When at the fall of the Battle of France, the Polish pilots who came to Britain to fight with us called Britain Last Hope Island. And then, as now, solidarity in Europe, not a Britain that stands alone, should be the source of our hope. That was true then, it's true now. This deal is bad for Britain and we should vote it down.
Dr. Liam Fox.
May I first say a word about the amendment? Those who are thinking of voting for this amendment tonight should not do under the illusion that it will take no deal off the table. No deal cannot be taken off the table. We can ask the EU for an extension. The EU do not need to grant an extension. The only way to take no deal off the table is to accept the only deal that is actually on offer. And the European Union. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 reasons why I think we should vote in favour of this deal today. The first is that it delivers on the referendum. And let's just go back to first principles. We made a contract with the people of the United Kingdom using the 2 elements of our constitution. Direct democracy, which said to them, we will not or cannot make a decision, therefore you must take the decision. And then using representative democracy to say, we, the House of Commons, will determine how to implement that decision. That is what we're being asked to do today. It is our duty to deliver on what we have promised the British people if we want to maintain faith in our electoral and political system itself. 80% of us on the Conservative and Labour benches stood on a manifesto that specifically said we would honour the result of the referendum. And it's not good enough to say, that you actually favour a deal and then want to vote down every single detail of every single deal that is ever made. The public will regard it at best as disingenuous. When those then say to us, well, let's have another referendum, why would any citizen of this country, looking at their parliament that said we've been asked to have a referendum, vote in a second referendum if we failed to deliver on what we promised in the first one? This is a question of faith in our electoral system itself. The second reason, Mr. Speaker, why we should deliver on this is it gets us onto the territory of our future relationship itself. 3.5 years talking about the divorce and almost no time talking about the future relationship. There will be a great debate to be had about the level of alignment we have sector by sector with the European economy. That's why there is such a strong case for having a general election. Let's actually get out and make the case about what we believe in the future relationship. It also gives us the chance to help shape global trade policy in an independent trade policy at a time global trade is slowing down. And finally, it allows us to get onto other issues. So much of our political bandwidth has been taken up by Brexit that the public feel that we no longer talk about the issues that actually matter to them. Of course, there's no such thing as a perfect deal. I voted for the previous deal 3 times with strong reservations, and I've got strong reservations today. But it has come to the point where we have to deliver on the contract that we made with the people of Britain. It is time for us to put differences aside and put together the sort of stupid party political games we've had and actually do what we promised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've reached the fork in the road. We must now choose. So do we choose the route that leads us to an outward-looking, confident nation, punching above its weight in a European Union battling for liberal values in a world that is increasingly illiberal, isolationist and belligerent? A course which guarantees that EU citizens, many of whom have lived here since the 60s and 70s, won't have to worry about proving they are entitled to health care, and provides for their UK counterparts in the EU who won't need to fret over what action to take should the time-limited 6 months healthcare guaranteed by our government expire? Or do we let ourselves be led by a colourful Pied Piper who chose his path and this deal, not out of any conviction that his path was just, rational or economically beneficial for our nation, but because he believed it was the most secure way of achieving his own ambition? Do we meekly follow a man whose excellent deal, according to such government analysis as they've been willing to make available, will leave each household at least £2,000 worse off and hit British jobs and living standards with the ferocity of the austerity triggered by the 2008 crash? This is a deal which, as the Prime Minister confirmed in his earlier rather rambling and dissembling contribution, may not survive the transition period and could still lead to a no-deal crash-out. Do we follow in the footsteps of a man who just a month ago, to a rapturous DUP gathering, claimed the precious union was in good shape, and a month later dealt the union a hammer blow which could shatter it within the space of just a couple of years? Are we so afraid of our shadow and lacking in confidence in our capacity to work the EU system to our advantage, as we have successfully done for decades, that we have to fall back on a nostalgic vision of empire and a buccaneering Britain? That is the choice in front of us today. I hope we will choose the former path. It would require one further step, a people's vote, to give the people the final say. That would be the democratic way, a way supported by the hundreds of thousands of people over there in Parliament Square as we speak. That is the only way of stopping the Brexit rot in its tracks and putting this issue to bed. I would urge all members to follow that path and vote for the amendment and reject this calamitous deal.
Antoinette Sandbach.
Mr. Speaker, I've always set out wanting to agree a deal with the EU that delivers the outcome of the referendum in the terms of the 2017 manifesto that I've stood on. I've fought against an undemocratic no deal and always voted for a deal. In fact, I voted for a deal more times than the Prime Minister. I've even voted for a deal more times than the Home Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, the Transport Secretary and the Environment Secretary combined. Despite this, I've had the whip removed, and those who voted down deal after deal have been rewarded with jobs in the Cabinet. I'd like to support this deal as well, but the government have been sending mixed messages. Whilst ministers at the dispatch box say they want a deal, anonymous number 10 sources insist that they'll break the law and deliver no deal. Owing to this and the government's Janus-like ability to face in both directions, I cannot support the government without assurances. Those assurances come in the form of the amendment in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset. This will ensure that the government and the members of my former party stick to their promises. It will also ensure that there's enough time to scrutinise the withdrawal agreement bill, which will likely remain a mammoth piece of legislation. The House may notice that I'm saying very little about the content of the deal. I was always taught that if you had nothing nice to say, say nothing. Suffice it to say, it is substantially worse than the deal negotiated by the Right Honourable Member from Maidenhead. And perhaps this deal's sole merit is to cast her redoubtable negotiating efforts in a more positive light. Hear, hear. And it is a great shame that opposition members of Parliament did not vote for that deal. Hear. Indeed, the Foreign Secretary let the cat out of the bag yesterday when he said that this was a cracking deal for Northern Ireland because it will keep frictionless access to the single market. My residents and businesses in Cheshire would like that frictionless access to the single market. And if it's such a great deal for Northern Ireland, why can't my constituents have it too? So I will back the deal subject to the reassurance of the amendment, but I don't like the deal, and given the choice of a dodgy deal or remain, I suspect many constituents would opt for the latter. And as such, if I get an opportunity to vote on an amendment in respect of the people's vote, I will vote for that amendment too.
Liz Saville-Roberts. No, she's not in her place. I beg her pardon. I didn't intend any discourtesy to the honourable lady. Anna Soubry.
Mr. Speaker, on June the 26th, in 2016,
we had a referendum, which was in effect a snapshot on a single day. A distorted photograph was obtained. It was distorted by false images. It was distorted by fibs on the bus, by fake promises of getting an easy, quick deal that would convey all the benefits of the free trade that our country has enjoyed for so many years as a member of the European Union. It was given and it was created by preying on people's fears and fueling their prejudices at the same time. 3.5 years later, we now at least have some clarity. On 2 occasions, this government has negotiated a deal with the European Union. Now, I think, like the Honourable Lady has just said, that this is indeed a very bad deal for all the really good reasons that so many honourable and right honourable members have said. This place remains divided, and the answer is not yet another general election. The last general election didn't help us. It didn't solve anything because it can't. The only way now to solve this matter is to get it back where it began, in effect, which is to the people, to put that deal to a confirmatory referendum. Mr. Speaker, people are entitled to change their minds as the evidence changes and they now see with clarity what Brexit is all about. And our young people who weren't able to vote in 2016, they surely must now have the right to be a part and to determine their own futures, given that so many of them will be affected. No, I won't, we haven't got time. Will be so affected by Brexit. And it's right too that everybody, now that we know what it looks like, and this deal, by goodness, is such a bad deal. It's bad for the union, it's bad for jobs, and it undoubtedly opens a back door to the no deal that certain members of the Conservative Party undoubtedly want. And I gently say to honourable and right honourable colleagues opposite, how they can sit there claiming to be unionists and to vote for this deal defies belief. Mr. Speaker, what we need is a people's vote, and that's why over 1 million people today have come to London. Let's get it back to the British people. Let's get Brexit done, but by way of taking it back to that confirmatory referendum.
No. Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all members of this House for their passionate contributions today. And I'd like to thank the Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster for sharing his mints earlier with the shadow front bench. But that's where my joviality ends, sadly, because today is a historic day. It's a day on which less than 650 people sat here now will agonise over whether they are about to make the right choice for their communities, industries and future generations. And today they ask themselves, is what is before us today truly a deal which protects and enhances their communities? And sadly, the simple and irreconcilable truth is that it does not. And as the Shadow Secretary of State responsible for business, energy and industrial strategy, I want to make it clear to this House, if agreed, this deal would be a disaster for this country and we must reject it. Mr. Speaker, on workers' rights, we simply cannot trust what the Prime Minister is saying. They say this deal protects workers, yet instead of strengthening protections, they have specifically changed the legally binding withdrawal agreement to remove any commitments on workers' rights. And I think it tells us something, that not a single trade union in this country, not a single one, backs this deal. The TUC say, and I quote, "This would be a disaster for working people." Unison have said it would risk every workplace right and leave public services exposed and vulnerable. While Unite say, by further diluting the legal protections for labour and environmental standards, the Prime Minister has made the laws that underpin workers' rights and public safety extremely vulnerable in future trade deals. Mr. Speaker, I could go on. But we should also look at the business case. Please forgive me for not giving way. We're extremely pushed for time. What does this deal mean for business? Put it simply, for business, for our industries and our manufacturing, it reduces access to the market of our biggest trade partner, threatening jobs up and down our country at a time when more investment is needed, not less. There is no economic impact assessment and no accompanying legal advice. Funny that, I wonder why. Because according to The Guardian, Britain is on course to sacrifice as much as $130 billion in lost GDP growth over the next 15 years if the Brexit deal goes ahead. And industry's been clear on this. It needs that market access. It needs a customs union to keep vital supply chains flowing. Yet this deal sells them out. No barrier-free access, no customs union. Instead, it puts the fantasy of chasing damaging trade deals with Donald Trump over the needs of our country. Again, Mr. Speaker, you don't have to take my word for it. Make UK, who represent British manufacturing, are clear. Commitments to the closest possible trading relationship in goods have gone. And that, Mr. Speaker, this deal will add cost and bureaucracy, and our companies will face a lack of clarity inhibiting investment and planning. Even the CBI have added the deal remains inadequate on services, and that they have now serious concerns about the direction of the future UK-EU relationship. So this is a bad deal for industry, a bad deal for manufacturing, and more importantly, a bad deal for jobs. But, Mr. Speaker, let's look at what this deal will mean for the environment. Let's see what Green groups are saying about it. Greener UK, for instance. They've raised huge...
Order. There is an excessive noise in the chamber. It's very unfair on the honourable lady who's developing her contribution. Let's listen to each other courteously. Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greener UK, for instance, they've raised huge concerns, saying environmental safeguards are absent from the new withdrawal agreement, and that the toothless environment bill put forward by the government, and I quote, provides neither an enforcement body with independence nor a commitment to non-regression in domestic law. All at a time when we are facing a climate crisis across the world. This is simply not acceptable. And, Mr. Speaker, this government is asking us to simply trust them on all these issues, quite tellingly without setting out any detail or legislation today. The Prime Minister says nobody in his government wants to reduce rights or standards in this country. Well, that is a remarkable statement, especially when you look at their track record. How can we trust them? Well, members on the opposite benches can cheer all they like, but how can we trust a Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy when she has made clear that for small businesses she envisages there being, and I quote, no regulation whatsoever, no minimum wage, no maternity or paternity rights, no unfair dismissal rights, no pension rights? How can we trust the Foreign Secretary, who wrote a pamphlet called Escaping the Straitjacket, which outlined his plans to cut workers' rights and regulations? And how can we trust the Prime Minister himself, who has said the UK should scrap the social chapter and has claimed the current weight of employment regulation is backbreaking? Mr. Speaker, the answer is we can't trust them. If their intentions were to maintain current standards, then why have they slashed every level playing field commitment in the withdrawal agreement? So, Mr. Speaker, we are about to make history. And in the final moments before we enter those lobbies, MPs will consider the weight placed upon their shoulders. Is this deal right for their communities, industries and future generations? No, it isn't. Agreeing this deal doesn't get Brexit done. Instead, it would sell out our country and sell out our communities, leaving us open to an onslaught of deregulation, reduction of rights, putting jobs at risk. And it's something no Labour MP nor any other MP worried about protecting their community could ever support.
Mr. Michael Gove.
Mr. Speaker, our democracy is a precious thing, and this Parliament is a special place. Our democracy depends on respect for difference, and this Parliament thrives on respecting the sincerity and the commitment to public service of every member. And that is why I know that deciding how to vote today for many members will have been difficult. And it is important that all of us recognise that for those who argued to remain and still argue that that is the best outcome, they do so as patriots, but they take a different view from some of us. And for those who argued to leave and have consistently argued that we should leave and have argued for a better deal, we should all recognise that they are arguing for what they believe is best for our country. I respect those who have argued for both positions, but I respect most of all the many people in this House who argued that we should remain, who during the course of that campaign believed that it was the best course for the country, but who now recognise that the people having spoken, that verdict must be respected. And that is why, not yet, and that is why, in a debate characterised by many brilliant and passionate speeches, the speech that stood out for me was the speech by my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead. She argued for Remain, but she also recognised that when the people had spoken, their verdict had to be respected. And it is not just on our benches, it is on every bench. Members like the member for Great Grimsby, or the member for Don Valley, or for Rother Valley, they all argued that we should remain. But now they recognise that there is something more precious than being a Leaver or a Remainer. That is being a Democrat. What unites us in this House is that we are Democrats. And we voted in this House of Commons to have a referendum. We voted in this House of Commons to say that we would respect the verdict of the people. We voted overwhelmingly for Article 50, which honoured that referendum and said that we would leave. How will it look to those who sent us here now if we say to them, we made those sacred promises, but now we choose to dishonour them? Now, it is the case, I know that there will be individuals who will have specific qualms and concerns about this deal, and they exist all across this House. But it is also the case that the time has come for us to decide. None of us in a country that voted 52-48, none of us in a House of 650 members, none of us in a country of 65 million people can ensure that we have our own perfect Brexit. No. But what we can do is we can be prepared to put aside our perfect for the sake of the common good. And that is what the public want us to do now. In his speech, the member for Holborn and St Pancras laid out some of the concerns that he has about the political declaration. But he knows and we know that if we vote today for the deal, if we vote for this withdrawal agreement, we can then move on to ensure that the future economic partnership that we all want can be framed in the best interests of the British people. And we have given, I shan't give way to the honourable gentleman, but I'm grateful for his persistence. We can ensure...
Order! The Chancellor of the Duchy is not currently giving way. Mr Michael Gove.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And during that discussion about our future economic partnership, every party in this House, every voice in this House will have equal weight and equal value in making sure that we can deliver a Brexit deal that delivers for the 52 and for the 48. That is our intention. And let me be clear, we on this side of the House, no I shan't and no I won't. However tempting it might be, I will decline on this occasion. Now, the truth is, because no deal can ever satisfy anyone, we could spend all our time searching for that elusive perfect deal. But what would that position look like to the country? What would it look like to all those who have sent us here? What would it look like to the Honourable Lady's constituents who voted to leave and expected that vote to be honoured? They voted to put trust in this place, to put trust in Parliament, to make a vital decision. If we duck that decision, if we delay, then I'm afraid that people will feel a sense of depression and dismay and demoralisation that the Parliament that they hoped would keep its promises has chosen once again to duck its responsibilities. Now, I am clear also that everyone who has spoken in this debate has spoken from the best of motives, including my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, a dear and old friend of mine. But one of the things that I would say to him and to others, and on that point I have to give up.
Mr. Speaker, to the Chancellor for giving way, everybody has their beliefs and everybody does what they believe is right, including our honourable friend, the member for West Dorset. If the bill that follows the meaningful vote were to fail, how would the government avoid no deal before the end of October?
One of the things that this government is absolutely committed to doing is making sure that we have a deal. And one of the things that we're also committed to doing is making sure that we obey the law. And one of the things that we're also committed to doing is making sure that we respect the voices of all of those in this House. Let me stay firmly from this dispatch box. This government is committed to ensuring that we have a deal. And the best way of getting that deal, leaving on October the 31st and being able to move on to the other issues which the people in this country want us to discuss, is by accepting the honourable motives of the mover of the amendment, but recognising also that if we accept that amendment, we will not have a meaningful vote today. We will not unlock the door to a deal being passed. We will have voted, I'm afraid, in the terms of that motion, for more delay. And I'm afraid on that basis, I would urge everyone who wants us to honour the referendum mandate to recognise that that amendment, however sincerely it's been put, is unnecessary. What is necessary now is for us to reach a moment of decision. In the other place, Lord Judge, the leader of the crossbench peers, in some respects, the voice of moderation in that House, explicitly said that the time is past for people to quibble and question the precise terms of this deal. He said, a former Lord Chief Justice, that Parliament needs to get on with it. Otherwise, there will be profound damage to public confidence in this place. And that is the question that every member of the House must ask. How will our constituents feel if tonight we vote to support this deal without the amendment? Our constituents will feel that a cloud has been lifted, that Parliament has listened to them with respect, that the vote in 2016 that we promised to honour has, after 3.5 years of deadlock and division, been honoured by a House that at last is ready to unite. And that is the choice that faces us all. Because if we don't vote for this deal unamended, then I'm afraid that all of those who send us here watching our deliberations will say that Parliament has failed to meet the moment. Parliament has failed to rise to the occasion. Parliament has failed to ensure that an important democratic vote, the most important vote with the greatest number of votes cast for any proposition in our history, will be delayed, will be dishonoured, and will not be delivered. And that is why I urge everyone in this House to recognise our first duty is to the principle that underpins this place.
Said no. The Right Honourable Gentleman is responding to the debate, and he will do so to a conclusion. Mr. Michael Gove.
Our first duty to our constituents and to our country is to keep our promises. This House said that we would honour that referendum mandate. The time has come. And the question that all of us must answer when we return to our constituencies is, did you vote to break the deadlock? Did you vote to end the division of these days? Did you vote to bring the country together? I know that members across this House will support the government this afternoon to do just that.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the questions...
Well, I am indeed putting the question. I'm extremely grateful. The question is that Amendment A be made. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division! Clear the lobby. You two. Order. The question is that Amendment A be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Thangham Debonair and Matt Weston. Tellers for the noes, Mr. Stuart Andrew and Mr. Ian Stewart. Lock the doors!
The ayes to the right, 322. The noes to the left, 306.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 322. The noes to the left, 306. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Order. The question is, colleagues, that the motion as amended be agreed to. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. We now come to motion number 2. I remind the House that I've selected the manuscript amendment in the name of Peter Kyle and others. Minister or whip on duty to move formally. Not moved.
Shame.
Thank you. Order. Point of order, the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to you. I'm very grateful to the House of Commons staff, everybody who's put themselves out, everybody who's come to give up their time in this debate today. It's been a very important debate, an exceptional moment for our country, an exceptional moment for our Parliament. Alas, the opportunity to have a meaningful vote has effectively been passed up because the meaningful vote has been voided of meaning. But I wish the House to know that I'm not daunted or dismayed by this particular result, and I think it probably became likely once it was obvious that the amendment from my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, was going to remain on the order paper. I continue in the very strong belief that the best thing for the UK and for the whole of Europe is for us to leave with this new deal on October the 31st. And to anticipate the questions that are coming from the benches opposite, I will not negotiate a delay with the EU. And neither does the law compel me to do so. I will tell our friends and colleagues in the EU exactly what I have told everyone in the last 88 days that I've served as Prime Minister, that further delay would be bad for this country, bad for our European Union, and bad for democracy. So next week, the government will introduce the legislation needed for us to leave the EU with our new deal on October the 31st. And I hope that our European Union colleagues and friends will not be attracted, as benches opposite are, or rather I should say the front bench is, by delay. I don't think that they will be attracted by delay. And I hope that then, honourable members, faced with a choice of our new deal for the UK and the European Union, will change their minds, because it was pretty close today. I hope that they will change their minds and support this deal in overwhelming numbers. Since I became Prime Minister, I've said we must get on and get Brexit done on October the 31st so that this country can move on. Mr. Speaker, that policy remains unchanged. No delays, and I will continue to do all I can to get Brexit done on October the 31st, and I continue to commend this excellent deal, Mr. Speaker, to the House.
Point of order, Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome today's vote. Parliament has clearly spoken.
Order, apologies. The Prime Minister was heard. Yes, he was. Don't argue the toss with the chair. I'm telling you what the situation is, and everybody could detect. The Prime Minister was heard, and the Leader of the Opposition will be heard. It is as simple and unarguable as that. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome today's vote. It's an emphatic decision by this House that has declined to back the Prime Minister's deal today and clearly voted to stop a no-deal crash-out from the European Union. The Prime Minister must now comply with the law. He can no longer use the threat of a no-deal crash-out to blackmail members to support his sell-out deal. Labour is not prepared to sell out the communities that we represent. We're not prepared to sell out their future. And we believe that ultimately the people must have the final say on Brexit, which actually only the Labour Party is offering. Today is an historic day for Parliament because it said it will not be blackmailed by a Prime Minister who is apparently prepared once again to defy a law passed by this Parliament. I invite him to think very carefully about the remarks he just made about refusing, apparently, to apply for the extension which the EU No. 2 Act requires him to do.
Point of order, Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm most grateful. I think all of us in this House are aware of the responsibilities that we have. This is a crisis that we are in. And I'm thankful that the House has voted the way it has done on the amendment this afternoon. There is a clear expression from this House that we cannot crash out on the 31st of October. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask you what we can do to make sure that the Prime Minister respects the law of the land, that the Prime Minister respects the Benn Act and sends a letter to the European Council seeking that extension. And I wonder what we can do to make sure that the government does not bring forward a bill until that extension, as has been instructed, is delivered upon. And any failure of a Prime Minister who thinks he's above the law, well, Prime Minister, you'll find yourself in court.
I don't mean it in any spirit of discourtesy to the right honourable gentleman, but I think his contribution was rhetorical in the sense that I don't think he was particularly inviting my immediate response. If he was doing so, I would say to him that I think judicious consideration of these matters is always beneficial to colleagues across the House. Everybody, of course, must abide by the law. The right honourable gentleman is versatile, dexterous and experienced in the use of the parliamentary weaponry to try to ensure that his point of view prevails. So we'll leave it there for now. Point of order, Jo Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's deal was a bad deal, and the public deserve to have the final say, not just the hundreds of thousands who are marching outside, but the millions of people across our country.
Order. I recognise there are very strongly held views on both sides of the House and on both sides of this debate. But the leader of the Liberal Democrats must be heard. And it is unconscionable if there is an attempt to stop someone being heard. Jo Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the people who are outside this building right now will be heard, and they deserve the final say, along with millions across the country. So the most urgent thing right now, Mr. Speaker, is that the Prime Minister complies with the law. Yep. And I ask your guidance. Would it be possible to suspend the sitting for a short time to allow the Prime Minister to go and send his letter and come back and make a statement to the House to confirm that he has done so?
I'm grateful to the honourable lady. It is not my intention to suspend the sitting. The point will have been heard by the Prime Minister. I say to the honourable lady, all sorts of things are possible, but as to what is judged appropriate at this time, I think the puckish grin on the contours of the honourable lady's face suggests that she was making a point but not expecting such a decision. I'm grateful to... of course I will come to the... momentarily. Of course I will come to the honourable gentleman. A point of order, Sir Oliver Letwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say first of all to the Prime Minister that I actually agreed with what he said at the end there, and that I'm absolutely certain he will comply with the law. I want to say to friends and colleagues across the House who helped us achieve this amendment, which I believe to be profoundly in the national interest, that I'm very grateful for that cooperation, but that our ways are now going to part. Because for many of us on these benches who have cooperated in preventing a no-deal exit by putting in place or helping to put in place the Ben Act and helping to keep its insurance policy in place today, now when the Prime Minister brings the withdrawal implementation bill to the House of Commons, we will be voting for it. We will continue to vote for it. We will seek to ensure that it becomes the law before the 31st of October, and if it does so become the law, this country will leave on the 31st of October, of hope that I share with the Prime Minister, but it will do so on the basis of knowing that should anything go wrong, we will not crash out without a deal on that date.
I'm most grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and so will many members of the House for the clarity of his exposition. You know, well, people take their own view of it, but it's certainly clear and very pithy, and I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. Point of order, Mr. Nigel Dodds.
This decision now will give further time for detailed consideration of the bill when it comes forward. It will also give an opportunity to consider in detail whatever amendments come forward. It has the effect of not approving this deal today. And of course, we will examine all the details of the bill and all amendments in the light of our overriding concern about the constitutional economic integrity of the Union. That is our priority. It will remain our priority in the days ahead, and that is the basis on which we will now proceed in a timely and sensible manner.
I'm grateful. Our proceeding, I hope the honourable gentleman will take it in the right spirit. If, having known him for over 20 years, I say that I feel that our proceedings would not be complete without a point of order from the honourable gentleman, the member for Stone, the chair of the European Scrutiny Committee. Well, somebody is suggesting a division, but I will not allow a division on that matter. Point of order, Sir William Cash.
There is much talk about the law of the land. The law of the land as it stands at this moment in time is quite simple. Section 1 of the Withdrawal Act 2018 categorically states that the European Communities Act is repealed on exit day, which is the 31st of October, just in case anyone can't read.
Well, he's grateful, and I'm sure the House will be indebted to the honourable gentleman for his legal exegesis. There are other views on that matter, but the honourable gentleman has registered his with his customary force. Point of order, Joanna Cherry.
Mr. Speaker.
If members who are leaving the chamber, I understand the disappointment of the honourable and learned lady, but I cannot compel members to remain. I cannot, to coin a phrase, take anybody hostage. I do not have the power to incarcerate. So I'm trying to be helpful to the honourable and learned lady. I'm playing for time. I'm playing for time. If members who, quite unaccountably, do not wish to listen to the honourable and learned lady would leave the chamber quickly and quietly, the rest of us, including assuredly the chair, wishing to hear the honourable lady, can do so. I think people are gradually beetling out of the chamber. If the chair of the Education Select Committee feels that he can beetle out and conduct his conversation outside, that will be very greatly appreciated by the chair. Thank you. Point of order, Joanna Cherry.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. Viewers in Scotland are accustomed to the sight of the Tory benches emptying when speakers, members of Parliament representing Scottish seats get up, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing that in the SNP's party political broadcasts in the soon-to-come general election. But, Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make is an important one. The Prime Minister has failed to secure an approval of the withdrawal agreement today in terms of the Ben Act, and that means that under the law of this land he should be retreating to number 10 to pen a letter to the European Union in terms of the Act and in terms of the undertakings, as so described by the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union, the undertakings that he gave to the Scottish Court. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, we're back in court on Monday morning, and it will be possible then to secure the court's assistance if the Prime Minister has flouted the law and the promises he gave to the court. But, Mr Speaker, can I ask this? Should Scotland's Supreme Court mandate you to sign the letter required by the Act on behalf of this Parliament, will you do so? Thank you.
I'm grateful to the honourable and learned lady. I have no expectation of being so asked. And moreover, I have no aspirations to the exalted status that would have been attained by a person so requested or indeed directed by the court. But the short answer to the honourable and learned lady is that if I were instructed by this House, I would do as instructed, and if I were directed or instructed by a court, I would do as directed. That is my instinctive reaction. I would, of course, seek further and better particulars. I would take advice. But I repeat, I haven't been asked. I'm not expecting to be asked. I'm not looking to be asked. But I would do as I was required to do, and I would have no hesitation in so doing. Yes, indeed. Point of order, Caroline Lucas.
Very much, Mr Speaker. I welcome the vote on this amendment because it shows that a majority of this House have stood up for more democracy, not less. They've stood up for more scrutiny, not less, and they have also voted to rule out a disastrous no deal. But I believe it will also give us a chance, Mr Speaker, to let the people have a final say as they're demanding outside here now, over 1 million of them, demanding that right. The Prime Minister has changed his own mind more times than we can possibly count, most recently on the issue of the border in the Irish Sea. It cannot be right that the British people are the only ones who are not allowed to change their minds, and I look forward to the opportunity that this vote affords us to come back to put whatever deal is in front of us to that confirmatory ballot.
To the honourable lady for a point of order. I say to her publicly what I said to her privately, that I'm sorry that on account of constraints of time and a desire to bring matters to a conclusion, I was not able to call her today in the debate, but she has at least had a mini speech in the form of her point of order, and I know that no power on earth would or should stop the honourable lady contributing frequently on future occasions, and I certainly look forward to that.
Point of order, Mr.
Yes, very well. Point of order, Mr. Vernon Coker.
Mr. Speaker, is there any power that you have to enable this House and indeed the public to properly understand what the Prime Minister has actually just said to us? According to the law passed by this House, if a deal or no deal is not agreed, then there is a letter attached to that Act which the Prime Minister is required to send today, the 19th of October. Now, it may be my misunderstanding, Mr. Speaker, but I have no idea from what the Prime Minister said as to whether he's actually going to write and sign that letter or whether he's not going to do that. If he's not going to do it, Mr. Speaker, that means he is not complying with the law that has been passed by this House of Commons. Any of our constituents who don't comply with the law face the consequences. Is there anything that we can do to properly understand whether the Prime Minister intends to comply with the legislation and send a letter, or whether he's simply going to ignore it?
Well, my understanding, and I'm not a lawyer, I say that as a matter of some very considerable pride, is that the legal position is clear, and I don't dissent from what the honourable gentleman has just said about the legal position. Ministers have made, and I say this quite neutrally, a number of statements about adherence to or compliance with the so-called Benn Act. Those statements haven't always been immediately and obviously compatible with each other. I think we have to await the development of events. In general terms, it is of course true to say that ministers have emphasised their commitment to observe the law, including the Prime Minister has said that on a number of occasions. It is also true that the Prime Minister has indicated that he is not willing to seek an extension. My understanding of the legal position is the same as that of the honourable gentleman. I think that we must await the development of events. The Honourable and Learned Lady from the Scottish National Party raised a similar concern about this matter. It has now been echoed by the Honourable Gentleman. Further enlightenment may follow when the Leader of the House uncoils. When he uncoils and addresses us from the dispatch box. I don't know. I'm not psychic. We shall see. But what I would say is I think that matters are coming to a conclusion today. But the House will sit on Monday, and I confidently anticipate that the Honourable Gentleman will be in his place and ready to leap to his feet with alacrity to advance his point of view and that of others. The Honourable Gentleman Member Horsham is shaking his head in a mildly eccentric manner. Not at me. Oh, indeed. Well, we're deeply grateful. I wasn't looking to call the Honourable Gentleman, though if he particularly wanted to raise a point of order, and especially as he used to be my constituent, far be it from me to deny him. Not a day. OK, fair enough. I think a point of order, the Leader of the House. Point of order, Mr Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In the light of today's decision, I should like to inform the House that Monday's business will now be a debate on a motion relating to Section 13(1)(b) of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018, and I shall make a further business statement on Monday.
Well, I note what the Leader has said, and we will hear what others have to say. And a point of order, and that's been done by the Honourable Gentleman on a point of order. On a point of order, the Shadow Leader of the House, Valerie Vaz.
Can I thank the Leader for making that point of order, and in response would like to ask him, through you, Mr Speaker, why we are having a rerun of the vote. If that's not the case, could the bill be published, and could the bill be debated in an orderly way? And thirdly, how discourteous is this to Her Majesty the Queen when we are still debating the Queen's speech? When are we likely to debate the remainder days of the Queen's speech?
Well, I note what the Honourable Lady says. Of course I'll come to the Honourable Gentleman. Point of order, Mr Pete Wishart.
I'm also grateful to the Leader of the House for announcing that additional piece of business on Monday, and I deeply share the concerns of the Honourable Lady when it comes to these issues. First of all, what's happening to the Queen's speech? What will now happen to the debates that's supposed to happen and the votes that we're going to be supposed to be concluding the Queen's speech on Tuesday and Wednesday? This is a huge discourtesy to the House. If the Right Honourable Gentleman wanted a vote on this government's deal, he could have had it 20 minutes ago. That was the right time to do it. We deserve some sort of explanation as to why this has been brought back on Monday so quickly without any conversation or discussions across usual channels and no discussions and debate at all with other parties in this House. I think he has to get back to his feet and explain a little bit more about what he's intending and why he never took advantage of the opportunity to have a vote on this just 20 minutes ago.
Point of order, Mr Kevin Brennan.
And on a point of order, Mr Speaker, shouldn't the Leader have sought to make an emergency business statement if that is what his intention was, so that we could do just what the Shadow Leader from the SNP has done and my honourable friend has just done, and ask questions of the Leader as to his intentions for what's happening to the rest of the important business we have before us?
So to that is yes. The short answer to that is yes, and I intend no discourtesy to the Leader of the House. It had been intimated to me, albeit not by the Right Honourable Gentleman, that in the event of the government being defeated on the Amendment A, it would be the Executive's intention to bring forward an emergency business statement. And although an emergency business statement is often narrow in its terms because it flows from a particular event on a given subject, it is susceptible of questioning, whereas doing it on a point of order is most unusual and doesn't readily lend itself to questioning. And so, you know, it is, to be frank, unsatisfactory, but I don't intend any discourtesy to the Leader, and I'm quite certain that he thought that he was doing the right thing. He wouldn't knowingly do the wrong thing, but I think it is less than helpful in terms of the exchanges. And I will have to take advice and reflect on these matters further, because I did not receive advance notification of any length of the intention, still less of the intention to do it in this way. Yes, I will come to the right honourable gentleman, of course. Point of order, Mrs. Helen Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in the light of the very brief remarks from the Leader of the House, I wondered whether it had been made clear to you when the second reading of the bill, which the Prime Minister said would be introduced, will take place, and which days next week we will have for the 2 days to complete debate and vote on the Queen's speech. That's the question.
Well, it would be, of course, most useful to have clarification on that matter. The clerk at the table is waving in front of me, most helpfully, I hasten to add, a helpful wave as opposed to an unhelpful wave, notice of presentation of Bill, the European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill, in the name of the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union. I heard also, as the Honourable Lady did, the Prime Minister refer to the government's intention to introduce the withdrawal and implementation bill. It is perfectly open to the government to do that. Indeed, it is perfectly open to the government to do that next week. And I had anticipated or surmised that that might be the likely course of action for the government to follow, which would be an entirely reasonable course of action, but I'm not at this stage receiving any explicit indication that that is what the government intends to do on Monday. And this doesn't altogether assist the House. Colleagues can reflect further on these matters. A point of order, Mr. McFadden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a slightly odd situation because the question that I want to ask, I'd really like to ask to the Leader of the House, but because he's not made a business statement, he's made a point of order, I find myself having to put it to you. I am, of course, very welcome if he wants to get to his feet to help us clarify matters. What I think a lot of us want to know about Monday is it your understanding, as I have to say, that the government intends to bring back a motion to approve the agreement struck with the European Union under Section 13(1)(b), or is it your understanding that they intend to bring back the legislation implementing that agreement?
Well, as things stand, at 3:17 on Saturday afternoon, I have heard what the Right Honourable Gentleman has heard. The government seems to be planning to bring forward a vote under the relevant section of existing legislation rather than to bring forward the withdrawal and implementation bill. It is not for me to make the government's argument for it, and such an argument has not been advanced. It may be that they are thinking that the vote would be a different vote to that which has taken place today, and they may find reinforcement in that view from the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for West Dorset, to give but one example. But I repeat that an emergency business statement with greater clarity and the opportunity for interrogation would have been very considerably more helpful to the House. Point of order, Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As someone who's meant to lead for the Scottish National Party in the supposed Queen's Speech debate on the NHS and trade deals, I simply need to know, am I preparing a speech, as many other members across the House would? You know, there is work planned for Monday and Tuesday, and I think it's incredibly disrespectful that we simply don't know what we're doing on Monday.
I don't want to repeat the position over and over again. I've already indicated that the situation is obviously less than satisfactory, but, you know, I've got an enormous regard for the number and quality of the grey cells of the Honourable Lady. So it seems to me that if she is required at short notice to shift from the penning of one type of speech to the construction of another, and it will be, for her, the equivalent of swatting a hornet. It won't cause her any trouble at all. The point of order, Mary Cray.
Speaker, as the chair of our proceedings here today, can you tell us if it is in order for the government to put a motion before the House today which is effectively defeated and then to retable the exact same motion, hoping for a different result, perhaps in anticipation of certain conversations that may happen over the weekend between the Prime Minister and people who have voted one way, and then and perhaps on the basis of what may or may not appear in the Sunday papers? Is it in order to bring the same motion twice on consecutive days? Do we not have a duty to our constituents and to the country to let this matter rest?
I'm alert to the argument that the Honourable Lady has made. I think the fairest thing to say is, as I have been advised by the clerk, that a ruling on Monday on this matter would be sensible. I must say to colleagues that the Chair seeks to be as dexterous and versatile as possible in attending to colleagues' various points of view and in responding to questions put to the Chair. It cannot always be expected that the Chair will do so immediately when something is raised which had not previously been put to the Chair, of which therefore there was no advance notice, and which has not therefore been discussed with expert advisers. It's perfectly reasonable to seek that expert advice, to discuss it with those so advising, to reflect upon the matter in the cold light of day, and then to come back to the House with an informed as opposed to a speculative conclusion. Point of order, Mr. Martin Whitfield.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker, and I'm cogent of your recent comments. It would seem to me that we had a business statement setting out what was going to happen next week in the normal way. That has now been altered on a point of order, and I'm not entirely personally convinced that that was an appropriate point of order. And if it wasn't, then we have not received notice in this House of what's going to happen on Monday. And my question to the Chair is, are the government able to alter the business on Monday using the method of a point of order, or should an invite not be made for an emergency motion that we could listen to and respond to?
You can put things on the order paper, but I repeat that this was not an emergency business statement. It could have been, but it wasn't. And that is a deeply relevant matter. So although the government can table that which it wishes, it can go to the table office and seek to table propositions. This is not an emergency business statement, and I'm not aware. There are precedents for most things in this House, although not for everything, but I can't recall readily an example of a business statement made purely on a point of order. I can recall that it's probably happened from time to time, but in any case, this isn't an emergency business statement as such. It is an indication of intent, but it's not an emergency business statement as such. Point of order, Hugh Gaffney.
Can you clarify, Mr. Speaker, that the amendments to the Queen's speech, which I have one for TV licence, will they still be considered on Monday, and will there be space in the timetable to hear those amendments?
Well, I certainly expect that the Queen's speech debate will be conducted, and it is to be expected that it will be continued. After all, the Leader of the House, who must have contemplated the possible scenarios, in all solemnity, informed the House on Thursday of the business for Monday and Tuesday, and he has not disavowed it. And the nod of the head from the Right Honourable Gentleman confirms that he is not disavowing the intention to continue with the Queen's speech. So I hope that the Honourable Gentleman derives some succour from that fact. It is necessary for him not only to listen to me, but to observe the head movements of the Right Honourable Gentleman Member for North East Somerset. Point of order, Mr. David Linden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, I seek your clarification on a procedural point. Quite clearly, the Leader of the House is not going to bring forward a business statement for the House, and it's quite clear from these proceedings that members wish to question the Leader of the House. Is there a provision within the standing orders to either suspend the House or give you an opportunity to consider an urgent question to the Leader of the House this afternoon in order that we might be able to question him?
Yeah, very good.
Urgent questions are not taken at this time, and I'm not sure that that will greatly advance matters. I will hear remaining points of order and will reflect on the other point that the honourable gentleman has made. A point of order, Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've not been into the table office, but I understand that the orders of the day for Monday have been tabled and they don't, in fact, include the Queen's speech debate for Monday. So I'm not sure whether the Leader of the House's nod there meant that we would be having a Queen's speech debate on Monday or we wouldn't be having a Queen's speech on Monday, because the orders apparently just include debate on the European Withdrawal Act. Obviously, most of us have not had the chance to go to the table office and see this order paper. It would be very useful, Mr. Speaker, if you could in some way compel the Leader of the House to stand up and tell us what that nod meant, whether we are having the Queen's speech debate on Monday or whether we're not having the Queen's speech on Monday, because the details that have been placed in the table office appear to say that we're not having the Queen's speech debate on Monday.
Helpful if the leader would elaborate. If the leader would care to come to the box and elaborate, I think that would be helpful, because at the moment there is extreme ambiguity about intention, and that, if I may very politely say to the leader, cannot be right. The leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think you worry unduly that there will be a full emergency business statement on Monday, which is part of what I was saying, so that people will have a full appreciation of what business there will be. This was made on a point of order because the situation has arisen urgently, and it was important to make it clear to the House straight away what will happen. But as honourable and right honourable members will know, statements come very early in the day, and therefore there will be an opportunity for a full understanding of how business will develop. With regard to the Queen's speech debate, the Queen's speech debate will continue, but Monday will be as I set out on the point of order I raised a few moments ago.
It will be if it's orderly. It will be if it's orderly, and I will reflect upon that matter, and the government isn't the arbiter of what is orderly, as the right honourable gentleman knows, and as I indicated to him in the course of the exchanges on the business question on Thursday, and that is a matter that brooks of no contradiction whatsoever. Even if people feel that they are immensely knowledgeable about procedure or have a right to have their own way, or both, they can do so only within the rules. Point of order, Mr. Chris Leslie.
Speaker, further to what appears to be a sort of quasi-business statement from the Leader of the House, which was or wasn't, about matters that the House may be discussing on Monday, but we haven't had proper notice of, nor would we have had a day intervening of anything tabled today for discussion on Monday, which would be the normal course of events. The suggestion that we should repeat the same debate on essentially the same matter, section 13B motion, would surely be contrary to all of our normal practices, where the government of the day, if a matter has been disposed of, cannot repetitiously and vexatiously keep asking that same question until they get the answer that they prefer. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't ask for you to rule on this matter now, but I would strongly urge you to take account of the fact that many of us would feel that this would be an abuse of the power of the executive, just because they didn't get the answer they wanted today, to come back on Monday and ask the same thing again.
Well, I concur with that sound advice from the clerk at the table. The honourable gentleman has made a good case, which should be duly considered. If I heard the honourable gentleman correctly, I think he said that he was not looking for me to make a definitive ruling from the chair now, and I'm most grateful to the honourable gentleman for that, because I'm not minded to do so. However, I say in all seriousness and candour to the honourable gentleman, again, that he has made a good case. I have heard his point. It has been amplified by many other colleagues, and I will reflect on it and give what I hope is a fully considered ruling on this matter on Monday. I will do so, of course, having taken advice in appropriate quarters. I hope that that is helpful to the honourable gentleman and indeed to the House. Point of order, Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Further to your response to the honourable member, and you're going to make a ruling on Monday, I'm just concerned if a Section 13(1)B motion were to be tabled for the House to consider on Monday, which seems to me to be what we've just chosen to amend today, that there would be an opportunity for an amendment or amendments to be placed down to it, and I mean, depending on when the government may table such a motion, could you give an indication whether you'd be willing to accept a manuscript amendment to it once we know what your ruling is on Monday?
Yes, it's drafted.
No, of course, I'll come to the right honourable gentleman. I think I can assure the right honourable gentleman on that point. My instinctive and unfailing approach, to the best of my limited ability, is to try to facilitate the House. It flows from that I do not want the House to be disadvantaged. In the ordinary course of events, one would hope that there was adequate notice of a motion and therefore an opportunity for amendments to be submitted on an earlier day. If there is no reasonable opportunity in this case, but there is, and I say but there is, it remains to be seen whether there is, an orderly motion before the House tabled at rather short notice, it must be right that there should be an opportunity for manuscript amendments to be tabled so that alternative propositions can be put before the House. So I think I can say without fear of contradiction that that would be the case. And it would be, I think, desirable in terms of processing these matters for any such amendments. If the government's motion has gone down today, a simple nod of the head would suffice. I'm grateful. And to be down, that such amendments to be down by midday on Monday. But, you know, I'm happy to hear other views about that, but that would be my instinct, that by midday would be helpful. But yes, there would be an opportunity for manuscript amendments. And, of course, a point of order, Sir Oliver Letwin.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Speaker. There are 2 points that I just want to put on record that may be worth considering when you're making your decision about whether this is an orderly proposal. The first is that, contrary to what one might assume, it is not the case that even if the Prime Minister has written his letter tonight, as I believe he now will and must, that this motion, which the government has now put down, is in a substantially different context, would have a substantially different effect from the one which they tried today, but which the House rejected. And the reason for that is that in the Ben Act, we provided very specifically that if there is a validation by the House through an approval of the withdrawal agreement, subsequent to the depositing of the letter with the European Union, that letter can then automatically and immediately be withdrawn. So what the government is attempting in this motion to do is nothing more and nothing less than to repeat what would have been the effect of today on Monday. Secondly, I think it is important that the decision of the House today, when it passed the amendment and then subsequently passed the motion as amended, was specifically that the House was withholding approval unless and until the legislative stages of implementation had occurred. And this very clearly flies in the face of that, because it seeks the approval of the House without the legislative stages having been approved. Now, I understand entirely why the government is trying to do this, because, of course, it would negate the whole effect of the amendment today, rather than moving us on to the second reading of the withdrawal implementation bill, as I had hoped and expected. But I wanted to point those things out to you because I think it's material when deciding whether it's orderly.
Well, that's an extremely helpful series of points from the right honourable gentleman. I merely, in responding to the right honourable gentleman, repeat what others will have heard, namely that the Prime Minister himself talked about introducing the legislation. I cannot recall off the top of my head whether he referred to when that would happen. I don't know whether he said that it would be next week, but he certainly did indicate that that was the intention. So one deduced from that 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 was indeed what the government was proposing to do, rather than to introduce a motion under an earlier act. So that too is, in a sense, grist to the mill of the concern expressed by the honourable gentleman member for Gedling and by others. And it is most helpful of the right honourable gentleman to offer me his expert view in this public forum, the better to assist me in deliberating on this matter in the next couple of days. In fact, less than a couple of days. Thank you. Yes, I will come to the honourable gentleman. Point of order, Mr. Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The orders that are in the table, the orders that are in the table office have been. I'm not really sure if I have a point of order to make now, to be honest, Mr. Speaker. The orders of the table office make no mention of the Queen's speech whatsoever, so I assume what the Leader of the House meant is that the Queen's speech debate will take place on other days. But what they do provide for is a motion under the terms of the European Withdrawal Act for up to 90 minutes, which of course means if there were no UQs or statements, we'd all be going home at 5 o'clock on Monday. Is there any way that the government can actually provide for more time for debate, given how heavily subscribed interest was, how many members, for very understandable reasons, were not able to be called today? What provision is there for the government to make more time available than just the statutory 90 minutes if we are to be having a meaningful vote on Monday?
People are bound by the standing order, but it's possible to put a business of the House motion down, but it would have to be done before the close of business today. I'm very sorry that the Leader has left. I know some colleagues are complaining about that, but you know, this is not a business statement or a business question. And indeed, I know colleagues are indicating from a sedentary position that they think it should be a business statement, and I had anticipated that it would be an emergency business statement, but it has not been. If it were a business statement or an emergency business statement, the Leader of the House would obviously stay throughout the exchanges, but it wasn't, and he hasn't. And colleagues must form their own view of that. Yes, of course, I'll come to other colleagues. Point of order, Mr. Stephen Doughty.
I apologise for not being in the chamber. I was watching on the television screens and I heard what you said about need to carefully consider this matter. I certainly only became aware of this myself just popping into the table office and seeing that something had been thrown down by the government in quite an odd move. And of course, Mr. Speaker, if they were trying again to put effectively the same question again, is it not the case that effectively, therefore, they are trying to avoid putting down the actual legislation, as the Prime Minister indicated he was going to put down, the actual withdrawal bill, which of course is what many members in this House of all sides and all views on Brexit actually wish to see, so that they can adequately consider it, that appropriate impact assessments can be undertaken, that committees like the committee chaired by my right honourable friend from Leeds can consider it, but also so that amendments to that bill itself can properly be considered and put down. And does it not strike you, Mr. Speaker, that that's a very odd way in which to be proceeding, given the clear will of the House expressed today on a very clear question?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. I don't dissent from what he said. Whether the particular question that the government would be minded to table, or indeed has attempted to table, is exactly the same as that which was put today is less clear. The same question rule upon which I gave a ruling to the House on March the 18th this year holds, but whether this is the same question is not so clear, because the government would be wanting to put a proposition that was separate from the amendment in the name of the right honourable gentleman, the member for West Dorset. However, the apparent purpose of the said motion, which ministers are attempting to table, is to invalidate or obviate the effect of the decision that the House has reached today. And that does seem most curious and irregular. It is certainly to be expected that the government might seek to bring forward legislation, as the Prime Minister himself indicated to the House he intended to do. Quite at what point, I have, as people will know, been in the chair without interruption since 9:30, and I've not had conversations outside. It occurred to somebody to suggest that a motion, this motion, would be tabled rather than legislation brought forward. I can have no way of knowing, because I have not been able to penetrate the inner recesses of ministerial minds. But I can only say that when I have reflected on this matter, I will give a full ruling. And I very, very, very politely reiterate that the government is not the arbiter
of what is orderly. That cannot be so, and it is not so, and it will not be so. And there can be no argument about that. A point of order, Jonathan Ashworth.
I'm extremely grateful, Mr. Speaker. You're being very patient with the House. You will be aware that hitherto a regret motion to the gracious address had been tabled in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and myself about the future of the National Health Service and seeking to exempt the National Health Service from a trade deal with the United States. This regret motion has provoked considerable support in the country amongst NHS staff and patient groups, many of whom were going to a lot of trouble to come to the House on Monday to lobby members of Parliament ahead of that debate. Out of courtesy, can you tell me or tell the House what we should be telling to those NHS campaigners and whether or not they should come here on Monday, because it looks like the government is running scared of our debate on the NHS?
Well, it's not for me to advise people on their travel plans, but I do take very seriously what the Shadow Secretary of State has just said on that extremely important matter, about which not merely thousands or tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands, indeed millions of people feel very, very strongly. And it would be most unfortunate if people who may not have that regular an interaction with or cause to pay visits to the House intend to visit the House, they are inconvenienced and disadvantaged with very little notice and without explanation, let alone apology. I cannot think that that conduces to the better reputation of the House. People will have to make their own judgment about whether to come, and the Honourable Gentleman will doubtless offer them his advice. But I think I have given colleagues an indication of my unhappiness with the procedure that has been adopted by representatives of the executive branch. And I will bear colleagues' concerns in mind in ruling on this matter on Monday. Yes, of course. Point of order, Sir Christopher Chope.
Mr. Speaker, do you think that this is an issue which should be referred to the Procedure Committee? Because it always used to be a convention that we had decent notice of the business that we were going to have. That convention has been, in a sense, undermined by the practice, which is more recent, that, for example, on a Standing Order 24 application, the debate is taken immediately after that application has been granted, rather than on the following day, which enables people to have notice. So we've got some dangerous precedents, might I say, of business being changed at very short notice to the detriment of members of this House and to members of the public who might want to come and attend our proceedings. And might I suggest that if this was referred to the Procedure Committee, then the Procedure Committee might be able to recommend some tightening of standing orders so that this sort of situation didn't arise again. And can I, while I'm on my feet, just say that it looks as though, from what the Leader of the House said on his point of order, that a motion has been put down on Monday under section 1301B, but that motion is not also going to be under section 11A of the 2019 Act. And therefore, the motion we were debating today covered two different acts and two different provisions, but I understand that the motion down for debate on Monday is just on the 2018 Act. Therefore, it would seem, and I hope that you'll be able to consider this over the weekend, it would seem that it cannot be regarded as being the same as the issue that we dealt with today. So I hope that you'll be able to take those matters into account, Mr. Speaker.
I say to the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Christchurch, I certainly will reflect on that point and the other points that he has made, and I take his points in the constructive spirit in which he's made them, and he speaks as someone who has been, of course, over a period, I'm not sure currently, a distinguished ornament of the Procedure Committee. And is the Honourable Gentleman currently gracing the committee with his presence?
That point of order, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, yes, if you put it in that way, I am. And I can say that I first had the privilege of joining the Procedure Committee back in 1984, when that Procedure Committee was graced with the presence of the Right Honourable Enoch Powell and many other distinguished members of this place.
I didn't know that. I knew quite a lot of things about the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Christchurch, but I didn't know that. But I am now better informed. And so I recognise that his service on that committee dates back a long way. I take very seriously what he says. I accept the point that he makes about the unpredictability spawned by, in my view, justified decisions in relation to Standing Order number 24, applications for debates. Nevertheless, it is a fact that that has inevitably produced a degree of unpredictability in the business. The only point that I would make, which I think is fair to make in this context, is that where we are dealing with applications under Standing Order number 24, there is an established process provided for by the standing orders, and it is understood by colleagues that an application can be heard only if the Speaker agrees to hear it, and can therefore proceed if the Speaker hears and approves it, only if the requisite threshold of support has been attained in the House. By contrast, in this particular case, a representative of the executive is seeking to change the business not on the basis of a voted for proposition, but on the basis of what some people might regard as an act of executive fiat. That does seem to me to put it in a somewhat different and perhaps inferior category. Well, the appetite of colleagues is insatiable. And I must say, by the way, at the moment, the very best behaved person here present is a very, very, very tiny person who seems blissfully unperturbed by our deliberations. And I wish that splendid little person all the best.
Sweet.
Point of order, Tom Brake.
I apologise perhaps if you have already made this clear, but is it your intention perhaps as the first piece of business on Monday to make a very clear statement about the process that we have just seen, particularly if you consider it to be of a vexatious and repetitive nature? And if it is appropriate, would you look very kindly on urgent questions on this subject, because members have clearly expressed some very strong views about what the government have just done.
Well, it certainly would be my intention to make a statement on the matter after questions, after the ministerial question time. In other words, at or very close to 3:30. It seems to me to be a matter of genuine urgency, and therefore it would be right to have a decision on the matter communicated to the House before the House might treat of other questions or statements, and certainly before the commencement of public business. Point of order, Mrs. Marion Fellows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. Can you give me some guidance on how best I could register my disgust and disapproval of the behaviour of the Leader of the House when he walked out as my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow North, was trying to respond to a point of order made by the Leader of the House. This continues on for the behaviour of members opposite who at every opportunity, barrack and shout down my group leader, the honourable member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber. This should not be allowed to continue, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to know what I can do to help it stop.
The Honourable Lady is invariably a helpful member of our flock in relation to these matters, because she's a model of good behaviour. And if her example were emulated across the House, our proceedings would be altogether more seemly. And her stock is high. So far as the Leader is concerned, colleagues have said what they've said, and I've said what I've said. I think it is very important that we respect each other, and part of respecting each other must be hearing each other. So far as her Leader is concerned, And I did intervene, I think, on a number of occasions to indicate that the right honourable gentleman must be heard. I don't say this in any pejorative spirit to the honourable lady. My only caveat, if you will, is that the right honourable gentleman, the member for Ross Skye and Lochaber, is well able to look after himself. Moreover, there are colleagues who feel that the honourable gentleman has a rumbustious style which is sometimes almost calculated to inflame colleagues who disagree with him. And therefore, even if inadvertently, as the Minister says from a central position, and therefore to some extent, he has to some extent, he has to cope with that which his style invites, but only to some extent, and it is important that he be heard, and I hope the Honourable Lady is happy to trust the Chair to protect him if he needs to be protected. And point of order, Catherine West.
Could you clarify whether it would be in order for the Leader of the House to apologise to backbench members who not only were expecting an explanation of some sort as to the following the proceedings of today, but also for those who have prepared speeches for the Queen's speech and looking forward to giving those speeches and perhaps even polishing them as we speak, and not able to do that on Monday?
Well, Leader of the House to do that if he so chose. He's not in the chamber now, and so even if he were minded to do so, and he may not feel so inclined, he could not do so at this moment, but the right honourable gentleman will doubtless be back in his place on Monday, as I'm sure the honourable lady will be in hers, and further exchanges on that matter and others can take place. Point of order, Susan Ellen-Jones.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. When the Leader of the House was not making his business statement earlier, we had no suggestion as to timings of anything that might happen in Monday's sittings. Now, we presume that the House will commence at 2:30 on Monday, but we have no idea of this as we're sitting today on a Saturday. So we are just presuming a lot of things and being left in the dark by a government, quite frankly, whose Leader of the House is not sufficiently courteous to make a business statement. Yeah. Can you please clarify, Mr. Speaker, on the timings that we will be expecting on Monday?
The answer to the honourable lady is that I can assure her we will be meeting at 2:30 on Monday afternoon. We have had a business statement on the business for next week. That business statement, I say, as much for people attending to our proceedings to whom they should be intelligible, as well as to members of the House. That is the status quo. That is the given position. We will meet on Monday at 2:30 in the afternoon. It's governed by Standing Order number 9. The government may well plan to do an emergency business statement on Monday, but it cannot change the start time on Monday. And there are very good reasons, I must say to the House and to people observing our proceedings, why there cannot be an arbitrary change in the timetable. It is really for the protection of the House. If it were possible for the sitting time to be arbitrarily changed at the whim of the executive, that would be deeply injurious to the rights of individual members and of the House as an institution. That cannot happen, and believe me, it will not happen. Point of order, Justine Greening.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. I really wanted to register my own concern about effectively the debate we're now having, when most members of this House felt that business had already finished, and of course on a Saturday had arranged to get back to their families and other commitments. It's very clear to me that the government would have known that today's vote could only have had two outcomes. Either it was going to succeed or fail, and thus there was no reason to not be transparent about what its intentions might be on the following sitting day, that it would have to then proceed according to the outcome of the debate today. And I really do feel that we have spent a year now having a government, or a previous government and now this government, unfortunately, trying to seek to override votes here. And only today, the Prime Minister said Parliament should be at the heart of decision-making. I acknowledge that in the past we've not always acted in that spirit.
I simply wanted to reflect, Mr. Speaker, that this has got to stop. This House cannot do its job if we have plans and debates sprung on us at the last minute. All we seek to do is scrutinise on behalf of our constituents and represent their concerns and play our role in trying to help make any Brexit deal the best possible deal that it can become. And this is simply not the way for this House to be run. And I do hope you can reflect on members' concerns as you reach a ruling.
I certainly will reflect on members' concerns. I say to the Right Honourable Lady, colleagues will understand that the Speaker regularly meets the Leader of the House and the Shadow Leader of the House and the Government Chief Whip and the Opposition Chief Whip and a number of others who occupy influential positions in the House. And that is absolutely right. It facilitates the efficient and orderly and fair conduct of business. It is important also, of course, that many of those discussions, not necessarily all of them, but many of them are private in character. And so I wouldn't make a habit of divulging the detail of what has been discussed. I think it is fair, however, to say that I did see the Leader of the House earlier this week. We had a perfectly good and constructive meeting in which we discussed a number of matters, I hope in our usual fashion, that is to say with great respect for and courtesy towards each other. It was perfectly possible to anticipate, as the Right Honourable Lady said, a number of scenarios that might flow later in the week with the upcoming European Council and the deadline for the passage of a deal. But the Leader of the House certainly in that meeting earlier this week gave me no indication of any what might be called reserve plans in the event that things didn't proceed as he hoped. So I just want the House to know that I have been blindsided on this matter as others have been, and I would that it had not been so. I express myself, I hope, in quite an understated fashion. I would that it had not been so, and rather than pronounce with sound and fury now, which I don't think would be the right thing to do, I will reflect on the matter, absorbing what colleagues are saying, consulting others for their advice, and reporting to the House on Monday. And I'm extremely grateful to the Right Honourable Lady, who's an immensely dedicated parliamentarian, who has served, if you will, on both sides of the fence, both as a senior minister and indeed as a backbench member. Point of order, Mr. Kevin Brennan.
Immensely grateful, Mr. Speaker, and further to my earlier point of order, which you kindly ruled was in order, that this matter should have been dealt with through an emergency business statement. I think we all recognise, if we've been here long enough in this House, low-rent jiggery-pokery from the government, which is what this actually amounts to, although I understand that's not something you could say, Mr. Speaker. But if it were the case, and I noticed your head movements, Mr. Speaker, but it's not my duty to comment on people's head movements in this House, but if it were the case that the Right Honourable Member for West Dorset was seeking to put down what you might call an insurance amendment ahead of Monday's proceedings, just in case a ruling should occur that allowed the government to proceed as it suggested through the rather irregular point of order from the Leader of the House earlier, and that amendment, that insurance amendment, was not tabled by the time we finished this current session of points of order this afternoon, that you would be minded overall to accept such an amendment as a manuscript amendment prior to our proceedings on Monday, should that be the ruling.
By noon, any manuscript amendments would be fairly considered.
Well, by noon, any manuscript amendments would be eligible for consideration. And I would have to see the amendment before deciding whether to select it. But such an amendment, I hope this reassures the honourable gentleman, would be in no different or lesser category to the other manuscript amendments to which one of his colleagues referred earlier. It would be perfectly possible for those to be decided upon and therefore, if appropriate, selected by the Chair. I hope that that's helpful to the honourable gentleman. Point of order, Kirsty Blackman.
Indulgence, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if you've had any indication from the government about whether or not they intend to undertake and publish an economic impact analysis on the Brexit deal in advance of bringing it to us again on Monday.
Forgive me, I heard the Honourable Lady refer to an economic impact analysis. I didn't quite understand her, I didn't quite hear her question. Forgive me.
The Brexit Secretary this morning confirmed that the government has not undertaken an economic impact analysis on the Prime Minister's deal and therefore has not published it. I'm wondering if you've had any notice, Mr Speaker, about whether or not they intend to undertake and publish that analysis in advance of Monday, if they've now got a few extra days, before they bring that back to us.
I've had no such indication at all. I mean, hope springs eternal, as far as the Honourable Lady is concerned, and it is possible that grey cells are being applied to this matter, that there are hot, wet towels over departmental officials' heads as they beaver away and burn the midnight oil tonight and tomorrow night in the construction of such an analysis. Concerned as I am for the well-being of the Honourable Lady, I would say to her that on the evidence so far, I wouldn't advise her to hold her breath for any length of time. Point of order, Mr Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On a separate point of order, and I welcome the remarks you made already in response to the other points, but I wondered if you could say whether you knew how we will know whether or not the government has sent the letter to the European Council to comply with the terms of the EU Withdrawal Act number 2 by 11 o'clock tonight, because I wondered whether they'd indicated whether they were going to lay it in the library or put a copy on the government.uk website or otherwise, because otherwise, Mr Speaker, we could be in the dark until Monday as to whether this has even happened, and given the jiggery-pokery, as has been described, that is going on, no doubt they would seek to hide from us whether or not this letter has in fact been sent as required by the law.
Well, there's no requirement for it to be laid. I don't think there's any, from memory of the legislation, there's no legal requirement for it to be laid or for it to appear in the library of the House. So I can't offer the Honourable Gentleman any great comfort on that point, knowing the indefatigability of the Honourable Gentleman. I rather imagine that he will be pursuing this matter with considerable intensity over the next 24 hours or so, and possibly for most of those 24 hours, allowing himself a couple of hours here and there for sleep, perhaps. And so I'm sure he will be making his own inquiries to try to ascertain whether the letter has been delivered, and I dare say representatives of the Fourth Estate may be making such inquiries as well. So I imagine enlightenment will descend upon us at some point, and I'm quite sure by the time we sit on Monday we'll know the answer to his question, and I expect him at that point to be in his place. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
I think there's just so much distrust about the Prime Minister and the signing of this letter that can I suggest, maybe through your good offices, that this is done as publicly as possible. Now, there's a popular TV programme on tonight called Strictly Come Dancing, and I'm pretty certain that Tess and Claudia would welcome the Prime Minister to attend and order that that letter could be signed so the whole nation could observe it.
Well, it's not for me to advise the Prime Minister on either his viewing habits or his attendance at popular television programmes. And I'm certainly not aware that the Prime Minister's got any plans to take part in that particular programme in a dancing capacity. I'm not conscious of that. It's not something he and I have ever discussed. But I note the point that the Honourable Gentleman has made. The wider point is about transparency. The wider point he's making is about transparency. And I agree that it is absolutely right and proper that we should know what action has been taken on this matter. But I do feel that colleagues will take their own steps to try to ascertain what happens over the next 24 hours or so. If there are, I don't seek to constrain colleagues in any way, but I have a sense that some colleagues may wish to bring our proceedings to a conclusion. It's very good to see the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland in the chamber, albeit sitting in the second row, which is becomingly modest of the Right Honourable Gentleman. He could perfectly well bestride the Treasury bench if he was so minded, but he's an understated fellow. If there are no further points of order, we have to leave matters there for now. I suggest that we come now to the adjournment. The whip to move.
That this House do now adjourn.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as I'll have opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.
House of Commons sound. House of Commons sound.
Go to the wall. And much as I crave independence for Scotland, I also want to see England, Wales and the whole of Ireland prosper. Now, I'd love to have been on the march with you today, but we had important business to do in there, inflicting yet another defeat on Boris Johnson. And today in Parliament, I really do feel that we came to a fork in the road. And on one side of that fork lies isolation and impoverishment for the nations of these islands. And on the other side of the fork lies the opportunity to re-engage with our shared European destiny. Now, we're told by the Brexiteers that democracy is a once and for all event. But it isn't. Democracy is a process by which we as citizens engage with our fellow citizens to determine the people's will. And that process is an ongoing process. It didn't stop on the 23rd of June 2016. We're also told by the Brexiteers that people knew what they were voting for in 2016. But I dispute that. Even our Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, didn't know what he was voting for and tossed a coin to decide which way to campaign. Now, we're also told by the Brexiteers that now is the time to end the uncertainty. What I say to them is, they are the cause of the uncertainty. And the only way to end the uncertainty is to hold a people's vote. Now, with the support of many of you, I and others have pursued Boris Johnson through the courts. In the courts, in the High Court of Scotland, in the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom, and we defeated him in both. And today we've beaten him in the High Court of Parliament. But now he has to send that letter to Brussels asking for an extension. And I can tell you that if he doesn't do that tonight, I and my colleagues will be in court on Monday morning to get him to obey the law. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's absolutely fantastic to see you all out here today. I can assure you it makes such a difference to every single one of us when we've sat in the House of Commons this morning and this afternoon to know that every single one of you has shown up and is out here today. So thank you. This magnificent turnout tells us that people want a people's vote. And we have one message for Boris Johnson. If you are so convinced that your deal is the best thing for our country, the best thing for our economy, the best thing for our NHS, the best thing for our prosperity and our national security, then give our country a people's vote. We need to end the farce. We need to give the country the information and the facts about what Brexit will mean for our country 3 years on from when people voted back in 2016. Because I was in the House today and I asked Boris Johnson and I asked the Brexit Secretary, where is the economic analysis of what this deal means? And I can tell you, there isn't one. How can we be expected to vote on something which is going to impact on our country for decades to come without an economic or impact analysis? It's a farce. And on behalf of the country, and on behalf of my constituents, and on behalf of everyone who deserves to be able to put food on the table, to come home and to enjoy a future, and on behalf of the next generation, and on behalf of my children, our country deserves a people's vote. It's not a secret that I want to remain in our family of European nations, now more than ever. I don't want to deny the benefits our membership brings for our culture, for our society and our economy. We know what the cost will be. And this is not the end. Because as you have all shown, and as millions who are not here have shown, for those who want prosperity and peace, for those that want to look outward, not inward, that those who want to reach out to our neighbours and to our friends, and for those of us that want to build bridges, not walls, in order to end poverty, to end racism, and to end climate change, we need to be in the EU. And that is why we need and deserve a people's vote.
Hello, everybody. I bring greetings from the Green Party, who I am proud to say has been at the forefront of the People's Vote campaign right from the very start. And it is so beautiful to see all of you here today. Thank you for coming. Thank you for standing up for democracy. Thank you for being part of the People's Vote campaign. Because together we have stopped Boris Johnson in his tracks. We have stopped him inflicting on us a Brexit that is led by the rich, by the right, and by the reckless. Because this Brexit would be a disaster in so many ways. When it comes to the environment and climate change, you cannot end the climate crisis by acting alone. When it comes to the beautiful gift of freedom of movement, we have to stand up for the right to work and to study and to live and to love in 27 other countries. We have to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 million whose lives should never have been used as pawns by this government in its political games. You are our friends and our families, and we say welcome and we say thank you for everything that you bring to our country. But friends, we have the job of our lives still in front of us, because Boris Johnson isn't going to double down. You know, he's going to really keep fighting with his cronies for the deregulation that is at the heart of his Brexit deal. And I simply want to say this, that I've been travelling around to Leave communities, talking to people about why they voted to leave, and hearing them say that one of the reasons was because this country is so unequal. That those people who voted leave because the situation in this country is intolerable were absolutely right, because it is. So I simply want to say that our movement, as well as being a movement for Remain, has to be a movement for transform. We have to transform this country. We have to end the inequality that stains this country. We have to end the economic system that doesn't just leave people left behind, it systematically excludes them from the prosperity that is enjoyed by the minority. So let us not think that the Remain campaign is about turning the clock back. It is about moving forward together, and I look forward to doing that with you. Thank you so much.
Yes! Give them all a big cheer! Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll all agree one of the reasons we ended up in this mess is because there's been an awful lot of guff has been printed in the British press over the years about the EU, right? A lot of bendy bananas. That's how I like my bananas. One newspaper that has helped this movement right from the start has been The Independent. Will you please welcome the editor of The Independent, Christian Broughton!
Hello everyone, from everyone at The Independent, hello. When we started the Final Say campaign in July 2018, which seems like a long time ago now, we did it so that you could make your voices heard. Well, thank you, because you guys have done an amazing job. 1.3 million of you backed our petition, and millions of you have come on these marches now, organised in conjunction with People's Vote. And earlier today, I was up there with our politics team just in a room over the way, and I can confirm that the reporters in Parliament and every MP could definitely hear you today. And what a day this is! I've never seen a greater contrast between a broken political system and the energy, the clarity and the dignity of you all marching here today. That in there is not a symbol of a healthy democracy, this is. We launched Final Say based on a principle. We didn't know so many people would back us. We simply thought it was the right thing to do. One of the key points back then was that we had no confidence that the Brexit process would end in a rational, democratic, meaningful way. And now look at what's happening. The hype, do or die, now or never, dead in a ditch, it's hysteria and it's ruthless. But just look at the power you have. Boris Johnson, after the vote just now, said the following. He said, "I will not negotiate a delay with the EU, neither does the law compel me to do so." So now everybody's speculating on TV and probably in the papers tomorrow about well, we'll know by tomorrow exactly what that means. But I'll tell you what it really does mean. It means that we need to keep going. We've done the petition, we've marched, and now for something new. Today, we're joining with People's Vote again, this time to ask you to sign a letter from the people to the powerful, demanding a final say. You've seen these around. And we're going to send those letters to all kinds of places. We're going to send them to number 10, because since we did our petition, there's a new resident in number 10. We're going to send them to every MEP, we're going to send them to every MP, and we're going to send them to the European Council, because they have a say in this process too, and we are all European citizens too. The number so far is just about 45,000, but we only launched it this morning. That's a great number, but we need it to be higher. So please take out your phones now, go to independent.co.uk/letter or to peoplesvote.uk/letter, and together we can take back control. Thank you very much.
Yes! All right, you're doing fantastic. How are you feeling? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker. The reason why the EU is important to Ireland is because it helps promote peace, right? When we all work together, it builds trust, and that's how you get peace, right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, a man that did quite a bit of work in that field to make my island as peaceful as it is today. Will you please welcome, no introduction really needed, but I'll give him one anyway, Alistair Campbell!
Thank you, thank you. Now, everybody's saying this is a day of history. I want to talk about a different day of history. And of all the days of my life, it was one of the best, it was one of the most exciting, and it was the most miraculous. And that was the day that the Good Friday Agreement fell into place. And as a result, a generation in Northern Ireland has only known peace. Now, one thing I learned in that process is that leaders matter and their words matter. And I want to play you a little clip now of the words of our current leader and Prime Minister on the issue of the Irish Sea.
If we genuinely wanted to do free trade deals, if we wanted to cut tariffs, if we wanted to vary our regulation, then we would have to leave Northern Ireland behind as an economic semi-colony of the EU. And we would be damaging the fabric of the Union with regulatory checks and even customs controls between Great Britain and Northern Ireland on top of those extra regulatory checks down the Irish Sea that are already envisaged in the withdrawal agreement. Now, Ireland could or should sign up to any such arrangement.
Right, now, if you ever needed any more evidence that our current Prime Minister is a liar and a charlatan, we had it right there. He cannot be trusted, and the DUP today are finding out that Johnson cannot be trusted by anyone and his guarantees cannot be believed. So the words of leaders matter. And I've spent part of this week with two of Boris Johnson's predecessors, John Major, Tony Blair, architects of the peace process. And I want you now to just take a few minutes to look at this film, which John Major and Tony Blair have helped us to make, and understand just why the Good Friday Agreement matters as much as it does, and why we have to resist any pressure upon the fragile peace process that is still there and could be put at risk by a hard, ruinous Brexit.
When I became Prime Minister in 1990, Ireland was a land apart from the rest of the United Kingdom. There was violence on every side. Bombings, murders, beatings, kneecappings were so regular that they didn't always reach the headlines. It was a way of life that would have been utterly intolerable in any other part of the United Kingdom, and I saw no reason why it should be tolerated in Northern Ireland. 30 years of violence that had killed 3,000 people simply could not be permitted to continue. We had to find a way collectively between the Republic of Ireland and the British government to find a way to bring it to an end, and we decided to look for common ground and common cause. That was how we began. There was a huge backing amongst the everyday people of Northern Ireland to support what we were doing to bring an end to the violence that scarred their lives.
The Good Friday Agreement wasn't inevitable. It certainly wasn't easy, and it wasn't even expected. When I first talked with cabinet colleagues about the possibility of doing it, most people told me it was hopeless. It took years of laying the groundwork, for which we can thank John Major. It then took the most intense negotiation to secure the agreement in April 1998, and it then took 9 long years of patient, often tortuous negotiation to get the agreement actually implemented. It was a framework for peace. It was a framework for prosperity and a framework for partnership between the different communities of Northern Ireland and the different countries of the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland.
Over many years, the peace process, bit by bit, and culminating in the Good Friday Agreement, transformed the lives of all those on the island of Ireland, north and south.
Now we're faced with the situation. We have a hard border between Northern Ireland and Britain, and it is a shame and an outrage, frankly, that Northern Ireland is treated like some disposable inconvenience that can be bartered away in exchange for the obsession of the Brexiteers in wrenching our country out of Europe.
I find it very difficult to understand, as a former leader of the Conservative Party, why it is the Conservative and Unionist Party that is taking action on one front that may in the future break apart the United Kingdom. That seems to be an extraordinary thing, and I cannot imagine any previous generation of Conservatives putting at risk the Union in the way that has now happened.
I find the whole peace process, so-called in Northern Ireland, loathsome.
There's no border between Camden and Westminster.
Come on, you can't compare two boroughs of London with the kinds of difference in the arrangements that would be in place after Brexit between the UK and the EU.
It's a very relevant comparison.
It's a political problem in England. It's an actual real-life problem here in Ireland.
A border in the Irish Sea also has many difficulties. It splits Northern Ireland from the rest of the United Kingdom, and that, of course, always plays on the inherent fears of Northern Ireland that they're being ignored, that they're being maltreated.
Now we end up in a situation where either the hard-won peace in Northern Ireland is sacrificed on the altar of Brexit, or we have the bizarre situation in which Northern Ireland stays part of Europe and its trading system, and Britain leaves it.
It's worth remembering that no one under the age of 20 would have any memory of the violence and death that once engulfed their neighbourhoods. I hope and pray they never do.
Whatever the outcome, no deal or a bad deal, it should not pass without the final say resting with the people. The Brexiteers, they talk about the will of the people, but in June 2016, our knowledge was necessarily limited. Now, 3 years on, with this mess and mayhem and misery, with our knowledge vastly expanded by experience, how is it undemocratic to ask the British people for their final opinion? These demagogues talk about the will of the people, but they're actually now terrified of seeking it. And they don't worry that a final say referendum is going to be a blow to democracy. They worry that if we have a final say, this time it will focus not on the fantasies they peddled in June 2016, but on the facts. And this time they will lose.
Go. There you go. And on that, listen, let me just give you one little argument to take home as well. That point, the only point they've got left is the point about democracy. Just ask yourself this question. If Remain had won 52 to 48, and if in the ensuing 3.5 years events had evolved so that we had to join Schengen and the Euro, do you think Johnson and Farage and Rees-Mogg would say, well, they can get on with it? Would they? Hell, they would say that is not what people voted for. We've got to put it back to the people with a second referendum, and that is an argument that applies to what we're doing now. Now, final point. These are doing the rounds. These are doing the rounds. Sign this letter. Go to peoples-vote.uk/letter. The people. This is the will of the people here. Let's send that letter to the powerful, let's get that people's vote, and let's win it. Thank you very much.
Alistair Campbell! Okay, we've got a fantastic cross-section of politicians coming up to speak now. From Plaid Cymru, will you please welcome Liz Saville-Roberts. From the Labour Party, Chi Onwara. From the SDLP in Northern Ireland, Claire Hanna, and finally from the SNP in Scotland, Ian Blackford. Please give him a big round of applause.
Now the media have been calling this Super Saturday, haven't they?
I can tell you there's not much that's super been going on in there today, but out here, you are making history. Now, Johnson's central argument during his pathetic attempt at selling his deal this morning was that the UK has been half-hearted in its EU membership, that we've only discussed Brexit in practical terms, but the passion I feel in this crowd today is proof that our opposition to Brexit is not merely practical. It is emotional. It is from the heart. And we know in our heart of hearts that burning bridges with our closest neighbours is wrong. We know that stepping away from the most successful peace project in history is wrong. We in Plaid Cymru, we don't oppose Brexit just because of the destruction it will wreak on our economy, but we do it because we know Boris Johnson, and we know what he will do, and I think you do as well. He will slash our environmental standards, he will do away with animal rights, animal welfare rights as we know them, and he will do away with labour rights at the first opportunity. We also oppose this because in our hearts, we are Welsh Europeans. Wales is a European nation. Whatever happens, Wales will remain a European nation. We have friends in every corner of the continent, and we celebrate our European identity. And more ludicrous still, the Prime Minister rallied against EU elites. This is, and you know his name, Alexander Boris de Pfeffel Johnson, educated not only at Eton College, but at the European School, Brussels, before becoming the Daily Telegraph's Brussels correspondent. Boris Johnson is the European elite through and through. It is us, the people who care about the futures of our nations. It is us who are here today and not the elite. Look around us. We are nurses, we are teachers, we are students, we are pensioners. Every part of society is represented here today. Now, Brexit is, of course, a project pushed by the elite, for the elite, funded by millionaires who want to get richer on shorting the pound and trashing workers' rights and environmental protections. The fact that Johnson has ripped out level playing field provisions from the legally binding withdrawal agreement and inserted non-binding declaration is proof of that. Friends, this is what I want to leave with you. Remember this. This is a billionaire's Brexit, and we are having none of it. Boris Johnson and his cabal of conmen, do they think they speak for us? Do they speak for us? No. Are we going to be pressurised into accepting a destructive deal just because of Brexit fatigue? No. We demand a people's vote in the name of the millions of people who've been lied to about the so-called benefits of Brexit. We demand a people's vote in the name of the young people who couldn't vote, whose futures are being stolen. We demand a people's vote in our name, the name of the people across all of the UK who know what Brexit really means. This isn't about fighting old battles. This is about forging a new future. Dros Gymru, dros Europe, rhaid cael y gair ola. For Wales, for Europe, we demand a final say. Diolch yn fawr.
Hey, hi. Thank you all for being out here while we were in there and for making so much noise. We knew what you wanted, you the people. I'm Chion Wara and I'm the Member of Parliament for Newcastle Central. Any Geordies? And I bring you a message from the north, my north. There's been a lot said about the northern working class and Brexit. Well, I grew up northern working class, just like everybody on my council estate in Newcastle. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the community which raised me and the sense of solidarity which is in the very air we breathe. I'm proud of where I come from, and I benefited from that. Yes, there was racism. I was marked by that. The racism which is in every part of our society, working class, middle class, and upper class. And I think you know who I'm talking about. And I'm tired now. You know, I am tired of the North being blamed for Brexit when the campaign was run by 2 public school boys from the South. You know? I'm tired of this idea that the North is a mass of political conservatism and xenophobia. When we built the trade union movement, the free trade movement, the cooperative movement, the fair trade movement, and the internationalist movement. And I'm tired of the idea that Brexit was a division between stupidity on one hand and virtue on the other. As a country, we can only decide what's best for us when we respect each other and listen to each other's stories and experiences. We've learned that since 2016. And that's why we have to have a final say. That's why we have to have another vote. Because we have learned so much since 2016. How our integrated European supply chains work. Who buys our lamb? The damage that any Brexit deal will do. And especially this sellout deal. Boris Johnson's deal is a Trojan horse for no deal. A race to the bottom to exploit the people at the bottom for the benefit of billionaires and to deny climate change. We know what this is about now. It's a choice between being an equal partner in the European community of nations and being the lapdog for some superpower, probably Trump. Johnson is Trump's apprentice, and everything is for sale. But not us, not you. You know, are you for sale? Every day, ships leave the port of Tyne with our goods to sell to our European friends. We share trade, but we share much more. We share values, we share freedoms, we share ties of blood, ties of love, ties of ideals. My friends, you've stayed here through the rain and the sun is shining on you. And today is important for that reason. What happened in there was historic, but what's happening here is more historic. We know that now we have a moment. You marched for a final say, but you also marched for much more than that. You marched for the real prize, what we all deserve as a country, the chance to build a people's Britain inside a democratic European Union. That's what we are marching for. That's what we are fighting for. That is what we want. That's our movement now, here. Let's win.
Good afternoon. My name's Claire Hanna, and I'm speaking on behalf of the silent pro-European majority in Northern Ireland that's misrepresented in that building and silent in a Stormont Assembly that hasn't sat in 1,000 days. The cross-community, cross-party majority in Northern Ireland for Europe is the most united and the most diverse movement we have seen in our troubled history. We've come together because we know that the European Union, like the Good Friday Agreement, is about compromise and it's about working together in the common good. We know the Good Friday Agreement and the European Union aren't about territory and they aren't about nations, they're about relationships. It was the European Union that allowed the differences between people in Northern Ireland who were British and people who were Irish not to matter anymore. Brexit hardens those differences again. Any Brexit rips through the relationships and the delicate balance that allows us to have a shared future and imagine a peaceful future together. Our peace was hard won, you saw in the video. It's fragile. Those concerned are dismissed by people in that building. They're dismissed by the Tories. They're dismissed by the ERG. They're dismissed by the DUP and their new best friends in the Brexit Party. But I want to say to you here, the DUP do not speak for the majority in Northern Ireland. They were the only party who voted against and who campaigned against the Good Friday Agreement. They lost. We voted for peace. They were the only party who campaigned for Brexit in Northern Ireland. They lost. We voted to remain. And now they're the only party, they say we should be denied a final say. Not happening. We will campaign again. We will vote again, and together we will win. We all knew it was going to happen. The DUP were bought and sold by the Tory government. They strutted in and out of Downing Street, selfies with the ERG, but we knew they were Boris Johnson's useful idiots. And when he didn't need them anymore, he discarded them. They're now just idiots. We know that whatever Brexit we get, wherever the borders go, they make our horizon small. We know that all of the challenges of the present and the future are global. The climate emergency, tax justice, war, humanitarian relief, and any form of Brexit prevents young people having a big horizon, and that's a generational injustice we can't allow. It took international solidarity to bring peace in Northern Ireland, and I say to you, as your neighbours and your friends, thank you to you for standing with us. Thank you to the EU for making sure there won't be a hard border on our island. Thank you to MPs from every party for standing up for that principle. For many people in Northern Ireland who couldn't come here today, it's heartening to see so many of you, to hear all of your voices. And we in Northern Ireland, we didn't consent to Brexit. We're never going to consent to Brexit. And if we don't, all of us together, get a final say, we'll have no say at all. Let our voices all be heard together. Let's have our final say.
Well, good afternoon, London, and I bring you greetings from the Scottish National Party. We stand in solidarity with all of you. I'm only sorry that some of us weren't on the march with you today, and I applaud the million people that have demonstrated and said we are and we will remain European citizens. You know, when you've been out here, we've been stuck in that place. But let me tell you what we did. We've stopped Boris Johnson taking us out of Europe at the end of October. And you know, something quite remarkable is taking place in there. Boris Johnson's been Prime Minister since the end of July. There have been 9 significant votes that have been held in that place since then. He's lost every one of them. And I'll tell you what, Boris, we're going to keep the unity that we've got cross-party. We're going to continue to defeat you, and you're not taking us out of the European Union. You know, we've got some experience of referendum in Scotland. We had our own one in 2014. But let me tell you the difference between what happened in 2014 and what happened in 2016. In our referendum, 16 and 17-year-olds got the vote. European citizens got the vote. And if we do get this people's vote, all of us need to make sure that our young people, those that are our future, our European citizens, get that vote. And I give you this promise, we'll not only win a referendum, we'll win it out the park. So we've got a hell of a job to do over the next few weeks, because we are involved in all sorts of shenanigans that are going on from a Prime Minister that is a liar, we know that. A Prime Minister that's prepared to stop at nothing, that we know is going to bring a bill next week to try and drive this through. So we need that unity. And we need to get you to speak to every MP in the land and remind them what Brexit is going to do. It's going to put in Scotland alone on a hard Brexit 100,000 people on the dole. It's going to mean on a no-deal Brexit, because that's what Boris Johnson wants to do, that we're faced with food shortages. We're faced with problems in medicine supply. That the Chief Medical Officer in England is telling us that lives are at threat. Friends, lives are at threat from what Boris Johnson wants to do. So we need to say to MPs across party, we need to step back from this cliff edge. Let's make sure that the people are given a vote. Let's make sure that we find that safe landing place. We will remain European citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. We've still got a couple of fantastic speakers for you. Are you still in the mood? I have to leave you now. I have to say it has been an absolute pleasure to be in your company. I've lived in your country for 25 years, and people sometimes ask me, why do you still live in England after Brexit? Because of people like you. You're the country I love. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got two gentlemen here for you next. Two men over the last 3 years, every time this country's been tried to be bamboozled by Brexit nonsense, have gone, hang on, stop, let's read what you've said. They don't need much of an introduction. They're a hell of a double act. Dominic Grieve and Hilary Benn.
Thank you. Thank you for turning out in such great numbers today to come and give us the support which we needed in the House of Commons. We could hear you in the chamber, which is always very nice. We are at a really critical moment in our country's history. We know that we are close to the possibility of holding a people's vote, and we are going to have to do everything we can to bring that about. And we have to do it by that persuasion and that enthusiasm which has brought you here today and which has helped us secure the vote we needed today to continue the argument. We need to lobby. One of the most interesting things today in the chamber was the number of members of Parliament who stood up to say that they were prepared to vote for a deal which they realised was really bad for their country because they felt there was no alternative. There were several such speeches made by perfectly sincere MPs. So we have to persuade them that there is an alternative route. On Monday, or actually at midnight tonight, the Prime Minister is going to have to write his letter to the EU seeking the extension. We will make our voices heard to the EU that we want an extension long enough to give us the chance to deliver what you want. And we will work tirelessly at Westminster to bring that about. Thank you so much for coming today, and I'm going to pass you over to Hillary, without which today wouldn't have happened.
Dominic, friends, first of all, can I thank you for coming here today? Now, I get a lot of emails. I had one the other day. You know, people have said Boris Johnson will get round the act. And a man said, I've spotted a flaw in your bill. He said, the bill says he's got to send a letter, but it doesn't say how he has to send the letter. What if he sends it by pigeon post? So I have a plea for you. On your way back up Whitehall, can you please donate a postage stamp to the Prime Minister so he can stick it on the envelope when he sends the letter and pops it in the letterbox by the end of today. Now, this is such a big decision about the future of the country. We've been in the House today debating. The Prime Minister failed to get his deal approved. We know it will be a worse deal than we have today. We know it is worse even than Theresa May's deal. But the fundamental question facing the country is, how do we resolve this? How do we bring it to an end? Not by forcing through his deal in that place, but by going back to the people and asking them. Because in a democracy, there is a fundamental question. Do we have the right to change our minds? Now, the Brexiteers think we don't. I don't know whether the British people have changed their minds or not, but I know that a confirmatory referendum will put the question back to that, and we will get a decision. And when that referendum comes, I will be campaigning along with all of you to remain, not because the European Union is perfect, but we have a choice about what kind of country we're going to be. Inward-looking or outward-facing, embracing our friends and neighbours, or somehow wishing to go back to a past that is not going to return. And the strongest argument that we can make is that the European project, for all its faults, has brought peace to our continent. And every single one of us here today who lost loved ones in the First and the Second World Wars, who have been to visit the gravestones of the fallen, the most poignant inscriptions of all, a soldier of the Great War, known unto God, because no one to this day knows whose son, brother, father, uncle lies beneath those beautifully tended graves. Politics, courage, leadership brought an end to conflict in Europe, and we must continue to work with our neighbours if we're going to deal with the great challenges that face our world. So, do not give up. Keep going. Be of good heart. Be of good cheer. And we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Give it up for Hilary Benn and Dominic Grieve. Absolutely brilliant. Right, we are nearing the end, but we have got an incredible speaker
up next. So anyone who was here at the last big march will remember.
Once again, it is my privilege to join you. First, East London, Westminster, Derby, Leeds, Birmingham, and now back again in the shadow of the Mother of Parliament. And I am particularly proud to follow two of the outstanding parliamentarians of our time. We believe that only the British people are entitled to take the most important decision of modern times. And this government is determined to stop us. They say that the decision was taken in 2016. There was a narrow majority that divided the country. It was achieved with a salesman's pitch of lies and distortions. Do you remember what they said? All that money for the health service, all those Turkish immigrants, trade deals falling into our laps. I tell you, in the commercial world, a salesman with such scant concern for the truth would finish behind bars. And I tell you that today's electorate would not buy that. So they've got a new argument: civil unrest. Those who put their faith in the referendum now threaten violence if the people are asked again. This is the language of the mob. And Europe in my lifetime has seen the price you pay to regain control once the mob takes over. And so they have another argument. It's too late. The deal is done. Just get on with it. And there are many, too many, who fall for this. The quiet lifers, the make the best of it bunch, the don't knows or the don't cares. I reject so cavalier an approach. We are fighting for British influence in a fast-changing world. We are fighting to give our children and our grandchildren a place in that world. We are fighting for them. There is only one argument that really drives the government in its opposition to a referendum. They think they will lose it. Far from serving us, the government is frightened of us. And not only of us, they're frightened of Parliament. The strategy has remained crystal clear. Theresa May did all she could to deny Parliament a meaningful vote. I know. I lost the Tory whip in the House of Lords. 3 weeks later, Parliament, on our behalf, won a game-changing victory. And that is why we are here. Boris Johnson followed the same approach, but he tried to sugar the pill. Brexit buried in a general election. The indigestible hard truth of Brexit sugared with offers more police, bigger defence, more hospitals. Whatever occurred to him at the spur of the moment, lollipops all round. Suck it, but don't let them see it. But of course, Parliament did see it. So Parliament had to go. But Parliament would not go. The government had acted unlawfully. So now we have the latest attempt to frog march us where we don't want to go. Let's get Brexit done. It is the greatest deceit of them all. Brexit is not a decision taken for a Parliament or for the next decade. It is a creeping paralysis where yesterday's nostalgia distorts tomorrow's opportunities. The very existence of our United Kingdom now hangs by a thread. Brexit will not bring us together. It is the wedge that will drive us apart. Europe, our largest home market, will embroil us in years of detailed negotiations. Every decision will now be decided by unanimous votes of the remaining 27. Trade deals, they take so long because they can be hijacked by small groups in any one of those parliaments or even local authorities, leaving us at the mercy of every European pressure group. They call it taking back control. They dream of Donald Trump as some newly discovered benefactor, when it is clear that the only special relationship that he knows is America first. Yes, we will save our contributions to the European Union. The price, our economy already smaller and poorer by amounts that dwarf any savings that we would make. Yes, we will be free to deregulate. But why do they never tell us what they want to deregulate? What they actually in detail propose? The hungry advocates of rampant capitalism promise faster growth. Who will pay the price for that, I ask? It will be our poorer citizens, our more remote communities, those least able to protect themselves, and certainly no Conservative government in which I served would have contemplated policies of that sort. They tell us capacity across the other growth markets of the world. Or worse, they are European companies like Airbus that will repatriate production back to Europe. They promise that our waters will be restored to British fishermen. Well, some of us remember the Cod Wars, but the difference is that then the Royal Navy had some 50 frigates and destroyers at their disposal. Today, they have about 20, and not all of those are at sea at any one time. Today, brave members of Parliament put the national interest first, and we have won another great victory. And you have come from all over our country, from all parties and none, every generation, every class, every creed, and you are British and proud of it. That is the heart of the matter. Pride in our history, our traditions, our culture. All of this commits us to the partnership of modern Europe. Our voice has echoed across the centuries in a very different Europe, a Europe of bitter nationalism, a Europe of deep religious divide, a Europe of tyranny and bloodshed. We, you, all of us in our generation have helped influence of us all. In coming here today, you are marching into history. Not the history of yesteryear, but the history of tomorrow. And I say this to you, do not lower, do not avert your gaze, look straight, look up, march on.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the wonderful Michael Heseltine! Absolutely wonderful. Now, from one legend to another, and we're almost done, but I just want you to be very, very quiet to really listen to this, because it is beautiful and it will make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. We've got a wee film which has been narrated by the Scottish actor Brian Cox, and it's about how marches like this and people like you change the course of history. Run VT.
So many of the things we value, so many of the great steps forward we have taken, seemed impossible until they happened. The NHS was a pipe dream. The establishment voted against it 21 times. The fight went on until the final vote made it real. Peace in Northern Ireland was a moonshot. It could never be. Until some brave leaders took a chance on peace, and people north and south voted for progress. Votes for women, civil partnerships, devolution for Scotland and Wales, the movements against fascism and apartheid, often opposed by the powerful, but made real by the people. We came and stood in the rain together, marched together, sang together, fought together, and now we fight again. For our families, for our communities, for our children. Because we want our future back. It is time for a people's vote on the Brexit deal. Because everything is impossible until we make it happen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a day, what a march, and what a result. 1 million of us have gathered here today, and we have had our say. We've said no to being bounced into a sellout deal that's going to harm environmental standards and workers' rights. But we've won today, but the fight goes on. As early as Monday, legislation could come back to Parliament. So we have got to keep up our energy. We cannot be fatigued by Brexit. We can't be defeated by Brexit fatigue. So everybody, I'm holding this thing up here. Please sign the petition. Get online, sign that petition. The one thing we've heard here today, right from MPs, is that every tweet, every letter you write, every tiny wee piece of action we all take collectively makes a difference. And I just want to say a few thank yous. Please say a big thank you to all the organisers of the People's Vote who made this happen today. They've done absolutely sterling work. And just remember, not that long ago, people were laughing at the idea of a People's Vote. People were saying that there was no appetite for it. And look at us here today. Please also thank every single one of our speakers that took the time to come here today. They were all, each and every one of them, absolutely brilliant. Please, let's thank every single member of Parliament who voted the right way today. Yes. Politicians from every single party, many of them in a very difficult position. And let's thank, I've had a tweet, a text actually, there's a lot of MP staffers who have been watching the stuff happening, and they have been working really hard. So if they're watching, give them a wave, and let's say thank you to all the staffers. And most importantly, thank you to each and every one of you. Give yourselves a massive, massive, massive round of applause. Because you are the lifeblood of this movement. Your energy nourishes all the people in there to do their job properly. So thank you for coming today. Thank you for fighting. And thank you for making your voices heard. And one last time, what do we want? I can't hear you. What do we want? What do we want? And when do we want it? Have a great weekend. Thank you so much. Bye.
star.